with the goal of funding $27 billion worth of projects over a 50-year horizon. To date,
That was $2 billion to fund 27, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to make sure we got our starting point here.
Yes, sir. So the initial capital provided by the legislature, it was ESF dollars, rainy day fund money, initial investment of $2 billion into the SWIFT fund through the mechanics of the program, selling bonds, and the leveraging effect. To date, we've committed over $17 billion through that program. And that's been in just over 10 years. And so the analogy I like to suggest is, it was a marathon, 27 billion, pretty close to a 26 point whatever mile marathon. But the time that was expected to run that marathon was 50 years. We've run 2/3 of that distance in a fifth of the time. So to kind of lead into a more detailed conversation later today, to your question, how are we doing meeting or, addressing kind of the financial needs related to this plan? We're doing great, but as any marathon runner will tell you, you can't run a marathon at a sprint's pace. And so just this year, for the first time ever in the history of our SWIFT program, we've had capacity limitations. We had $4.2 billion worth of eligible apps that came in, applications. We were able to fund about $2 billion of that. So yet again, that kind of dreaded oversubscription challenge that we face throughout our financial assistance programs has now come into play with respect to SWIFT. So, Representative, it's an ongoing challenge. We do our absolute best to essentially squeeze as much capacity as we can out of our financial assistance programs, but there is growing demand, as evidenced very clearly by the kind of new $174 billion price tag for the state water plan.
Yeah.
And I will say that was the overview, but specific to implementing the 2022 state water plan, $6 billion in SWIFT has gone towards 68 projects from the 2022 state water plan.
$6 billion for
6 billion.
68 projects.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, I just, Mr. Chairman, thinking about next session and clearly the demand that we have across the state for water projects in our local communities and across our regions, it's going to be important that you continue to communicate with us on what the needs are so that we can respond. So thank you.
You bet.
Representative Romero.
Just a quick question. Do you track the increase in cost of specific projects? In some cases, like a water project has X number of miles of pipe or whatever. Let's say there was a generic type of project, how much it's increasing year over year on a percentage basis or in a 5-year window?
It's difficult to do for specific projects because their configuration might change plan to plan, typically does. What we do report in the state water plan are unit costs by type of project, which I think is what you're getting at. And so you can do a comparison between how that's reported in each plan.
Is there a report for the members to be able to understand the impact? Because I think I'm just translating here, we have money, but there's way more projects that we can fund. But on top of it, we see increases in cost. So that tells us less projects, going back to the point of when will we ever reach that point? So I'm just curious as to how we as members can be more educated in terms of what's happening in the construction field, what's happening with cost of materials, who are we competing with. Clearly, if there's only so much concrete, so much aggregate, we're building a lot of roads, it makes our water projects more expensive too, right? So just, is there anything that you send to us or provide for us specific to the increase in projects, however you do it, whether it's by the gallons or produced, the water it produces or cleans or moves, anything that we could have as a comparison?
Sure. We'll get you those unit costs that I was referencing, but I'll also see what else we can pull together to meet your request.
Okay, thank you.
If I can provide just a little additional context to kind of the factors that go into that increased state water plan, quote unquote, price tag. Clearly, it's inflationary pressure, whether it's materials, labor costs, et cetera. It's also kind of we're somewhat a victim of our own success in the sense that our regional and statewide water planning process is kind of the envy of the nation. And Because of its success in identifying projects, we've had more kind of robust participation in the process. So it's driven not just by individual projects and their increases, but more of those projects. And every few years, we look out an additional 10 years. And so the scope or the breadth of our planning process has increased, again, because it has been so successful. So that's kind of another factor to keep in mind.
Do you get specific when you think of things like material costs or labor costs? There's specific type of labor that may be required for building out these projects, and if we're not training folks to be able to do those projects, clearly that increases our costs. So coordinating with, let's say, for example, the governor's apprenticeship program that he just announced, how we're working to make sure that we're feeling that the field is full with people willing and knowledgeable enough to do the job.
I'm not aware of any direct efforts that we are involved in, our agency. I do know, based on various conferences and speaking engagements that I've been at, trade associations work very closely with community colleges, universities to encourage those kind of skills development programs. I think that when we're looking at costs, probably our best gauge of those costs and potential increase are applications. And so we're pretty late in the process from an entity standpoint of developing projects and putting, those proposals together. But we have seen, even with kind of our pre-application process, we typically have a two-step process. We'll get a pre-app in first, and then we'll invite a full app later. That process can take 6, 12, 18 months from start to finish. And even in that period of time, you'll see significant cost increases. And so entities are forced to either rescope or increase their ask. And so, again, that kind of puts additional pressure as far as capacity pressure in our programs.
I'm sorry, Chairman, but I think that's exactly where I'm trying to go.
Sure.
You have a project that you thought you could do, now you can't do it, project gets smaller, or you increase the budget, and there's factors of why that's increased. Specifically, it can be materials, competition for those materials, or labor cost, and how we're doing our part to ensure that we can minimize all of those. That's my point. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? All right, Brian, I do want to go back real quick to the mapping and line locates for small rural water utilities. I'm sure I've got several of my small water service groups watching right now. And so walk me through a little bit more in detail what y'all are doing with this. So, it sounds great on its face, but if I look at Nature's Rural Water Supply Corporation and they've got one employee, that's really the issue that we're facing with these guys, is they're so limited on staffing available to go out there and do line locates, and they have no idea where some of these lines were laid 60 years ago or however long it may have been. And so it would be incredibly helpful, but before data centers, I got just about more calls on lines being broken by the broadband build out that's going on in rural Texas than anything. So this is definitely needed, but walk me through how we see that actually being implemented, if you would.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So my understanding is that this initiative was, the impetus behind it was to enhance Texas 811, that call before you dig program, because currently these small water utilities, they didn't know where their lines were, and so they weren't part of that kind of call before you dig process. And so I believe this was kind of stakeholder and member driven last session. What resulted was funds that were given to us, and I apologize, I don't have the amount handy, but it's in the range of about $4 million for us to help with that kind of mapping and location of line challenge for especially these small rural systems. So our approach, put out an RFP, which will result in either one or more vendors that are selected that then we will contract with, and those vendors will provide those services to those small systems that otherwise.
They'll go out and do the mapping.
Yes,
We're
sir.
not going to rely on the single employee of the water system who needs to be fixing
No, sir.
broken lines.
We're
right?
trying to make this as easy as possible recognizing their staffing limitations, especially for these small rural communities. So these vendors will do the work.
That's great, but knowing the thousands and thousands of miles of lines that we have throughout rural Texas, I'm going to guess that 4 million isn't anywhere near enough for you guys to actually complete the job. So let's continue that discussion as we get to the next session.
Yes, sir.
Representative Gonzalez.
We'll have to jump in. I appreciate you, Chairman. And again, I appreciate the agency and you being great stewards of our state resources. I think as I'm hearing all these numbers and the increasing costs of projects and all of this, and also being aware of our current budget situation and future potential budget situations, for example, potentially, I don't see it this session, but maybe next session, a deficit budget. How does the agency plan to navigate some of these financial ups and downs that could potentially hit the state? I mean, granted, we don't want that, but I also think it would be wrong for us not to consider the possibility of that in the upcoming years, because we were able to have excess funds, mostly because we didn't spend all our funds, but we did spend most of our funds this biennium, so we won't have the same amount of excess funds, and so we've been able to support, and I know you have streamlined money that's guaranteed, but that still won't even meet our needs. I guess hearing all this is starting to keep me up at night. What is the agency's thoughts about these really important investments, but the realities of the state budget?
That's an excellent question. Obviously, we appreciate any resources, financial, staffing, or otherwise, that the legislature and state leadership entrust in our agency, because at the end of the day, we're here to help the communities that you all represent. But, and this is kind of a teaser into later presentations, we are facing capacity limitations now in essentially all of our programs. And while I kind of characterize that as a good problem to have because of the significant investment that the state has made helping our communities throughout the state meet not just their water, but their wastewater and flood challenges, it doesn't necessarily keep me up at night, but it certainly motivates me every day. And so we're going to do our best. I mentioned earlier, we try to squeeze as much capacity out of our financial assistance programs. I know our board historically and currently has been very supportive of that, recognizing, I think, some of the conversation that Representative Romero initiated today, and we've had these conversations in the past. It makes a whole lot more sense to invest in these projects now because we know that their costs just continue to rise. And so that incentive capital is crucial for communities to get these projects up and going. But there are limitations, and we do our best to navigate those, but certainly appreciate all the to-date investment that the legislature has made and look forward to future investments. And of course, we're going to talk a little more about Prop 4 later, so that's coming soon.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, members. I didn't anticipate this first panel going 45 minutes, but great questions, great discussion. So let's move on to our next agenda item. But before we do that, I do want to announce to our friends and fellow Texans who are waiting out in the hall because there wasn't enough space, we've now added a third overflow room in E2026. If you're looking for somewhere to sit down and listen and follow along, E2026. Next agenda item is Charge 6 program capacity. And we will move on and call Marvin Cole Cheney from the Water Development Board and Jessica Pena from the Water Development Board.
Actually, Jessica's here just to help answer any questions
Okay.
that Marvin and I can't field, and I'm going to join Marvin
Perfect.
at least for part of this.
Sounds good. Then you gentlemen may proceed.
Yes, sir. Once again, for the record, Brian McMath, Executive Administrator at the Water Development Board. I've been asked to update everyone on HJR 7 from last session. This was the $1 billion a year ongoing dedicated revenue investment in our agency and our financial assistance programs. To give you a little background, in 2023, the legislature created the Texas Water Fund. That's a special fund We initially, the legislature invested $1 billion into the water fund. It's important to remember that the Texas Water Fund is not a financial assistance program. It's essentially a master fund by which our board can allocate funds down into our programs by which those dollars flow to our communities. Last session, Senate Bill 7 made some significant changes to the water fund. Probably the most notable was adding a few remaining financial assistance programs that were not eligible previously to the water fund. So at the end of the day now, we can use water fund dollars, allocate those through any of our financial assistance programs. And then kind of that leads into the next slide, Proposition 4. So HJR 7 proposing a constitutional amendment dedicating $1 billion a year, starting in fiscal year 28, into the water fund. And again, those dollars would then kind of supplement our program capacity limitations throughout our financial assistance programs. There's a tier that was set up at $46.5 billion, over which any sales and use tax collected would then be directed into the water fund by the comptroller. But important kind of limitations, safeguards were put in place. The legislature must appropriate those dollars or provide appropriation authority. So our board can't allocate those dollars into our programs without that authority. And that would be subsequent authority, likely in the GAA each session. So the legislature retained an appropriate level of control over those dollars. One kind of important element to Prop 4 money, again, it's $1 billion a year. The horizon is about a 20-year horizon. But 50%, or $500 million, is dedicated to either SWIFT, that again, flagship water supply program, as well as what I like to call the NEWT, and that is the New Water Supply for Texas Fund. Those are, you can think of those type of projects as more innovative water supply projects. A key difference between the NEWT and SWIFT is they're not required to be in the state water plan that Temple just presented on. So obviously these dollars are contingent not just on that legislative appropriation, but also a robust economy. Should sales and use tax not accumulate to that $46.5 billion threshold, no dollars would be directed into the water fund. And just for a little bit of horizon perspective, considering that this collection mechanism doesn't kick in until fiscal year 28, and knowing that sales and use tax has to accumulate considerably before any money is directed into the fund, we don't really expect money to be directed into the water fund until the summer of 28. So effectively, that would help our program capacity limitations in that fiscal year or program year 29 timeframe. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Marvin Cole Cheney to update you on our conveyance coordination efforts per Senate Bill 7.
Good morning. Marvin Cole Cheney, Assistant Deputy Executive Administrator for the Office of Water Supply and Infrastructure at the Texas Water Development Board. Approved during the 89th legislative session, the TWDB was charged with establishing a water supply conveyance coordination initiative to facilitate planning among project sponsors and entities to develop and transport water, facilitate interconnectivity and interoperability, and reduce the need for using eminent domain by using existing easements. On conveyance coordination, our work is focused on 5 areas. This slide lists out our first 3, which are outreach, project stakeholder meetings, and updates to our project management guidance. To communicate this requirement, we have issued a public notice, produced a web page with this content, and begun discussions with the TxDOT Right-of-Way Division for a better understanding of a state agency's oversight and responsibility to implement this type of statute. For applicable projects requesting financial assistance, the conversation begins during the pre-application stage. Following the submission of an application for financial consideration, staff reviews project materials to determine whether a stakeholder meeting is needed. And the purpose of those meetings, which are jointly facilitated by TWDB staff, is to bring together project sponsors, governmental entities, utilities, common carriers, TxDOT, and other relevant parties to coordinate early and reduce the need to use eminent domain by identifying opportunities to use existing transportation and utility easements. The outcome of that coordination is documented in the project's engineering feasibility report. And to date, we have also received several guidance documents, or revised several guidance documents and templates as part of this effort, and we're continuing to work alongside other programmatic updates so that applicants are aware of this requirement. On the next slide, we talk through the ongoing phases of work, developing technical standards and early stage conveyance coordination. The TWDB is preparing to contract with a consulting firm to help develop technical standards, best management practices, and general guidance that support interconnectivity, interoperability, and integration. That task is expected to be completed by February 2027, and we are also advancing an early stage conveyance coordination concept intended to help identify and evaluate multi-regional projects within the regional water planning process. Staff conducted a stakeholder survey on that concept and is now reviewing the results to determine the next steps. And we anticipate selecting technical committee members in the summer to fall timeframe and convening that committee in late 2026.
All right, members, any questions? All right, if not, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, program capacity. So we already have the same people, same panelists on this as well, right?
Correct.
Except for you?
Not me.
Okay.
I'll step back and let Marvin take over. But
Perfect.
if needed, I'm happy to rejoin and answer any questions.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Thank you.
Marvin.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
All right. For this section, I will provide a high-level overview of the primary funding purposes for each of these financial assistance programs and mention during its most recent program cycle how oversubscribed they are in terms of the demand versus the funds available. So on the first slide is the SWIFT program, the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas. This was established to finance water management strategy projects listed within the State Water Plan. This program operates on an annual cycle with the call for projects taking place late each calendar year. For the 2026 cycle, we received 27 abridged applications totaling $4.3 billion in total project costs. Of those, 23 projects were deemed eligible, representing about $4.1 billion. 10 projects were invited to submit full applications, accounting for nearly $2 billion in total project costs. And those projects are expected to be considered for a funding award at the July 2026 Water Development Board meeting. In addition, we have existing multi-year commitments that are scheduled to close in 2026, totaling approximately $1.2 billion. And to date, this program continues to have a high level of interest from both new applicants and existing project sponsors. And while the previous program cycles had sufficient capacity to fund all eligible project requests, as Brian mentioned, this year has been the first year in which the TWDB has had to set a funding line. On the next slide is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, which provides funding for wastewater facility projects and non-point source projects across the state. It is a program that is federally capitalized, but is also established to take interest earnings from repayments and revolve them into financing for future projects. This program operates on an annual cycle, and we typically offer around $500 million to award to projects. For state fiscal year 2026, our funding capacity totaled approximately $583 million. We received project requests totaling nearly $6 billion. The interest in this program continues to remain very strong. However, available capacity does not keep pace with the identified project demand. We have, over the last few years, seen this program be 10 times oversubscribed, and the 2026 year was not any different. On the next slide is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program, which provides funding for public drinking water projects across the state. It is also federally capitalized with the ability to take those interest earnings from repayments and revolve them into financing for future projects. This program operates on an annual cycle with a funding capacity of $500 million. And for 2026, our funding capacity totaled approximately $505 million. We received project requests totaling over $4.5 billion. And this program also continues to remain very strong in terms of its interest and continued demand, and is 9 times oversubscribed. On the next slide is the Flood Infrastructure Fund. which was established as a financing program to move flood mitigation projects from concept to construction, specifically those that are included within the state flood plan. The program operates on a biennial cycle, and the TWDB is currently establishing a plan for its intended uses during the 26 and 27 state fiscal years. We will begin soliciting for new projects later this year, but with respect to our last cycle covering fiscal years 24 and 25, requests for financial assistance exceeded what was available to fund them. There was $312 million available to offer as grants or 0% interest financing, but the TWDB received $2 billion of requested needs, making the program 6 times oversubscribed. On a final note to this slide is that we show the 2026-27 intended use plan coming this summer. That plan was posted for public comment, which concluded on June 12th, and the agency staff are currently reviewing those comments received in preparation for consideration of any proposed programmatic changes by the agency's board at a future public meeting. And on the final slide for this section, the Agriculture Water Conservation Fund provides public entities with grants and loans for projects that support agriculture irrigation conservation strategies in alignment with the state water plan and that demonstrate best management practices. The TWDB provides up to $1.5 million in grant funding each fiscal year through a competitive request for applications, and loan applicants may apply at any time during the year. Staff are currently managing 49 grant contracts and 6 active loans. For fiscal year 2026, we anticipate making 10 grants from the 28 eligible applications that had an original total request over $8.6 million. This table shows the number of grant applications received over the last 6 years, the amounts requested and awarded, and how this program has been oversubscribed for all but 1 year since 2020. And that concludes the presentation.
Real quick, on this last, the ag water conservation grants and loans. So as we're looking at development throughout rural Texas and land use changes, if we have row crops that have had allocated water rights either from surface water or groundwater that they're utilizing, would this particular program be an appropriate spot to basically the state to incentivize people to hold their water rights in conservation under the Water Development Board, so that we don't get in a case where we still have these allocated water rights being used when they could have been put in some sort of a conservation program?
That's a good question. I may have to ask for John Dupnick to give a response to that.
Chair calls John Dupnick with Texas Water Development Board.
Good morning. John Dipnick, Texas Water Development Board. The projects for the ag conservation grants are typically projects that actually realize a savings. So think of laser leveling,
Yep.
canal conversion, things that actually increase irrigation efficiency.
So it's
typically.
active conservation of water use.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Members, any questions? Representative Romero?
Okay, so when you talk about being oversubscribed and you solicit projects, you have a finite number of dollars for each of those different categories, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then you have an application, let's say you have 10, but you only award 5, so that you have 5 winners and 5 losers. Pardon that, that's the words I'm using. What happens to the 5 applications that weren't awarded? They just start over again and wait for the next project when you solicit more opportunities?
They may seek other funding opportunities that are available outside of our agency, but we do encourage all the folks that are submitting their projects to continue to submit, because there's no guarantee for any of our financial assistance programs that have a prioritization that they will receive funding. And we do try to provide as much technical assistance and refer them to other potential programs or agencies that might be able to assist them in navigating
And if there
that.
were an effort to try to get as many projects shovel-ready so that when resources are available, you can move to those projects faster rather than later, sooner rather than later, would there not be an opportunity to look at those projects that didn't receive resources, didn't receive funds, to have those be first in line if they would have otherwise qualified and didn't get financing from some other source?
We definitely try to encourage and promote that strategy. And most of our financial assistance programs have specific purposes that they're intended to resolve. So, for instance, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund or the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, they're trying to address violations that those systems may have experienced. And so in a competitive cycle, the projects that rise to the top of that list are going to be the ones that are resolving those most chronic or major issues. And that may not be the project that is the most ready to proceed to constructing.
All right, well, it seems to me as though if you have a large number of projects that are needed, and let's say they don't get the financing in any other place, but yet they still had the need, they could be classified as otherwise ready to go with the exception of no funds. And when the funds are made available, and I hope everybody at the Water Board is listening, I would encourage us to get these projects done faster because of the increase in the cost of the projects. From the time you solicit, that's my last question, Chairman. From the time you solicit projects, how fast does it take before those folks ever see any, before their projects kicks off?
It can take.
I don't know that it changes based upon the type of project, but
Yes, sir.
I think you get my question. I hope that the Water Development Board can get back to me on that.
Yes, we'd be happy to.
That's a fair question, though. I mean, if government notoriously moves too slowly, right? And not y'all, but just in general, government moves slowly. And so if we're looking at water projects throughout the state, what methods can we employ to hit the gas pedal and make sure that they're, especially if state funds are being used, does the Water Development Board have any oversight after awarding funding to a project to make sure it's moving in the right direction, moving efficiently, those sort of controls around it?
Yes, we do. They're required to submit outlays to us to receive reimbursement for the costs that they've incurred. And we have, depending on the program, it's, anywhere from 3 months to monthly, depending on the phase of the project.
Representative Ashby.
The Flood Infrastructure Fund, I noticed that in your slide here, you said that we funded we funded 16% of the projects. $2 billion in demand, $312 million in allocation. Are we seeing, I guess every year, every biennium, are we seeing an increase in requested funding in the Flood Infrastructure Fund?
Yes, we've only had 2 cycles for that particular program, but we did see an increase.
And I know my neighbor here next to me could answer this question, but remind me, is that a direct appropriation as far as a line item account, or is that funding that is decided upon by the board as far as how much is allocated?
I think both. So there was a direct appropriation to the program. I forget which particular session it was, but the board made a choice to set the funding capacity for that biennium. So the $312 million that was available for the 2024 and 25 biennial cycle was using some of those funds from that original appropriation.
Yeah, a little more specificity. In 2019, nearly $800 million was appropriated into the Flood Infrastructure Fund, and then additional appropriation was made, I believe, in 23, an additional $625 million. So all in, nearly $1.5 billion. And, we're kind of on the cusp of our third round, as Marvin
So it's a
mentioned.
direct appropriation from the legislature to the flood, I'm going to call it the fifth.
Yes, sir, to the
Okay.
fifth, to date. That
date.
said, I mentioned earlier that additional programs were added to the Texas Water Fund as far as eligible. Initially in 23, the fifth was not eligible to receive funds from the Water Fund. With the changes last session in Senate Bill 7, now our board can allocate those Prop 4 billion a year dollars. Fifth is eligible.
Okay,
So
good.
the legislature may choose to, appropriate additional funds directly into the fifth, but as somewhat of a.
But you can use Prop 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. I guess just a comment or observation. Of course, seems like across state the last couple of weeks we've been seeing a lot of flood events. Certainly, I know in Southeast and East Texas we've had our fair share. So is the fifth Is the funding that is approved by the board, is that primarily designed for projects in areas that are more prone to persistent flooding? Or can any community across the state that is maybe experienced a one-time flood event, can they also apply?
It's a good question. So similar to the water plan and that process and its relationship to SWIFT, now projects have to be in the state flood plan to be eligible for the FIF. So there are a variety of categories of projects or strategies that we can fund through the FIF. Not to get too agency speak on you, but there are flood management evaluations. That's a lot of words for studies. We can do flood mitigation projects. Those are projects. And then flood management strategies. Those things can range from early warning systems to evacuation plans to low water crossing markings, et cetera. So there's a lot of different approaches to dealing with flood, protecting life and property, that ultimate goal. But the FIF is set up structurally, both through our rules, but also statutorily, to be able to provide financial assistance for all those different approaches. Again, with the one requirement that they have to be in the state flood plan.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't realize they had to be in when you said they have to be in the state flood plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume y'all work with our municipalities and counties to make sure they're aware of that, so that they're working towards that?
Just like we do for state water planning, that regional bottom-up process.
Yep.
That was basically somewhat of a carbon copy for the state flood plan. So there's a regional flood planning groups, 15 throughout the state, with statutorily identified stakeholders that have to participate, but some groups have a lot more folks, but they're working, with those flood districts, with those counties, with those river authorities that are involved in flood mitigation efforts to kind of create those robust plans that then feed into our state flood plan that ultimately allow eligibility for this financing.
Okay, good. All right, well, thank you. Thank
Yes,
you, Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you all very much. Chair calls Jeremy Mazur, Sarah Kirkle, Perry Fowler, and Heather Harward. Heather, will you come up here real quick? We need to get you registered.
Blue, look at us. We're all in blue.
How are you doing today?
Hey, how are you? Pretty good.
No, it's going to need a peace sign.
All right, Jeremy, let's start with you, and then we'll go from Jeremy to the left.
You got it, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's great to see you again. My name's Jeremy Mazur, Director of Infrastructure and Natural Resources Policy for Texas 2036. So when I testified in front of you last year, I said that the state needs to invest about $154 billion on two water infrastructure challenges. These were the need to expand and diversify our water supply portfolio and also to fix our aging, deteriorating drinking water and wastewater systems that are really becoming liabilities to communities across Texas. Now, if we add the $54 billion in the new state flood plan, the total cost goes to above just $200 billion. But today, these cost estimates would be higher for three reasons. First, at this point, there's uncertainty about future congressional appropriations to the state revolving fund programs. If Congress reduces the SRF appropriations, then greater state efforts will be required from the capacity of our financial assistance programs. Second, inflation has persisted since 2024 when we first came up with these cost estimates. While I'm not into the business of making economic forecasts, it's reasonable to say that inflation will continue in the foreseeable future. This will also drive these costs higher. Lastly, the draft 2027 state water plan with its $174 billion price tag will likely require greater state financial assistance in the long run. Now, some of this will be paid by local ratepayers, but other amounts are going to have to be paid from our state financial assistance programs. This raises the question, the reasonable question, of if the capacity of our existing funding programs can meet this escalating price tag. Well, I have two observations here. First, thanks to your leadership, Mr. Chairman, Prop 4 was a huge step forwards towards establishing reliable, dedicated funding for water infrastructure. While this dedicated funding stream is projected to provide $20 billion over the next 20 years, it has the potential to provide greater financial assistance through leverage with existing bond programs. In fact, a recent report from the Boston Consulting Group that I've provided to the committee staff points out that this revenue stream could be leveraged to generate an additional $70 billion towards Texas infrastructure needs. If the goal is to maximize the capacity of our existing financial assistance programs, then leverage offers a pathway to maximize the value of every dedicated dollar from Proposition 4. My second observation is that the capacity of our financial assistance programs is often linked to the price tag of the state water plan. And right now, the draft has it at $174 billion. Simply put, the argument has been that existing programs, financial programs, lack the capital capacity to pay for all the projects in the plan. I think that this argument is true, especially when we look at the large regional water supply projects. But that said, I've been analyzing the state and regional water plans for the Coastal Bend region. Every state and regional water plan published since 2001 about what they've said for the Coastal Bend region and Corpus Christi. One thing that strikes me when I look at these plans are the inconsistencies across the plans. A user group may have a water supply deficit in one plan, but no deficit or need in subsequent plans. A water supply strategy could be recommended in one plan, but never again seen in subsequent plans. If part of the funding capacity discussion is tethered to the costs of the state water plan, then I think we need to revisit the planning process and perhaps adjust it to better identify and deliver projects that are needed for long-term economic growth and drought resilience. We just need a better idea of what will be implemented and will definitely require state financial assistance in the long run. Although Proposition 4 gave our funding programs a needed boost, we can't afford to waste a single dollar, and we must make sure that our water plans work to identify and deliver high-priority projects with regional benefits. Thank you for your time.
Great testimony. Members, any questions for Mr. Major? All right, thank you. Sarah?
Okay, forgot to give you my one pager that's in your Dropbox. But Mr. Chairman and members, my name is Sarah Kirkle. I'm with the Texas Water Association, which is a statewide water policy association focused on water supply and management. Our members include river authorities, municipalities, all types of water districts, including flood, irrigation, water supply, drainage, and of course, water users and those that support the water industry. Collectively, our members provide water and wastewater services to the majority of Texans. First, let me express my appreciation to Chairman Harris and Chairman Perry for their efforts related to Prop 4. This is a landmark investment that this body should take great pride in passing. We are incredibly hopeful about the infusion of the funds that Prop 4 will bring about in 2028. However, we're currently in a 3-year gap until those funds will be available to the board. That may delay the start of important water projects that are currently unable to access state funding. We'd hoped that the one-time funding in HB 500 would help bridge this gap, but these grant-only dollars, while very helpful to specific infrastructure projects and small grant needs, provided no additional funding to the actual financial assistance programs like SWIFT or the New Water Supply Fund or the Flood Infrastructure Fund. Now, we heard Marvin talk about almost all of our key programs being oversubscribed, at least double in SWIFT, 9 to 10 times in the state revolving funds, 6 times in the flood infrastructure funds, as well as being oversubscribed in the ag water conservation program. So those are all important things to keep in mind in terms of collective impacts. But what I'd like to focus my brief remarks on today is SWIFT. There's a one-pager going around that talks a little bit about the recapitalization needs for SWIFT. As you know, SWIFT is a financial assistance program that uses cost-effective financing tools such as low-interest loans to implement the State Water Plan. This year, for the first time ever since its inception in 2013, the Water Board had to turn away applications for State Water Plan projects. The lack of financial capacity in SWIFT prevented the board from funding 13 of 23 eligible applications that represented $2.2 billion in projects. Delay of these State Water Plan projects almost certainly means increased costs to ratepayers, delays in water We're also quickly approaching a point where the significant expense of large regional water projects will be beyond what any one public entity can afford. And state funding to right-size those projects or participate in the acquisition of water supply storage or transmission may be needed. In closing, as we see water emergencies play out in areas such as Corpus Christi, it's important for us to continue to move forward on those State Water Plan projects to keep other communities from facing these same situations. We will continue working with the legislature, the board, and our members on these issues. And our legislative committee has just begun discussions on a number of topics, including barriers to implementation of large water supply projects, groundwater management, and data centers. And we look forward to sharing the results of those conversations later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Ms. Kirkle? Representative Gonzalez.
I really appreciate you highlighting that the fact that we have maybe the legislature failed at putting some additional seed money so that Prop 4 could be an endowment as envisioned. I think that's a gap that we did make in the legislature and something that I hope that you will consider talking to some of the appropriations team about for the next biennium, because if we don't address it, and I think there's ways to do it, right? This is off the top of my head, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for even saying this, but why couldn't we take some of the extra ESF money to supplement the money until Prop 4 is ready, so we don't have the pay-as-you-go model? And I think that would be something we could do if we wanted to.
I think there are a range of solutions, and we would love to engage in continuing those conversations, not only during the interim, but during the session. There are also a number of different models that you could employ when you're talking about costs of this size. I think that's one of the things we'll be discussing with our members. Is there a different model that we should be talking about given the size of these projects? And what are those real barriers, and how can we best address them?
Any other questions? Mr. Fowler.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the committee. My name is Perry Fowler, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Texas Water Infrastructure Network. Appreciate the ability to come here and testify before you today, and we've submitted more extensive written testimony here for you as well. TexWin represents the companies that build and deliver water infrastructure in Texas. We're actually executing these projects. And our perspective today is really from the delivery side. We're focused on how funding structures and financing tools, procurement practices, market conditions, and program administration affect the state's ability to actively get projects built. Texas has made historic commitments to water. The legislature, voters, the Water Development Board, local governments, and the broader business community have all recognized that water infrastructure is fundamental to the state's future. But funding alone is not capacity. Program capacity means the ability to move priority projects from need to planning to financial assistance to procurement and to construction and ultimately into service. And it also means using state dollars in a way that leverages other sources of capital and maximizes the amount of infrastructure Texas receives for every public dollar invested. One of the most important points I'd like to make today is the fact that Texas should preserve and expand the leveraging power of the Water Board and its existing financial tools. Depending on the program structure, federal participation, local match, bond financing, and revolving fund mechanics, $1 of state support can sometimes help unlock $3 to $4 of actual infrastructure. And that's the kind of financial efficiency Texas needs if we're going to meet the scale of the challenge in front of us. Which brings me to HB 500 WISIG grants, which are being administered by the board. These grants are major and appreciated investments. Direct grant assistance may be the only way to get a critical project moving, and grants have a place in the toolbox. But we need to be clear about the structure and what this is. WISIG is a one-time, 100% grant program. It wasn't designed as a long-term finance model, and it was not directed to the Texas Water Fund, which would have been a more effective vehicle for maximizing Texas taxpayer dollars. That cannot become Texas's long-term financing strategy. The concern is not that grants are bad. The concern is that grant-only funding is not scalable, and free money is not sustainable. Waiting for free money is a race to the bottom. It does not encourage rate structures that support reinvestment, effective asset management, or thoughtful long-term planning. Texas cannot afford to lose the leveraging opportunity again that we have. Every state dollar can be responsibly turned into $1, $2, $3, $4 of total investment in projects and should be structured to do so. Program capacity should be measured not just by how much money the Water Development Board awards, but by how much total water infrastructure Texas is able to build with each public dollar invested. We should look at how SWIFT is structured to make sure applicants receiving commitments are truly ready to proceed. When a project receives SWIFT funding, but then is significantly delayed, that does not just affect one project. It can hold up limited financial capacity that could have been allocated to other ready-to-go projects, while also leaving the future of the delayed project in question. And we need to be honest, the state cannot control local politics. Local election, governance decisions, disputes, changing priorities, rate decisions, litigation, and land issues, and community opposition. Those can all slow or derail a project after funding is committed. But the state can control how its financial capacity is reserved, monitored, and redeployed when necessary. The board should have clear expectations around project readiness timelines and accountability once financial assistance is committed. And the goal is not to punish communities that face legitimate delays. The goal is to protect program capacity and make sure that SWIFT dollars, for example, are matched up with projects that are actually ready to proceed. And this is why these short-term funding gaps matter, which has already been mentioned today. We're looking at a potential gap in the upcoming biennium, and without significant appropriations and potentially issues with SWIFT capacity if we don't recapitalize this soon. Voters approved the funding for Prop 4, but as Sarah mentioned, these may not be available until 28 or 29 even. In the meantime, projects are going to continue to move. Costs are going to continue to rise, as we talk about often, Representative Romero. And excuse me. And communities are going to continue to look at the Water Development Board for financial assistance. This is not going to stop. For that reason, what we would encourage is stronger consultation between the House Natural Resources Committee, House Appropriations Committee, and your Senate counterparts during the 27 budget process. And the policy goals that are being developed by this committee and the funding decisions need to be aligned and made through appropriations that match with what the needs are and what the expectations are. And I know that the water community is ready to step up and make sure that conversation happens, but we need to eliminate that gap and the questions there. The same project really, principle applies once the funds reach local project sponsors, as we also talked about earlier. There's a cost of delay. Program capacity is not just a Water Development Board issue. It's also a local recipient and project delivery issue. And from the infrastructure delivery side, one of the most significant and often overlooked cost drivers is risk allocation in public construction contracts. When local governments push broad, unmanageable, or owner-controlled risks onto contractors, those risks do not disappear. They get priced into bids, they reduce competition, or cause qualified contractors to walk away. Much like excessive liquidated damages, provisions that shift owner-caused delay risk on the contractors may look good on paper, but in practice, they make projects more expensive. That means fewer bidders, higher bids, more claims pressure, and less infrastructure delivered for every public dollar invested. And if state and federal dollars are being leveraged through the Water Board programs, but local recipients administer them in such a way that it inflates costs or discourages competition, then the state's leveraging strategies undermine at the project level. And we shouldn't ask just how much money the board can award. We should ask how much infrastructure Texas actually gets for that money. The cost of not investing and not investing smartly is also growing. Texas is not deciding whether it will pay for water infrastructure. Texas is deciding when it will pay, how much it will pay, and whether we get maximum value for the dollars invested. When a project is canceled, delayed, or rebid because of inflation or cost escalation, the underlying need does not go away. The same project comes out back at a higher price. And so now we're looking at this water supply price tag on our water plan of $174 billion over the next 50 years. And that doesn't include the full scope of all the water needs that are out there. So the real question is, what is that original number? Well, I think that it's widely known that the dedicated revenue stream that was approved by the legislature and voters is historic, but it's not going to be enough. And it will not be enough if we don't use it wisely, especially. A related issue is the increasing impact of project-specific earmarks on the state revolving fund programs, which was referred to earlier, and the state's broader ability to maximize limited water infrastructure funding dollars. At both the state and federal level, many of these projects are legitimate and needed, but the question is opportunity cost. If hundreds of millions of dollars are directed to individual projects outside of the proven financing programs, and those same dollars could have been leveraged 2 or 3 times through the Water Board or SRF programs, then Texas may be helping fewer communities with the same amount of money. The fate of a community's water infrastructure should not depend primarily on whether or not it can secure an earmark. It should depend on transparent project readiness, the need, regional significance, financial capacity, and the ability to deliver infrastructure efficiently. There's always room for process improvement, but by bypassing vehicles Texas has already created, especially the ones designed to leverage dollars that revolve capital, it makes little sense if our goal is maximum statewide impact. Earmarks may solve individual problems, but they do not build long-term program capacity. And as a part of the work that we're looking at, we want to work with our water partners again on our next Texas Water Capital Needs Survey. We've done this for several years now to assess what some of the conditions are in the marketplace that are driving the decisions and the need for projects. We're looking forward to kicking it off this fall after budgeting season kind of finishes for folks. And we hope that will yield some good information that's going to talk about how some of these public dollars are being administered and state funds as well, and also ascertaining what some of the demands are there. And at the end of the day, we cannot afford to underinvest. We have to make sure that we invest efficiently, and that's what a lot of this has to do with from the state level on down to local. And I appreciate your time and consideration today, and have take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Romero.
I knew this was coming, sir.
I think that you hit on just about everything. Perry, I just want to thank you for being so thorough and the information you've provided for us today. I think it really highlights that there's a lot more that goes into a project other than just materials and labor. There's so many costs, and it's a real responsibility. And I thank the chairman for taking this role as chair of this committee so seriously and highlighting it to everyone out there in the state that we're here for the job, and we're going to get it done. But going back to labor and materials, I know you and I have had discussions on these things. What do you think that, I'm not sure that you're the right person to provide, but do you feel like the Water Development Board or what agency within the state should be providing information for us as those projects actually are being constructed as to how those projects got more expensive? I have no idea if it's going up 20% or if it's going up 10%. I just have a hard time of us bragging that our rainy day fund is making $1 billion a year in interest, earning 3 to 4%, whatever it may be, when projects are going up 15 to 20% a year. And unless I know how much it is, I don't know that we'll ever have that urgency, or we stop making the mistakes that we've made here, as we've heard through Prop 4, that we're not releasing that money. And I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it: if you tax the people of Texas, then either spend it or give it back. And we're certainly not going to give it back. So where do you see the I'm sorry. Spoiler. Yeah,
There you go.
where do you see, in terms of the actual cost of a project, where's the highest increase that you've seen? Is it cost of materials? Is it labor? Is it insurance?
It's a little bit of everything. And the more process doesn't align with the way you need to execute a project, the more costs you're going to incur. And that could be related to risk allocation issues, as I mentioned earlier. We can count on almost annually that you're going to have 5 to 8% increase in terms of a project cost just by inflationary causes alone. Post-COVID, we were looking at more at 10 to 12%. We've been in one of the most volatile periods in the entire history of the construction industry in terms of trying to ascertain what costs are going to be. And therefore, time really does matter when you're talking about that. Hence, process matters when you're talking about that as well. And so if it takes you 6 months to get to a notice to proceed after projects have been awarded, or 12 months, which sometimes it can do, depending on whether or not it's locally funded or funded by the board, there's a cost factor there that we're going to have to try to figure out, and we're going to have to guess about what those numbers are going to look like, because contractors aren't in the business of losing money. We don't want to do that, but there's ways to mitigate the risk factors that might help that pricing structure be better. But a lot of it is predicated on time and structure and risk allocation and things that we care about, that are those nitty-gritty details that are happening before a project actually starts. So, you know, there's certainly room for improvement, but a lot of that's frankly going to be more on whoever the local project sponsor is and what their process looks like. There can be certain levels of engagement from the Water Development Board and boxes you have to check, and the longer those things take, the more cost can be incurred as well. But when you're talking about measuring metrics of a project or how much we're delivering, I think the more that we focus on that and the less we focus on process, we're kind of losing, because you're already behind the 8 ball on that. Mm-hmm. You know, we do need to make sure that we're getting value for the dollars that we're spending out there. We do need to have an understand what the market looks like, what labor costs are. But what you're seeing in terms of these costs is when actually projects go out to market, that's when you see what the labor costs are. That's when you see what the cost of materials are that are inputs into these projects. And so, you know, that's kind of real-time data, which can shift really quickly. So process matters, process matters, process matters. I think that's the takeaway here.
I would just encourage you to keep working with us to ensure that we can have. I don't know that I've ever been presented anything that shows me how much a project increases in cost, and by how much that is. And I don't want to keep going on this, Chairman, out of respect for the time of the committee, but just I want to work with you more to continue to find a way so that we can get that information.
Yes, sir. And I think that we'll make a point to consult with you before we go out with our new survey to see if we can't utilize that to collect some of that data.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot of conversation with from the Water Development Board and others, and you've talked about this a little bit, but you specifically mentioned something in liquidated damages.
Yes, sir.
And some of these larger surface water initiative programs specifically, some of the engineering teams are so large that a normal submittal review process where an engineer would have 7 days, they have 20 days, but they don't extend the contract time. So is it, in your opinion, does that layering create a longer delivery period for Texas? In other words, if you should have a submittal review in 7 days after it's handed over to the engineer and it's taking 20 or more, you know, that has a cost and an effect.
Certainly. I mean, you know this, sir. You're in the business. You know, time's money. And there certainly is an issue to delaying reviews and submittals. There's delays at the project level. There are delays at the agency level as well. And that's when it kind of gets down to, you have these different ways that you try to incentivize performance, like liquidated damages, which can be excessive. You can have risk allocation clauses like no delays no damages for under-caused delays, which means that risk is being shifted onto the contractor that they have to account for, because that's being put in their contract, that things that are outside of their scope of responsibility, that they're going to pay for those. So that all creates risk, and that all goes back to process, and it's all kind of in that same bucket.
And so just so this Diaz hears this, what it amounts to is that even though those delays are on a site outside the control of the contractor, the intent as it comes out is that those liquidated damages are withheld from payments due to the contractor for performance, and that can only have a negative outcome, both in increasing the cost of projects because of the risk associated with that, and a direct cost to the constituency of Texas,
Absolutely.
the taxpayers of Texas, because it delays the delivery of the projects. And ultimately, when you put that burden on the contractor, then you're going to increase that burden. And every time they do that, it goes forward in a larger number. And we see that in these budget projections from
Yes, sir.
forecasts. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Fowler? All right, Ms. Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman Harris, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heather Harward, representing the Texas Water Supply Partners. The Texas Water Supply Partners are a group of like-minded entities who share a commitment to advancing development of water supply projects throughout Texas, including implementation of the State Water Plan. Our work together through the partnership is very much anchored by State Water Plan project implementation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I made a commitment that I would not be redundant. So I'm going to try to not be overly redundant, but I am going to echo a few of the comments that have been made here. But I would be remiss, Chairman Harris, if I didn't pause and celebrate, congratulate, and thank you for the passage of Proposition 4. It was truly a historic milestone that's been over 30 years in waiting. That's the good news, something on the horizon for Texas to look forward to. The bad news is that we do have a gap between now and when those historic funds come online, be that 2028 or 2029. It's a gap however you slice or dice it. And so I would like to talk about bridging that gap and focus on one program in particular, and it won't surprise many of you that is SWIFT. I hope that if you all take anything away from this committee today, it is this one pager that was presented by Sarah Kirkle from the Texas Water Association that spells out very clearly where we have been and where we are currently with respect to SWIFT. Put this under your pillow, bring it back to the next legislative session. This is what you're going to hear all of us talking to you about as the top priority as you head into the 90th legislature. Like I said, I do want to reiterate a couple of things that have been said with respect to SWIFT, just because I think they're so very important to help understand the exciting place that SWIFT has been over time, but also the somewhat concerning place where SWIFT is today. In 2013, as has been stated, when SWIFT was created, the legislature made a $2 billion investment out of the rainy day fund. At that time, project sponsors indicated that they needed help for $27 billion in projects. They needed state financial assistance for $27 billion of what was then a total price tag on the State Water Plan of $53 billion. You all remember where we are today with the 2027 State Water Plan. The total price tag is $174 billion. You know, that is easy math will tell you that's over 3 times the cost of where we were in 2013. And SWIFT has not received any sort of additional infusion. The Water Development Board has done yeoman's work to get every bit of mileage out of that $2 billion that they can, but it is now incumbent upon us to recapitalize this program. Chairwoman Stepney has referred to SWIFT as the workhorse program of the agency. You've heard several witnesses from the Water Development Board talk about it being a flagship program. The good news, committee members, is that the state water planning process and SWIFT are both working. They are truly a model for the nation. They are the envy for the nation, and they are bringing fiscally conservative projects online to deliver water to Texans while saving taxpayer dollars in doing so. This is a project and a program that works and for which our taxpayer dollars are worthy. That's the really good news. The bad news, as Brian sort of talked about earlier, is maybe it's working too good because we do now have an oversubscription. I want to reiterate that for the first time since the inception and creation of SWIFT in 2013, the Water Development Board had to turn away project applicants. $2.2 billion in applications were turned away. Representative Romero, I can promise you that is going to equal an increase in the cost of those projects because of the delay. If we want to know what causes costs to go up, number one, delay. So again, that's, I don't want to say the sky is falling because these are truly good problems to have. We've got a program that's working. We've got a planning process that's working. But we have reached a point in the life cycle of SWIFT that it is time that we recapitalize and make an investment. Something else that Brian McMath mentioned earlier when he was talking about why the cost of the state water plan is going up, which is also super exciting. And that's that we have more participation at the regional planning level, and that has resulted in additional projects. That's a good thing, but it also has a significant price tag associated with it. So I hope that we can leave here today, be excited about the success that SWIFT has given the state, and look forward to the opportunities that will be provided by Proposition 4 dollars when they come online, but also leave here committed to making an investment of taxpayer dollars in what is really the flagship landmark, the most exciting thing I would submit to you that the state of Texas has done collectively to advance water supply and infrastructure projects in the state by making a significant recapitalization into the SWIFT program. Again, $2 billion intended for $27 billion on a $53 billion state water plan price tag cannot be expected to deliver on a $174 billion water plan price tag. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony and for your leadership. We're so grateful that you keep water infrastructure and financing at the forefront of this committee. I'd
Thank
be
you
happy
very
to
much,
answer any
Heather.
questions.
I greatly appreciate the kind words, but the reality is that the success is due to everyone on this committee, every member of the House who helped get it passed through the Senate, the governor's leadership, and most importantly, the groundwork that was laid before I got here. And that was you guys and the members who came before me. So, again, thank you for your kind words, and I totally agree. We accomplished it. Now it's time to continue making sure that we have the hard conversations and do the hard planning required to make sure that Texas remains the beacon of economic freedom and opportunity throughout the United States, and we continue on that path. So, members, any questions for Ms. Harwood? Representative Berry.
Well, actually, it's more of a panel question. You guys, Jonathan and Sarah, Heather, you talk a lot about the funding, and we desperately needed the funding, right? Perry, you talk about actually, boots on the ground, getting stuff in the ground, moving everything, all the construction projects. And it all circles back to funding, right? And we all know at the state level, we're not going to be able to fund all those things, right? So we need partnerships locally. When we started talking about this, maybe 2 years ago, for me anyway, I went back to the city of Pearland, and I pulled all their debt and all their projects and stuff all the way back to 2015. So pre-2019, we had construction projects that were somewhat, things that we expected. But post-COVID, we have had an escalation in costs of construction projects of 5 times the cost to put infrastructure in the ground. And I just don't understand why we're not starting to see some of those projects come down. the costs of some of those projects come down. Any insight into some of that? I mean, timelines and all these things, I get all that, but
One thing I would point out is that there are a number of parts of the state where they have largely exhausted their local water supplies. And that means that they have to go further to find new supplies. That means that the complexity of the types of projects that are available to them are much more expensive. And so those are going to be pieces that will contribute. It's not just inflation. It's also that it's the population growth and the economic development, all these data centers. We're not even talking about the water costs that will be associated with the energy needs to support that, right? And we also have worsening droughts. So we have extremes in our climate. We don't even have updated water availability models for half of the basins in the state, who have all experienced at one point or another in a piece of their basin a new drought of record. And so we've got to make sure that science is up to date and that will enable us to have a better understanding of those causes, but you still end up in a bad place in terms of very large prices for these very expensive but complex projects.
yeah, thanks for that, Sarah. I'm specifically looking at one city, one self-contained entity, that I actually looked at the numbers for, a city that I know very well. And they have really good processes in place to get projects, created and underway and completed. But I'm still seeing the project costs are 5x what they used to be. I mean, it's since 2019. This is, it's not 10 years ago, it's not 20 years ago, this is just 6 years ago. And I struggle with that because our cities are having a hard time, making sure that these projects get done. I looked at the list on the Water Development Board's, the water plan of prioritized projects or recommended projects. Many of my cities are in there. But how are they going to actually put those projects on the ground? It's difficult for them to, number one, find the staffing in order to do it. But secondly, the sheer cost associated with it without getting your financial rating hammered by Moody's or Fitch or somebody like that. So there's certainly a balance there. But we're not going to be able to do this without enabling our local communities to put these projects on the ground and incentivize them to actually spend the money to do it.
And again, Representative, I think that a lot of this is predicated on the world that we're living in now and the world that we were living in. When we go out and we have a competitive group of contractors that are looking at a project, we're looking at a lot of the same numbers for materials, inputs, labor costs, because a lot of that's regulated. We have prevailing wages, things of that nature. So when it comes down to it, the delta you're going to see is in the approach that's out there. But we're all working off the same numbers in the same economy, and it's about availability, it's about time, it's about cost. It's about trying to project for needs that are well in excess of what we have presently because we do have this growth. It's a lot of these things. And I don't think that this isn't the contractor's bonanza because we're trying to get to a good cost so we can deliver a project. But when it comes down to it, again, back to what I was saying earlier, and I hate to be repetitive, but things like risk allocation and the way contracts are structured really does matter. And that's can be a cultural thing with some cities and counties and water authorities. And because of the way that some people administer their business, they're automatically paying more because there's a higher risk factor in working for them. I'm not going to say who they are. We can have a private conversation about that, but it does happen.
But what I do want to have a conversation with you about is what about those contracts and the procedures that are actually driving that timeline to extend? Because we really need to address those things.
I'm very happy to have that conversation, sir.
Yep.
Can I add two other factors? You also have a situation where back before the 70s, EPA used to give out grants to communities to install these systems in the first place. And so you're kind of reaching the point where it's the end of life. And that is it's a contributing factor to there being very high demand. Everybody has water issues. It's not, we're not staggering these things. Everybody has them all at the same time. I mean, even labor shortages, these are anecdotal things I hear from my members, but you can't find an electrician because they're all working on data centers. So how do you get your project done when you can't find those basic people to come and do it?
And that is real.
And the other thing I would just point out in favor of how important the water planning process is the need and the importance of regionalization. We used to talk about it as a nice to have, what a great benefit of this collaborative process. At this point, it's not a nice to have, it's a must have, because communities can't afford these projects on their own. They have to come together and find any economy of scale that they can find in order to make the projects feasible at all.
Thank you.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, I agree with that last point about the regionalization of these projects being so important. Heather, I will put this under my pillow, and Sarah, thank you for the one-pager here. You know, one thing that Jeremy, I'm sorry I missed part of your presentation, and you may have hit on this, but this is my question. So the point has been well made by the Water Development Board and certainly each one of you on the panel about the importance of the recapitalizing the SWIFT fund. And I know Cecil, Mary, and I were here in 2013 when Chairman Ritter carried that bill, Prop 6, that the voters overwhelmingly approved to create the SWIFT. And I remember him saying distinctly that this is not a long-term solution, right? So here we are today, and we're facing the reality of we need to take another examination of SWIFT and potentially recapitalize it. But the one thing I didn't hear any of you talk about was you mentioned significant. Most of you just said recapitalization. What is the number? What is the number? I mean, I want you to dip your toe in this water.
I'll dip my toe in the water. I've talked to some of our members. It can be tricky to talk about SWIFT recapitalization. It's a very complex program, and when you have conversations with the Water Board, there are some limitations there. But we should have a robust conversation about the capacity. Some of my members and experts that I've talked to kind of lay out a 4-to-1 ratio. So if you have $1 billion of projects that come in the door, then you're going to need about $250,000 in order to capitalize those over the long term. And so if you have the $4 billion that came in this year come in each year for the next few years, it could be upwards of $1 billion a year. But that, again, that's turning this into a pay-as-you-go model. And so it's you pay your costs higher sort of over time if you're doing this pay-as-you-go model. If you do the original SWIFT approach of investing those funds, then you do have much higher upfront costs, but you do have the ability to use that investment income. But I am certainly interested to hear what others in the board think about this.
Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Chairman. Just going back to what Representative Barry was talking about and looking at your city and, you know, how, and I heard one of the panelists talk about, you know, it being more so than just a state, right? It's how do you unite the other entities to get behind some of these projects? And, you know, a lot of rural Texas, we have real old communities, I mean, real old cities and 70, 80-year-old infrastructure. And, you know, have served on that side of the table. You know, when it comes time to budget, a lot of communities tend to look over at their water and sewer and go turn the faucet on and the water runs. Well, we'll kick the can, and at some point in time it catches up. And I'm just not sure how we incentivize and help communities to actually, I mean, because it's all ratepayer based, you know, that's how they do it. That's how they support it. And how we maybe can help them legislatively with, you know, being able to keep up with, you know, they've gotten behind, and then the next generation of politicians come in and are elected, you know, to the city council. Well, they do the same thing the people before them do, and it just gets. I mean, I recently had our city of Marshall lose water completely, and it goes back to very old piping, and you know, it just. Things that was easy to, well, tight budgets, we get it. And some of their tight budgets have occurred for some of the things that we've done here, right? So it just, we do have to work with the communities to, when it comes to their rates and everything else, to, you know, how do they, you know, we were spending a lot of money on repair. It was cheaper for us to go out and replace than to continuously repair. But again, they have to start looking at how do they put aside to start building little surpluses in order to take care of and participate in some of these things. Yes, sir.
It's rate structure, it's asset management. Right now, you get rewarded for having a failing system because it's that race to the bottom I was talking about. If you score higher in the ability to get help because your system's failing, what's the incentive to fix that? What's the incentive to have your rates match what you actually need to do with your capital construction programs? There's a cultural issue that's there, and as Sarah mentioned earlier, there was a time when there was more free money, and as I mentioned earlier, free money is a race to the bottom. If you're waiting for a grant, you're not addressing the things that you need to address. More sophisticated utilities that are looking years out, that have active asset management programs, that are changing the rates in a way that actually does keep up with inflation, makes a big difference. And that's harder for a lot of reasons, and I think that you're probably aware that political will is one of those things. If you want to get reelected, sometimes it's not real popular when your water rates go up 15, 20%. But there's cases right now where you may have to increase your rates by 15, 20% just to be able to get the infrastructure you need.
It's not real popular politically
No,
to have to tell people they have to boil their water.
no,
Or you
absolutely
can't
not.
supply them water at all for 4 or 5 days.
It's a matter of values, sir, and what people value and what they're prioritizing.
I'd love to add that there's also been a shift in how communities are approaching their water, because the cost of water, when it was more locally available, it was cheaper, right? And so there wasn't an incentive for communities to fix their water loss, their leaky pipes. Now, those economics have been turned on their head, and it's so expensive to go get new water that the cheapest water is the water you already have. And there's a new incentive now to take care of your systems, to do the asset management that Perry's talking about, and make sure that you're fixing those leaky pipes in a way that there hasn't been that same incentive in the past.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Representative Bell.
Just a real quick question. Has anybody looked at the, as we discussed, the availability of water that, especially in more of the larger cities, the amount of water that's lost, if you captured it, is ultimately equal to an enormous amount of capacity. And the ability to resell that water should at least, and I'm going to ask this as a question, should at least be viewed as a math equation by those cities that says how much money can I finance if I sell the water that I keep instead of letting it simply run out on top of the ground. And has anybody, are we seeing anything, is anybody evaluating that?
You know, the Water Development Board, they could actually speak better to that, Representative. They do the water loss audits. And one of the components of those audits, they basically look at like how much revenue water is essentially just no longer paying revenue. It's just one way of describing it. And so those audits were required by legislation passed in 2013, I believe.
I believe that's right.
And so, yes. And so as a matter of practice, they're getting that information. It's going into the state water planning process, and the entities themselves are aware of it.
And my question was just, are we seeing anybody who's trying to turn that into a funding mechanism to say, let me fix my infrastructure by using the dollars that I could sell if I wasn't letting it run out through my busted pipe?
I think you're seeing a lot of communities, they end up in a catch-22 because they have to either pay for new water themselves or pay to fix their pipes. And so they get in a situation, I think I'm not hearing as much about selling that recaptured water, more conserving it to delay a future water supply need that the community may have.
I think they're one and the same. Because if you're either going to drill another well to push more water in the busted pipes, or you're going to fix the lines to keep the water that's already in the pipe and delay the need for another well. But, I just put that out there because the value of water, the rate at which we're charging for water now, you can finance a pretty good amount of dollars on the private side, not to mention how many dollars you could finance through some of the bond funds and other interest, potentially interest-free or low-interest funds. But I've asked it before from this dais, and I really have not heard a whole lot of response, so I thought I would ask this level.
Can I throw something out there just real quick? 'Cause this has actually been an active conversation, I think on the Senate side a little bit more so. If we're actively constraining the ability for local government to be able to raise rates to address the infrastructure that they need to address, then we're doing a disservice to them. and the ability to take care of key essential infrastructure and critical infrastructure that they need to have. And that conversation goes back to what Chairman Dean was talking about earlier as well. And you've seen this, sir, because you're out there. You know how much this stuff costs, and it's difficult. So I do think that it's, as much as it's a nuanced conversation, all of these things that we're talking about do matter, and they all factor into what we're looking at, and they factor into the challenges that we're having out there. I mean, there's just no way around it.
And by the way, I want to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that our state agencies aren't working to put those dollars in front and be deployed. I'm talking more about our local cities and how they're viewing, or not viewing, the value and capabilities that keeping that water in the system would provide to them, both in delaying the timeline required to drill another well, and two, creating capital, real capital, because when you can sell it, it has value. When you're just losing it, it not only takes away that value, but it also takes away the resource that we won't be able to recapture. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Zwingner.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I wanted to continue to follow up on that issue of, the most or the least expensive water is the water we don't use, that y'all were just chatting about with Chairman Bell. I think this is mostly for Sarah and Jeremy. And I apologize, Chairman, I'm going to go a little afield, but hopefully you'll forgive me. We also passed SB 2662 last session that was trying to give our water providers more tools to enforce their drought contingency plans, to try to reduce the use of water when it was necessary. And one of my major concerns is that, while our big cities have a lot of tools to try and do graduated water rates or structure things in other ways to try and make sure all our use of water is responsible, if you get onto a special use district, there are very few tools. If you're in any sort of municipal use district, very few tools. Certainly not a lot of tools with a water supply corporation, and even fewer with private water providers. Can y'all talk about, where our opportunities are to try and help with more conservation, help make sure that we're not functionally making it very easy for consumers to waste water and are instead incentivizing good conservation?
I think there is a little bit of a backwards incentive for communities, especially private water providers, they make their money selling water. And so sometimes they aren't immediately, excited, like any water provider, about imposing those drought conditions, because that means they have less income coming in. So certainly we are hopeful that bill will encourage them to adopt those tiered rate structures, because I think that will be helpful. Jeremy?
Yeah, so one thing I've been looking at state and regional water plans for the coastal Bend region, and one of the things I've noticed, which is interesting, is like in the more recent plans, some of the cities have talked about line replacement as one of their water supply strategies. Specifically, the city of Alice had done that. They had very high levels of water loss. And so I think this is basically a very capital-intensive, industry-heavy way of addressing water conservation. But I think addressing what we call the leaky pipe problem is, and incorporating that as a water management strategy in the water plan is certainly one way of getting there. But of course, you're talking about a whole list of other options that are available, such as tiered pricing, purple pipes, and low-flow appliances and so forth, that could be deployed to improve conservation.
I would also just add, when you're talking about, a lot of times our members talk about their drought contingency plans. Those are plans that all of the utilities, over 3,300 connections, have to have, but they are sent to TCEQ. TCEQ doesn't have the resources to put those online, for example. So Jeremy and I could be neighboring communities that have the exact same plan for what happens when the drought comes, and it turns out they're not looking at is that supply already taken? And so if everybody has the same plan when the drought hits, then that water's only going to go so far. And so we have had conversations about, and 2662 had requirements to update those drought contingency plan templates, but I think there are some additional ways that we could improve sort of how we think about not just those, but the water conservation plans.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I think low-flow appliances are one thing, but we're talking about 50% of our water use in a lot of more developed areas being for landscaping, and about 50% of that being lost to evaporation. And I don't know about the rest of the Texas taxpayers, but I don't really want to pay a whole lot of more money to evaporate water. And I think that's what we're looking at. And the new water supplies are incredibly important, but making sure we're not just wasting water. And Sarah, I think what you're referring to with, there being all these different entities that aren't really communicating with each other is what is so difficult. Increasingly, it's not that all the dense development is in a big city or even in a smaller city. It's that the dense development, one neighborhood's in a special utility district, the other's in the ETJ of a small city, somebody else is on groundwater, and you don't have that coordination. And so I don't know if next session, I'm going to be looking a lot towards that question. How do we kind of heal those rifts so that people are talking and can plan together to be efficient? And would love your members' experience on that.
I was just gonna add, now I lost my train of thought. Thought you were gonna talk, I'm sorry. Wait.
I would, no, you got it?
Yeah. Oh, so look, I think that one thing that's gonna happen over time is that so many people don't really understand the value of water. And as we're over here talking about, the cost of the projects and how expensive it is, we are going to have future water needs. We can't conserve our way totally out of this. But the price of some of those very large projects and the increases to those rates, I think will have a natural impact of getting people to better understand their water use. People in San Antonio understand what an aquifer is. Other parts of the state are kind of clueless, outside of El Paso and such. And so I think there's just going to be a natural education, and that's not an answer that you're looking for, but I do think over time, that cost trade-off and the economic considerations of what the price of water is going to have an impact.
Thanks, sir. That's exactly what I was going to say. But we think, we've looked at water markets and the value of water in Texas. It's grotesquely underpriced in terms of its intrinsic value. And so I think, from our point of view at Texas 2036, if we can better use market signals to incentivize more efficient and effective water use, that's perhaps a wiser direction for overall policy.
Yeah, well, and thank y'all. I agree with y'all on the market dynamics. I just, I hear market dynamics, decreasing water usage. A lot of that is suffering of individual families and really struggling to pay bills. So I'm hopeful we as leaders can find a way to get ahead of some of that suffering. But thank y'all.
Members, any other questions for this panel? All right, thank y'all so much for being here to provide such good testimony. Appreciate y'all. Okay. Members, we're going to move on to Charge 5, Data Center Water Use and Conservation. Data centers have become a hot-button issue dominating social media feeds and news reports. Every one of us has likely used a data center already this morning, whether that was using a mapping app to find your way to the Capitol, to buy gas at a gas station, or to scroll through Facebook while you waited for the hearing to start. The issue of having an explosion of potential data centers is a supply and demand response. As always, with progress and growth comes growing pains. Texans have long prided ourselves on our ardent defense of private property rights, and I hope we always will. But when new developers like Diode Ventures enter a residential neighborhood intent on building a new data center and refuses to do any community town halls, refuses to discuss their water and electricity usage, and refuses to testify before this committee, then Texans rightfully get upset. I invited 2 witnesses today who refused to come answer questions, Diode Ventures and Calypso. They didn't decline due to scheduling, conflicts, or any other acceptable reason. They just simply didn't want to face tough questions. Bad actors like these are what have ignited suspicion and skepticism of all data centers in the eye of the public. But I do believe that it is prudent and important to distinguish the bad actors from those who are being good neighbors and good stewards of our resources. It's also important for us to understand what is and what isn't a data center. The invited testimony today will bring clarity to those questions and more. The Speaker has charged this committee with the task of investigating the water usage of data centers and how state policy should be shaped in the coming months in order to conserve our most precious natural resources and still promote economic development. This is the purpose of this hearing. and this should be the focus of all testimony today. That said, the most important voice in the room today is the voice of the people of Texas, those from the public who took the time to come to the Capitol to be heard. We thank you for coming and know that we want to hear from you most of all. As I stated at the beginning of the hearing, public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. We will have a timer up here on the dais. When the yellow light comes on, that means your time is almost up. When the red light comes on and you hear the beep, you must end your testimony. Out of respect for everyone who came to testify today, and in order to hear as many public witnesses as possible, I will strictly enforce this rule. Now, let's get started with our first panel. The chair calls Temple McKinnon, Robert Sadlier, and Chris Brown. Since we have 3 overflow rooms, we're going to have to give a little bit of time for witnesses to hear it and then make their way into the hearing room. So we'll give a little bit more time for Chris Brown from the PUC. All right, let's start with Texas Water Development Board, then TCEQ, and then the PUC. So Temple, if you wouldn't mind going first.
Sure thing. I'm Temple McKinnon. I'm, again, the Water Supply Director for the Texas Water Development Board. And you should have 2 slides that I'll speak to. The first slide, I will address how we collect water use, which is present use of water. And the second slide, I'll speak to how we project forward in the future for that anticipated demand. Okay. So our agency, we survey roughly 4,500 municipal public systems and 2,500 industrial facilities, including manufacturers, power generation plants, aggregate mining, and data centers. And generally, this captures the state's primary water-using entities. We estimate annual use for those that we do not survey, and that includes domestic exempt users on private wells, irrigation, livestock, and oil and gas use. We survey industrial users of more than 10 million gallons of water per year or that are considered significant industrial users in a given area. We survey, our survey collects annual water volumes used. It does not ask for projected use. And data center water use happens either directly on site, including for cooling, and this water use rate varies widely depending upon technology, operations, and energy sources. These are facility details that the Water Development Board does not capture in its annual water use survey for any industrial facility. Indirect water use is associated with electricity consumption, which is generally captured by survey responses from power generation facilities. These annual surveys already capture reported direct water use by data center operations, either within the municipal category as commercial use in public systems that sell water to these facilities, or as self-supplied facilities within the manufacturing sector. We've been paying a lot of attention to this growing sector of water use for several years now. Our agency continuously researches industrial facility development in the state, including data centers, to improve our survey results. We use public water system sales to industrial users provided through the Water Use Survey, along with purchased data from private sources and the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to identify facilities currently operating or expected to come online during the survey year. Between survey collection years 2023 and 2025, the number of individual surveyed data centers increased from 22 to 341. This rapid emergence of water use is reminiscent of the beginning of fracking around 2009, because it too was a new industry with proprietary information, and we now estimate that sector use with data reported through a frac-focused database. Your next slide, we'll move into how we project for future demand and where future data center projected use resides within the 2027 State Water Plan. We develop baseline use from our annual survey data and project forward over the 50-year planning horizon with various methods per sector of use. Non-municipal water demand projections are aggregated at the county level, so we're not projecting at the facility level. Manufacturing demands, we start with a baseline that is the highest single-year county water use in the most recent 5 years of aggregated data available. And since our water use survey does not capture all manufacturing facilities in Texas, we adjust the projections baseline to estimate that unaccounted for water. And then a water use growth proxy is used to project demands across the planning horizon to assure the accommodation of potential economic and manufacturing sector production growth. Power generation demands capture indirect water use for the power generation connected to the grid. And the baseline is informed by your survey use as well as federal facility reporting and then projected forward. For the 2032 State Water Plan, we are enhancing our data collection and analysis efforts to improve our projections of high-load digital infrastructure water. As this sector grows, this water use category will report and fall more comprehensively within our manufacturing water use projections, largely because of direct use reporting. For the draft manufacturing demand projections for the next plans, we will assess data center water use and projected demand with a separate methodology from other industrial sectors. And we are currently developing a methodology likely providing a range of outcomes based upon known water use efficiencies for data center technologies, power demand forecasts, and projected site development areas from ongoing work across the state. We're also reviewing our power generation methodology to determine if adjustments are needed, and we anticipate providing these draft projections to planning groups for their review and revision in March of next year. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have around this topic.
Members, any questions? Representative Zwiener.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you for being here today. One of the issues I've been trying to wrap my head around, which you alluded to, is that there is this inverse relationship between amount of water required and amount of energy required for cooling at a data center. Are any of the numbers y'all are collecting able to help us understand if there's sort of a sweet spot that uses the less total water for both direct and indirect electric generation uses?
No, our survey doesn't get into that level of facility detail. What our survey collects is total intake, and if those facilities are selling to other users, we do ask them if they have on-site cogeneration power, but we're not discerning the amount of water utilized for that on-site power. And we do that for all industrial facilities, I should say. These questions are equally asked of all industrial facilities, not just data centers.
Okay, so the only numbers you would have at all would be those cogeneration numbers.
Yes.
And in terms of total power use and how that relates to water, you don't have a way to connect that to the
Correct.
individual facilities.
We
Okay.
don't assess anything on the power side. That's out of our wheelhouse. It's just the water used at the facility.
Yeah. Do y'all do separate assessments for water use for power generation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and how does that process work?
We survey power generation plants individually, but then we also look to the Energy Information Administration. We look at their reports to see facilities that are expected to retire and then facilities that are expected to come online. So work that into anticipated baseline use. In the past, given the developing technologies in that sector, we projected forward at a constant rate, but we're reassessing if that's a reasonable projection in the upcoming plan.
Okay. With more information about the power mix at these facilities, is that something, or is that sort of more holistic, direct and indirect water use, something y'all would be able to do some calculations around?
Around the mix of power generation, like fuel of facilities?
Yeah. Well, and then, I think a lot of what we're concerned about is if we continue to build these facilities out, are we looking at an even more dramatic increase in water use than we think because of the electric generation side?
Yeah, we're definitely looking to that to see, the Public Utility Commission collected some survey data recently, so that would inform forward-going what we might be doing in our methodology. In our current methodology, we definitely have water use factors geared towards whatever the source of fuel is for each facility. So we will continue to consider those types of factors and projected water use.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Members, any other questions for the Water Development Board? Do y'all track water source? So differentiating between groundwater, surface water, produced water, whatever the source may be.
We track, yes, we do, between groundwater, surface water, and reused water, yes.
How often is this data collected, and when could you provide a report to the committee on the different types of water sources being used right now by data centers either already developed or being developed?
We, so an annual survey, the survey that opened this year in January, ran through March, and we're doing reminders and cleanup through July 1st, and that's to collect the water use in the year 2025. Each survey year after it closes, there's quite a bit of QC that goes on to look at outliers and follow up with facilities. What I do know to date, like as of yesterday, the data centers that we have been surveying for the year 2025 use, we have about a 17% response rate. 98% of those responses are showing they purchase water from public systems. About 2% are self-supplied. About 89% of that reported water is surface water. 8% of it is groundwater, and 2% of it's unknown.
Okay. And do you track the quantity?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Members, any other questions for the Water Development Board? Representative Zwier.
You said you had about a 17% response rate. Is that fairly typical for this type of industry or for
Good question.
other
That
industry?
sounds pretty terrible.
It's, well, all surveys are challenging, for sure. I will say, just as a whole, in our water use survey, we focus the limited resources we have towards the higher water users to try to capture the bulk of the state's water use. Data centers have been in our survey since about 2020. At that point in time, there was one facility, so we did get a 100% response rate. Starting in about 2023, we had about a 32% response rate, and it's declined down to about 17%. But we're also serving many more facilities. So I think our standard response rate's in the high 70s, if we're lucky, for all public water systems as well as industrial facilities.
Yeah, how does that compare to, say, the chemical industry and their response rate?
That, I don't have that number, but I could get it for you.
Okay, but the data center response rate is lower than other industrial users?
I'm not going
Not
to commit
sure.
to that. I'd have to
Okay.
look by NAICS code for sure. I don't have sector-specific use for you.
Okay, thank you.
Is
I'd
that
love
something
to.
you could get?
Yes,
That'd be great, if you could follow back up with the committee.
for
For the
specifically
response rate,
chemical
like,
refining.
comparative to different industry
Sure thing.
applications. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Buckley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I understand, so the response rate that you speak of, is that the same data you're collecting for state water planning?
Yes, sir. It's the bedrock
So-
of our state water plan.
Okay, so we're building the state water plan off of a 17% response rate. Is that a overstatement?
Well, it's,
Yeah, so we have to do a lot of, whatever you call it, extrapolation. to
yes,
do
we
that. I'm
do.
not, yeah, I mean, that is a terrible response rate.
We do, many facilities, there's low response rates across the board, there can be. And when we don't get a response, we do whatever we can to fill in those gaps. We'll estimate around it. We might project for, or roll that over, estimate forward based upon past use. So it's kind of like I like to call it just forensic accounting in a way. We ask these folks to report directly, but we're also looking at many other methods to assess water use.
Do we sort of distill that down to regional planning areas in terms of regional
Yes.
planning groups and the response rates that they get in areas that are more densely packed with data centers versus others?
We can assess that. When in our planning process, we use the water use survey. That is the baseline of all the work that we project forward. So we are collecting it by county and region. So we do have that geographic breakout, yes.
And so they're also responsible for not only the usage of reporting usage, quote, for cooling, but then also if they're doing generation on site, that's part of the same reporting?
It would be reported as an aggregate number to us. We don't get
separate
it
it.
broken out from them, no.
Okay, and so the power plant, if you will, the generator on site, then the reporting on how much water's used there is also lacking.
If there's power generation on site, all we know is if they have power generation on site. correct. We don't have the breakout of what that water use is towards power generation versus the manufacturing activities of the site. If it's a power generation facility, we're getting connected to the grid, we're getting that water use for that power generation facility.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And to be clear, I don't think anyone here thinks it's the Water Development Board's fault that you're getting a 17% response rate if you don't have the ability to compel participation in the survey. But I do think, even though the hearing hasn't completed yet, the transparency of utilization of resources shouldn't be optional. And I think that that's just kind of a low bar that we're going to be looking to set next session is disclosing how much water is used and the source of it. So hopefully that helps y'all in your state water planning as well if you have a much higher response rate.
I will say it's required by law in Water Code 16012. It's just, it's something we don't enforce. It's something that would be enforced by others.
Do you know who?
It's a Class C misdemeanor, so it'd be enforced by authorities that have the authority to do that.
Okay, so either the local DA or maybe the Attorney General's office could enforce that. I know that's not your expertise. Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in looking at your provided testimony here, Temple, I was looking, and this is about the survey, and I share the comments around the dais here. It's pretty frustrating when you hear only 17% of the respondents have actually taken time to fill out the questionnaire as they're required to do legally, as you just stated, which I think is important to highlight here. But in your testimony, it says, on the survey, it says you use the public water system sales to industrial users as part of the survey, and then you look at purchase data from private sources.
Yes.
Okay, when you say purchase data from private sources, what kind of water are we talking about there?
That's more facility information, so we know who to send a survey to. So there's a data center map, and there's companies that, curate that information and then sell it to folks that are looking for those facilities.
But just to give you a scenario, so if you're in a county outside of city limits, obviously you're not tracking municipal water sales because they're not in a municipality. Counties, at least the ones that I represent in rural East Texas, are very frustrated with the data centers, as am I. But I would say that in some of those counties, they're in groundwater conservation districts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, they're going through the GCD if they're looking at drilling a new well. But half the counties I represent are not in a GCD. So if you're in a county with a data center or a proposed data center, and there is no GCD, there is no requirement or obstacle, if you're a data center, to overcome to pump as much groundwater as you want. Am I correct?
There would be no entity in place to regulate that use, yes. And our water use survey team does work with groundwater conservation districts to get their reported pumpage and roll that into our survey as well. So where districts exist, we're utilizing the information we can get from them as well.
Well, as you know better than I, but the majority of counties in Texas are not in a GCD. And so when you look at this proliferation of data centers across rural Texas in particular right now, there, rightfully so, is a lot of concern about the usage of water and how that would impact those citizens that live in those counties, as well as folks up and down, the aquifer. I thought Chairman Buckley did a really good job of kind of highlighting that 17% in terms of looking at, we're using that 17% of respondents to build out our state water plan. That's a broken system, and that's not your fault. But when you're talking about massive water usage, especially groundwater, and the state can't calculate how much water is being used, I think we can all understand why Texans are rightfully concerned about making sure that we have enough water, groundwater in this case specifically, to meet our future demand. And, just to highlight for the folks that are tuning in for the first time, our state water plan is our roadmap for the next 50 years. And we use the best available data, which is pretty good, to build out that plan. But in this case, we're talking about an industry that is moving into a lot of counties that don't have regulation in place on the consumption of water. You guys don't know that they're using that water because they're not required to provide that information. And so I highlight that only to say that we've got a lot of challenges as a committee, as a legislature, to address the concerns that rightfully are being addressed by the citizens of Texas as we see this proliferation of data centers across our state. So, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Representative Orr.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to go back to your statistic that you gave. Originally, when you did your study, you had 22 data centers, and now you're showing 341.
That's the number that we surveyed. So through the work we do, we identify facilities that are existing to survey, and
Okay.
then to send them a survey, and then we still have to receive a survey response back.
So the 341 are existing data centers.
That's how many we surveyed for the 2025 year, the survey
And
that's open now. Yes.
17% of the 341 responded? Is
Mhm.
that pretty
Thus
accurate?
far. They've got a week. Mhm.
Okay, very good. Well, maybe we'll get that number up between now and then. But the 341 is not considering any that are under a planning stage right now. These are actually actively.
These are, yes, on the ground, can report use to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Any other members have questions for the Water Development Board?
All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman Harris, committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Sadler. I'm the Deputy Director of the Water Quality Division with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. TCEQ's Water Quality Division develops permits for discharges of treated wastewater in the state, and I am here today to provide an overview of the water quality permitting process. Any entity that proposes to discharge wastewater into or adjacent to water in the state of Texas is required to obtain a water quality permit from TCEQ. TCEQ authorizes discharges of treated wastewater into surface water in the state through our Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or TPDES program. We authorize land application of treated wastewater through our Texas Land Application Permitting, or TLAP program. Additionally, we authorize discharges of stormwater associated with construction activities through a construction general permit. TCEQ also issues reuse authorizations, which allow entities to offset the use of other sources of water by reusing treated wastewater for landscape irrigation, toilet or urinal water, fire protection, and other uses. TCEQ is federally delegated by the U.S. EPA to implement the TPDES program to control discharges of pollutants to surface waters in the state. TPDES permits are developed under Chapter 26 of the Texas Water Code, which authorizes TCEQ to set requirements in a permit before an entity discharges wastewater into surface water in Texas. TPDES permits are unique and are developed to reflect site-specific conditions of a single discharger. The permitting process begins when an entity submits their application to TCEQ. The application review process for a discharge permit includes numerous milestones. When an application is submitted, an administrative review is conducted. This initial processing verifies that all required administrative information is provided, including required forms, signatures, and identification of adjacent landowners for public notices. When an application is determined administratively complete, the public participation process begins. Applications are made available for review in public locations near the proposed facility, and the applicant is required to publish the first public notice, which begins the public comment period for the application. TCEQ also makes copies of applications available on the agency's public website. The water quality permitting process is designed to ensure that no facility will be allowed to discharge wastewater that results in in-stream aquatic toxicity, that causes a violation of an applicable state water quality standard, results in the endangerment of a drinking water supply, or results in aquatic organism bioaccumulation of toxic substances that threaten human health. Technical reviews of wastewater discharge projects include a review of applicable surface water quality standards, assessment of critical conditions in the receiving water, and dissolved oxygen modeling. These reviews are assigned to specialized technical personnel experienced in the fields of hydrology, biology, chemistry, and environmental sciences. Each technical review step is necessary for a comprehensive evaluation of a proposed project and its impact on receiving waters. The technical review is unique to each project's proposed activity and location. Discharge permits are drafted to include applicable federal and state requirements. Permits may include effluent limitations, monitoring and reporting requirements, and other requirements as necessary to ensure protection of human health and the environment. When TCEQ completes its technical review, a draft permit is finalized and filed with TCEQ's chief clerk, and the applicant is required to publish a second public notice in a local newspaper to solicit additional public comments on the draft permit. If required, the draft permit is mailed to EPA for their review at this time. Public meetings may be held on an application if the executive director determines there is a significant degree of public interest in an application, or if a public meeting is requested by a member of the legislature who represents the general area in which the facility is or will be located. If comments are received on an application, the executive director prepares and files a response to comments after the comment period ends. This response to comments is mailed to all commenters, and a period is provided to allow for requests for hearing or reconsideration. A permit may be issued by the executive director for uncontested applications. Contested applications are scheduled for commission review and consideration. Again, TCEQ's water quality permitting process applies to all entities who propose discharges of wastewater into or adjacent water in the state of Texas. When an entity does not discharge, but instead sends their wastewater through a collection system to someone else's permitted off-site wastewater treatment plant for handling, the entity that receives the wastewater and treats it is responsible for complying with their TCEQ water quality permit. That concludes my testimony, and I'm available for your questions.
All right, thank you. First off, I hope you can stick around for a while. I'm sure after we go through several rounds of testimony, the members will probably have more technical questions to ask, if that's okay. Are you going to be the resource witness for?
I will be. TCEQ has a team here
Okay, great.
of witnesses to serve the committee.
So let's talk about a closed-loop water system, and we'll get more into this in a little while. But what sort of data are y'all collecting or seeing on when water is charged into a closed-loop system and it circulates for months or however long it is before it's refilled or discharged? What type of contaminants are we seeing come out of that to be treated, and what are the processes for ensuring that whether it's heavy metals or different types of toxic chemicals coming out, and that could be for data center or Bitcoin mining or any other industrial application where they're using water, so it's not just specific to this that uses a closed loop system for cooling. And then what are the processes to ensure that those things are taken out of the water in the treatment process to ensure the health and safety of the public?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So when an applicant submits an application to TCEQ, as you said, any industrial or domestic for that matter, but we're talking industrial here, entity submits an application to the agency, they're required to propose the quantity that they intend to discharge, and they're also supposed to disclose the character of that wastewater. So information on any chemicals they're using in the process and chemicals that would expected or may need to be controlled when it's discharged. So TCEQ does, again, what we call an individual or site-specific evaluation. We're looking at things like the receiving stream, again, quantity and character of the wastewater, and then we're developing a permit based on those factors and controlling for any contaminants that are or may be present in that wastewater when it's discharged. And so it really does depend on what that specific industry is using in their process. But our application contemplates hundreds of potential constituents that may be present in an industrial waste stream, and we build a permit around those specific constituents.
And so it's incumbent upon the applicant to tell TCEQ what they think is going to be a constituent in the water. So what if they get that wrong? how do we catch that?
That's also a great question. Yes, on the front end, it is incumbent for the applicant to provide accurate and complete information in order for us to develop a permit. After the fact, permits do include monitoring and reporting requirements. And so if TCEQ sees constituents in a discharge that there weren't effluent limits in when the permit was issued, TCEQ has the authority and the ability to reopen a permit and add requirements to control.
And so does there have to be a complaint filed against the permit holder or the permittee for TCEQ to do a follow-up test? Or do y'all automatically do that?
For all industrial permits that we issue include what we call, well, I'm not going to get into the technical terms of art, but include requirements for testing upon discharge, upon initial discharge. And so within weeks, months of discharge beginning, we get those sampling results. Water Quality Division staff evaluate those results and determine whether additional requirements needed to be added to the permit.
Has TCEQ had any existing permittees that y'all have already permitted that you've had to do any enforcement action on for contamination or failure to comply with their permit, or that you found there were additional contaminants that weren't contemplated in the original application on data centers? Yeah.
I don't have
specifically on data centers.
Data centers, not to my knowledge, as far as reopening a permit associated with a data center to add requirements. Certainly in the broader industrial scheme of things, I'm certain that we have. For compliance and enforcement questions, I would have to look to my colleagues in that office.
If y'all want to dig into that while we go on to other testimony, if you come up with something, let me know and we'll call you back up. Thank you. Members, any other questions for TCEQ? For now.
I have one real quick.
Dr. Buckley.
I'll be real brief. Okay, so an existing wastewater treatment plan is out there, let's say whoever it belongs to, and then a data center becomes a neighbor and utilizes that. The permit is issued to the data center, for example, but does that impact the discharge permit that the wastewater treatment plant that basically finally discharges it into, let's say, a stream? So tell me how those two interact. Because you can see a lot of wastewater treatment plants being there, and then all of a sudden their neighbor's a data center. How does that work?
It could impact. So we're talking about a scenario where the data center is not the discharger, but they're sending their wastewater to an existing treatment plant.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. It could impact that existing wastewater treatment plant's permit.
And they would have to go back, the wastewater treatment plant would then have to go back and, let's say, modify it or increase the effluent amount?
Yes, that's a possibility. They would need to come in and talk to TCEQ. We do a lot of what are called pre-application meetings. We do technical assistance for permittees and the broader stakeholders in the state all the time. And so even before it happens, an entity like that would probably approach us, walk us through the scenario, what's happening, are they intending to take on wastewater from an industrial entity nearby? And we would determine at that point, do they need to submit an application to amend their permit? And if they did, then we would go through a whole new technical evaluation and determine whether additional requirements needed to be added to that existing permit.
And that step of the process still requires public notice, public comment, public meetings, just like it would if it was a brand-new wastewater treatment facility.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
correct?
yes, Representative.
Okay.
Amendments to permits go through the same process I described.
All right, thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right. PUC.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Chris Brown. I am the Program Manager for Data Analysis at the Public Utility Commission. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to talk about the ongoing study of energy and water use at data centers and virtual currency mining facilities. A bit of background through a rider in the state budget, the legislature directed the commission to study the water use of certain industrial properties, specifically those where energy demand and water use have an inverse relationship.
Mr. Brown, do you mind moving the mic just a little bit closer?
Yes. Is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So commission staff collaborated with the Texas Water Board to develop and launch a survey focused on data centers and virtual currency mining facilities. The survey was administered electronically and made available on the commission's website during April and May of this year. Participants were asked to provide information on water usage and sources, electrical load and energy sources, and cooling technologies. To support participation in the survey, staff worked with industry organizations and transmission service providers to promote the survey. We also conducted additional outreach by mailing some notices directly to facilities. We are currently working to review and validate these survey responses, so I don't have much in the way of detailed findings to share at this time. What I can report is that we've received responses from 28 unique companies representing 92 data centers and virtual currency mining facilities at various stages of operation across the state. In the coming weeks, once we've gotten through this data verification and review process, we'll be sharing the data with the Texas Water Board. And Temple spoke earlier a bit about how they use this information to inform the annual water plan. And additionally, the commission will be publishing a report containing the findings of the study at the end of this year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. Tell me a little bit about this process of, the survey based on the rider. So when did you release it? How long was it released? I know you said you had 92 people, 92 different respondents, but you said also included data center and data mining. What's the breakdown of those? So those are my first questions.
Sure. So I think the process roughly started towards the end of the year. A lot of the process was early on in this year, working with the Water Board to develop and scope the questions. The survey was launched at the beginning of April and was available through May 28th. As you said, there was 28 companies represented in the responses, representing 92 individual facilities. I don't have the exact breakdown on data centers and virtual currency mining facilities in front of me. I believe it was largely tilted towards data centers, but I could follow up with the exact percentages there.
I think I'm asking that question because based on the 92, that's less than a third of the current data centers that exist. So your survey respondent rate is very low, as well as, and so if you're including the data mining facilities as well, that's going to bring your survey numbers even lower. And so I'm concerned about the agency's respondent rate. And so I want to know, how did you get the responses? And I know you said you sent some by mail, which I can't imagine that worked. How did you electronically, how did you create your communications database? Like, what work did the agency do to ensure that it was honoring the rider to get 100% participation?
Sure. So we used existing PUC databases. I believe we used some Texas Water Board databases to try to identify potential respondents. There was also a collaboration with some industry organizations to promote participation to their member facilities.
Do you think that less than 30% respondent rate is a good respondent rate, considering this is an ask of the legislature? And do you think the agency did enough to get responses?
I think, staff made the best effort we could to reach these facilities. At the end of the day, it's a voluntary, the survey was voluntary. And so those are the responses that we were left with.
Of the 92 respondents that you get, I know that there were both water questions and energy questions, and they were not required to answer all the questions. How many were completed surveys?
Again, I don't have those exact details in front of me. What I can say is that some of the facilities, they were in various stages of operation, so some of these are even planned facilities, and so they obviously wouldn't have some of that information either way.
So my request of the agency is to actually have the information that you're supposed to provide us. So how many were data mining? How many were data centers? How many responded completely? How many were not, were halfway completed? So a full analysis of just, I know that you're still working on what the actual numbers look like, and I'm not asking for the analysis of the data per se. I'm asking about the analysis of our respondents, because I'm concerned that when we put a rider in the budget, that the agency honors the request of the legislature by truly going out there and getting the respondents. We cannot make, let me go back. I'm really grateful that Chairman Wally put in this rider. I think it is a critical foundation of information for us to make decisions. I think when the agency doesn't do what it could be doing to collect the data, it leaves us with a gap of information to make the policy decisions we need to make considering this really critical conversation. Does that make sense?
I hear you, Representative.
So I guess my question is, considering you only had a third of respondents at best, what is the agency's plan to honor the request for the information from the legislature?
So, as I said, we're currently in the process of trying to validate and ensure we have the best quality data we can, and then we're going to do our best to analyze that and meet the directive of that rider to the best of our ability.
Would it be feasible for the agency to go out and try to get more entities to respond to that survey? Or are you not going to try anymore to get any more data for us?
I can certainly take that back to the team, but as I said, we reached out through various channels. The survey was open for 2 months, and this is what we have at the time. But I can certainly take that back to the team.
I think what I have heard back from feedback is that the various channels you all use were inadequate channels. That you didn't do the necessary work to find the people to make sure they got the surveys, so make sure we got the information we needed so that we could make the decisions that are, like, if we don't have that information that's on that survey, then what is the baseline of information we're supposed to work with? Do you understand how critical that is?
I do.
So in order to honor the intent of the rider, and I understand that it wasn't mandatory, but if y'all didn't do the work to publicize it, to get to the right people, to make sure it had sufficient network to get it across the finish line, I would like for y'all to consider how do we get a stronger respondent rate so we can do our jobs and make sure we have the information. Does that feel fair?
Yes, Representative, I'm happy to relay those concerns to the rest of the project team.
And you can give me the numbers I've been asking for to my office and for the rest of the committee?
I can follow up with specifics. As I said, some of the data we're still in the process of verifying. So
I'm not asking for I get that there's analysis, but I'm asking for performance metrics of the respondents themselves.
I think we could follow up with that. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you. I have more questions, but I think I'll let other people ask questions.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Chris, right?
Yes, sir.
Chris, I'm going to have a few more basic questions. So PUC oversees ERCOT. If I'm a data center and I want to operate in the state of Texas, at least within the ERCOT region, they have to file an application with ERCOT PUC, right?
So I'm not the technical expert on all aspects of the interconnection process, but I'm aware that there is a large load interconnection aspect through ERCOT. Yes.
Okay. Well, we've got some additional witnesses that can probably speak to that. And if you don't know the answer to these questions, just tell me. But once an application is filed with the PUC as a data center, my question would be, when you look at that application, does it speak to their water source and usage amount that they're looking at in that application? Do you know the answer to that?
No, sir. I apologize. I'm not sure of the answer to that.
Okay. I'll wait for another witness.
Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To understand, so the response rate or the required response is low. And so you're relying on these entities to provide information so that the PUC and ERCOT and everyone else and water planners and everyone can sort of predict how much load, how much water that these entities will use. Is that correct?
I would say that We're trying to understand the intent of the study, as I understand it, was to study the relationship between water and power usage among these facilities. To the extent that we've collected data, we can talk about that relationship among those respondents. In terms of like a broader question about aggregate load usage, that would be more of a ERCOT future study process, I believe.
Yeah, but, I mean, it appears that it asks for things like that. Under the electrical load and power sources, it's in the PUC filing receipt. I'm just wondering about the fact that we have another instance, it sounds like, where we need information for proper planning, and we're making huge decisions, this body and others, based upon basically kind of who the heck wants to respond. I mean, is that, I mean, let us help you. You know, let's get accurate information before policymakers so that we can move on. I think that is sort of the theme of the panel is we don't have very good information that we're making huge decisions on. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say that, you know, we're going to do the best to study these relationships with the data we have, but the data that we have as a result of this survey is likely
so,
a limited
you know,
subset of the relevant population.
Bad data, bad study and everything, right? So I think it's incumbent on this body to make sure that we have, for lots of decisions we have to make, that we have good data. And if these industry partners will not provide good data and we're making these types of decisions, that is concerning to me. And so I just implore this committee to make sure that we get a handle on this, or we don't have the fundamental data we need to make the decisions moving forward, nor does Texas Water Development Board, nor does ERCOT, nor does PUC. So it's important. Thank you for bringing this to light. I appreciate it.
Representative Gonzalez.
Sorry, I want to piggyback off of Chairman Buckley over here. Is it also possible to get a list of who responded to the survey? Because let me give you some background. We're getting lots of people coming into our offices and trying to give us like some ideas of frameworks that should be included in upcoming legislation. But for me as a legislator, if they're not giving us information in a survey, that is relevant for my decision-making process as well. And then I could also push an entity to do the survey. And so in being a partner with the agency, if I know who hasn't responded, but I'm meeting with them to have these conversations, it's helpful for us to all have that information. Could you provide that?
I would need to check with the team and see what actual like lists of entity type names we have, but I'm sure we have some type of information like that. I'm happy to check with them and follow up on that.
Okay. I think the only other thing that in the information you're going to provide our offices is we want details of exactly what the agency did on how it recruited respondents. Details, again, because as Chairman Buckley specified, we need that information, but we also need to hold the agency accountable for its own processes and procedures. I think as someone who cares a lot about the budget, when we put a rider in the budget, it is because we want it to be fulfilled with integrity, to honor the intent. And I'm not sure that actually happened. And so having that information will give it more clarity into the process and more feedback for the future as we continue to, because we need that information.
Representative Zwiener.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Chris. And I wanted to sort of follow up and ask you pretty much the same question I asked Temple, which is the data you've been collecting, does any of that help us understand which types of cooling systems actually use the least water when we're talking about both direct and indirect use?
Thank you for the question. What I could say at this point is that the survey did ask for information about both water use and sources as well as cooling technology. So we can certainly do our best to look into that relationship, but again, I don't have that information readily available today.
Okay, yeah, and I think the reason I'm asking that is we as members have been having conversations about, do we need to require things like closed loop systems or whatnot? And I have some concern that we don't really have the numbers to know that if they used closed loop but are fully relying on water-heavy power generation sources, if that's actually a net victory for us in terms of water. And I think we need that data and to understand how that intersects with different power sources. Are y'all able to, with the data y'all have collected so far, make connections between the type of power that most sites are using combined with the type of cooling systems?
I believe we could probably look into that. I know that the survey responses also included information about grid connected versus behind the meter, and as well as the cooling technology. So I think that's something else we may be able to look into further.
Are y'all able to make any projections for the grid connected about where a lot of that power is coming from? You know, I know we talk about the ERCOT market like it is, like all power is the same, but because of congestion issues, that's not always true. You know, you can have a site that functionally ends up being mostly using wind and solar power because it's located in a place with a lot of congestion or whatnot. I mean, are y'all able to make any of those assessments of the power mix that ends up going into a particular site, and if it's using otherwise captured power that's going to have less of an impact on water?
I'm not sure I could give a sufficient answer on that one, and that may be more of an ERCOT question. That it sounds like a little more detailed than what we may be able to do with this data, but I'm not entirely sure at this time.
Okay, yeah. And
Can we hit pause for just a second? I'm going to call up another PUC employee who may be able to help tag team and answer some of this.
Sure.
If that's okay. Chair calls Mike Hoke. Thank you, Mr. Hope. Please state your name and who you represent, and then if you want to just dive in on any questions that have already been asked that you could answer, and then we'll let Representative Zwiener continue on her question.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My name is Mike Hoke. I'm the Director of Public Engagement at the Public Utility Commission of Texas. And I want to respond to a couple of things. First, Representative Ashby, the interconnection process at ERCOT for data centers and other large loads. So they don't really submit an application to us. It's not like at TCEQ where it's kind of an operating permit or anything. The interconnection process, it's largely looking at what are the technical requirements to connect that user into the grid. Senate Bill 6 made a number of significant changes to that process so that we're in the process of implementing now to look at the planning, how these large users affect how we plan for the entire grid, requirements for how much infrastructure that those large customers need to pay for building, so that's a process that we're implementing now. Water usage is not it's not one of the considerations for that. And again, it's just looking at the electricity needs of those facilities. Like I say, and it's largely a technical process of how to get those interconnected. It's not really a kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down on whether to do it. So I think that was one of the burning questions I wanted to get, just explaining that interconnection process. And Representative Zwiener, I missed your last question. If you could repeat it, sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike, and good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being so supportive of my efforts in Hays County to bring folks together around this issue. What I'm trying to wrap my head around is, do we at the agency level in Texas have a way to get some good data on what are actually the most water efficient ways to do data centers? And I think one of the reasons I'm really hoping that we can find a path, and I know no one agency is going to have all the information to do this, it's going to take coordination, is because we have people bringing us claims, and we don't have a lot of ways to independently verify this. And my understanding is evaporative cooling, or not evaporative cooling, entirely air cooling, uses no water, incredibly energy intensive. Closed loop uses some water, not that much overall, more energy intensive. Evaporative cooling uses a whole lot of water, doesn't use nearly as much energy, and we sort of have this inverse relationship. And I think the question a lot of us are asking as we have conversations about if we need some baseline rules is, where is that intersection, where is that sweet spot where we are using the least water possible? And I can't find anyone who can answer that question. So I'm trying to figure out if the data we've been gathering can help us answer that question.
No, and on this point, and Representative Gonzalez, I very much hear your point. I think it is also frustrating to us. We would, we're hoping to get, full, complete response to the survey. Again, it's, bad data in, bad data out. The better data we have, the better decisions that you all can make, that we all can make. And so I think answering, that it was the intent of Rider 6 is to, to get that information. And so, with the data we have, we're hoping we can, really glean some, insights from that data, and kind of, draw some conclusions about the, what's the best energy use now. But I think, I'm very sympathetic to your frustrations, Representative Gonzalez. I hear you loud and clear. So.
Yeah, and I guess just to add one thing, I was visiting with academic experts yesterday who were saying they don't have the data to put all of this together and figure out what is like the least total water usage when you combine water usage from energy and water usage from direct water usage for cooling. So I hope we can continue to have some conversations about what information we actually need to be able to figure out what our smart baseline rules are going to be moving forward. So thank y'all.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, thank you for follow-up on that.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. I guess a couple of questions. When a data center goes in to a county outside of the ERCOT region, okay, and I'm keeping on the water
Yes, sir.
theme here. I know you're thinking electricity, and part of this is, but I'm trying to stay away from electricity today, which is a whole nother conversation I'd love to have. But if I'm a data center going into non-ERCOT area, are they still required to submit the information to the PUC that an ERCOT county would?
So largely, they're, so there is also an interconnection process, for the non-ERCOT areas. And you need to figure out what the impact of that increased demand is going to be on the area and what infrastructure is going to be required. So they're going to be working with the ERCOTs of those areas, MISO or the Western Interconnect, as well as the transmission distribution service provider for those areas. So as far as the information to connect that resource in, they're also going to be needing to provide that too. But again, it's not, they're working with the local system operator, the local ERCOT, and the transmission provider.
I guess where I'm driving with this conversation is, and this gets back to what we were just talking about with the Water Development Board, but somehow the state has got to get our hands around the water source for data centers and the consumption. And if they are required to, application obviously is not the right word, but provide information to the PUC to operate in the state of Texas, somewhere in that process, in my opinion, they need to answer those questions about water usage, about the source of water, so that we as a state, that we can plan accordingly for the future of water usage in our state, and frankly answer a lot of the concerns that citizens across the state have on the issue of water and data centers. And so we've got to, again, this is just my opinion, but looking at next session, we have got to mandate that data centers are providing that information in the state of Texas. And I don't know if that should be through the PUC or the Water Development Board, but somehow we've got to answer this question. And I'll just leave it there. So thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Representative Gonzalez.
And I want to clarify a little bit of my questions earlier in that I don't think it's completely the agency's fault, right? I think the data centers also a responsibility, and they're tracking this legislation. They know that rider exists. They know the surveys exist. And so if they're not responding to it, I think that's a concern. I think that's the main concern. I think for me as a legislator, for the agency is knowing that we had a not full enough respondents. What is the agency's intent to now moving forward? Is it to go back? Is it to, because I guess what I would say is, can we, if we only have a 28, I think my staff did a 28% respondents rate, is that even a valuable, can we really make policy off of that? And so what are the agency's plans now to fulfill that information request that's intended?
No, and I'll take that concern. I think part of the struggle is, just, getting the data in time to, analyze it and give you all a report by the next legislative session. But yeah, I'll take that back to the, even, see what, kind of
And I mean,
what follow-up. And
I think the agency can be creative, right? The agency could say, here's the report based on the initial survey results. We still went out to get more survey results, and we'll have a fuller report. You can do 2 reports, right? Like, I know the rider says send a report to the legislature, but you could say we still went out and got more data because we know that's important to the legislature, right? Like, I don't know. I guess I'm
Yeah, I hear you.
asking the agency to be creative and thoughtful as we continue to need, and we know that there's a need for this information.
Representative Barry.
All right, so I've got this document, I guess Robert sent this out, and it's a survey, right?
The survey questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And so, of which we only received, what, 17% respondents on that? Oh, water, so you're 28, right? So, still terrible. But you do ask a lot of the good questions here, and a lot of these questions that, we were talking about here, type of facility, type of data center, whether it's AI or crypto or electrical load, power sources, and things of that sort, cooling technologies, you talk about that, you talk about your water usage. So you're asking all these questions. What are we doing to confirm all of these answers? Well, how are we reconciling their submission to us with what the actual is on the ground?
So, as with surveys, it's self-reported information. Sorry. It is self-reported information. So admittedly, there is some limitations to the extent, but to the extent possible, we're attempting to verify it through at least internal consistency within responses. So we're trying to check things and ensure, the quality check everything we can.
I mean, if we're asking the questions and we have limited load capacity, we have limited generation capacity, I mean, we have to kind of understand what our what parameters, under which parameters we're living within, right?
Well, and I will say,
Some way,
Representative
shape, or
Barry,
form.
for the ERCOT interconnection process, actually connecting those loads into the grid as sorry, can y'all hear me? As electric consumers, those responses, that interconnection process is, very rigorous. It's a long process, and those are, you're required, you're required to kind of provide full and responsive information. There's lots of engineering analysis, so that interconnection process is a very highly detailed and verified set of information. So to separate that from the survey questions and that information, which again is voluntary. The Rider 6 survey is voluntary. So there is a limit on the data verification beyond just internal consistency and third-party sources where we can. So, but I understand your point.
I think I've seen it on the PUC side and the water development side where we're just getting sparse information. In my opinion, it's not even enough information to interpolate the numbers to determine what an actual good number is. It's not even a 70% number to get a mean score out of it. So I'm not even 100% sure that we should even move forward with something along those lines. Maybe we resubmit the survey to get better results or something. It just makes, to me, absolutely no sense. Earlier this year in committee testimony, we found out that, we were using data, the Water Development Board, all the way back to 2011. And then as such, we had a recommendation to go off and do a study to make sure our aquifers, what kind of shape our aquifers are in. Isn't that right, Chairman? We did, right? So I see this pattern of continuing to use either, half-baked information or old information to make futuristic determinations on where we're moving forward. We need to be a little bit more consistent in the types of data that we utilize and whether or not the data is actually worth using, because sometimes it's not worth anything. I mean, we just need to start over in some cases. And with 17 or even a 28% response rate, I don't know. I mean, that's not very great. But back to Representative Sweener's questions about water utilization and power. That would be, I would think maybe that would be more of a question for the generators to understand, how much water they use per kilowatt or something like that, or is that even a measure that they look at?
Yeah, that's, the generation interconnect process. Again, we're looking at the kind of the electrical impact. So, we don't look at water use at the PUC.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Dr. Buckley.
Yeah. So just kind of to tag on to Representative Berry's point, just for each of you, you kind of work in different areas and it kind of overlaps. I mean, is there adequate, reliable data available to you in the job you've been asked to do to really make good decisions and recommendations, whether it be water, power, what have you, for the future of what the data center load and water usage and the generation part that uses water, is there enough information that is accurate enough to make big decisions moving forward?
From my perspective, from the water supply planning, the information that informs our processes, we will always take more data. I mean, it's easy to say there's not enough. So we don't have.
Well, 17%,
Right.
and that's not your fault, but 17% is not enough. Right,
at a
it's too
geographic
thin.
level that we need it
Yeah,
at. So
yeah.
again, for these non-municipal demands, we project at a county level. We're not projecting for the facility. We're looking at aggregate use within a county. So,
Okay, all right. TCEQ, I mean, you're a little bit different spot, but
Yeah, I mean, just listening to the conversation, I don't know that for what I do, the data we have would inform the questions you're trying to answer. I mean, we are concerned with what's coming out of a facility, the quantity and the quality. We control those two factors. But that would be, even if we had that for 100% of entities that have discharge permits, that would still be an incomplete data set because some of these entities may not need a permit from TCEQ. It may be that they're not discharging, and so they don't need a discharge permit. They're not a land applying. They don't need a land application permit. And because we are controlling for what comes out of the outfall, any losses that happen in the process, again, that data wouldn't be reflected in the discharge permit.
Okay. Yeah, and so so the interconnect, I understand, is way more detailed. But in terms of long-range planning, is this enough data to make those types of decisions?
So on the electricity side, just speak quickly about that. I mean, I think Senate Bill 6 really gives us a powerful set of tools to, on the electricity side, to both, figure out what projects are real, what's really coming, what needs to be. That was a significant change that the legislature made, and that we're, in the process of implementing as we speak. So, we're on the electricity side. I think, we're getting highly detailed data and more than we used to get, and more than for other types of customers. On the water side, I'll echo our partners at the board, and I think the idea is the information we are helping to collect would help inform decisions by the board and by others, and so I think.
So
the
but the
more data
28%,
is always
yeah, the
better.
28%
Yes, sir.
response rate is pretty pathetic in terms of your survey. I mean, that's not a complete data set, right?
So yeah, I think
Yeah, I mean,
more
that's-
data is better. Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, but there's got to be an amount of data, or the decision you make is not valid, right? I mean, if you don't have enough data, I mean, that's just how science works. You either have enough data or you don't, and it appears like the data centers are not reporting enough data for us to make these big long-term decisions. And I mean, separate from the interconnect, if I'm in the data center business, I'm talking to the transmission company or whatever you call those things, and they're figuring all that out. That's one thing. But the long-range plan, and look what the impact this will have on water, power, all that other good stuff, it sounds to me like it's woefully lacking in the amount of data that's being self-reported.
Right. I think having more responses to that survey again, would be better. If we had more responses and more information.
Yeah.
be, more, full information that.
Yeah. Well,
y'all
we've
could- y'all
we've
could have as
detected a
policy
pattern
makers.
here. We're
Yeah.
not getting enough data. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PUC specific questions. So the survey belongs to PUC, kind of is how it reads, at least in what I'm looking at right here. But when I look at questions 22 and 23, I've heard several times the comment that PUC doesn't take water into account. But there are two questions in this survey that I believe compel the PUC to take that water volume data and incorporate it into the electrical consumption. Question 22, what percentage of the total water volume provided in question 21 is specifically used for behind-the-meter power generation? So, and then 23, I won't belabor the conversation by reading both, but I would ask the PUC to when you leave here, look at those two questions and come up with some answers as to how that the actual generation of power and the compelling intent behind lines 22 and 23, the questions in line 22 and 23, should be, who should be providing us with that information if it's not the power generation side? It seems to me to be a math formula, but anyway, and if you want to answer, you can, but more than anything else, it's a request to get that information back to us.
Yes, sir, and yeah, I think you've kind of hit on really one of the cruxes of, of the survey and of, Rider 6 is to illuminate that kind of nexus between, energy use and water use and, for this, sector of customers. So I think, I hear you loud and clear, sir.
I think it's to clarify that nexus, not to eliminate it. To see so that when
Sorry, illuminate, that's what I meant.
Illuminate.
Yeah.
Okay. I was sitting there going, okay.
My wife makes fun of my vocabulary words all the time. I apologize.
Well, my East Texas vernacular gets in the way of my command of the English language, or lack of command of the English language on a regular basis. But anyway, I would like to hear a good understanding of where the PUC goes with those two pieces, because I believe if you look at what the effort is on this dais, understanding how those two correlate is key to being able to write policy. And participation in the surveys, obviously, when you go up all the way to the start, they have to sign up to even participate. So there needs to be a compelled process, not on your level. That's our job, Mr. Chairman. But but those two questions in specific do put an onus on, I believe, the PUC to at least provide that nexus. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Zwiener.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a very quick question for TCEQ. Do y'all end up with any data about the amount of potable water that ends up going to data centers?
We don't, at least not in the water quality permitting process. We are concerned with the quantity that they're proposing to discharge and the character of the wastewater, and then we develop a permit around that. It's the facility.
I was more thinking on the drinking water side where y'all, I'm blanking on the exact word, but y'all are the ones who certify that like water is drinking water quality, but y'all don't have any way of tracking where that's going.
We do authorize drinking water facilities. That's not
Okay.
my subject matter expertise, but we can certainly take that question back.
Yeah, I'd just be curious if y'all have any way of tracking what types of uses it's going to after it's been approved through your drinking water program.
I'll confer with my
Okay.
colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this panel? Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize being late to the party, but there was previous discussion about the authority, Ms. McKinnon, of relative to compliance with the executive administrator's request for the survey for these entities to complete and return the survey. And I think you referenced 16.012 of the Texas Water Code. When I look at that under Section M, it does provide some recourse in that those entities that fail to timely complete and return that survey, number one, they're not eligible for funding. Not that some of these are seeking funding, they may not, that may not be relevant. Number two, they're ineligible to obtain permits, amendments, or renewals of permits. And again, I don't know to what extent they may be operating under a permit. But number three is you have the ability to charge them with a criminal offense. Granted, it's a Class C misdemeanor, but I'm just curious, have you made any referrals for recourse against any of these people in terms of restricting permitting, funding, or criminal prosecution?
Well, we're not regulatory, so we don't make decisions on permits. I'm not certain how TCEQ administers that part of the code. We do look at the last 3 years of water use survey respondents for anybody coming to us for financial assistance for a water supply project. And we work with them to make sure that they get those surveys submitted, but that is definitely a criteria for eligibility in our financial assistance programs. But again, we're not a regulatory authority, so no, we're not enforcing that aspect of the code.
Well, I think at least the way I read it, the executive administration can seek this, and it doesn't say who has the ability to enforce it. It could be enforced by some other regulatory authority, the way that I read it. I just don't know if there's communication between everyone here and if that's actually being done, or would you consider doing that, enacting that, just to, if nothing else, to put some teeth in what we do have in place?
It would be up to local authorities to enforce that, and we have not pursued that avenue of notifying authorities, just at the scale of work it would take to do that and the degree to which we're not resourced to do that.
Okay. I would encourage you to look at that section, because I think it does give your department and others, I don't think it's limited, and I think it applies if anyone has not complied or timely completed and returned those surveys. I think it gives everyone here the ability to do something about it. Certainly, I think we could all agree that whatever is in place could be stronger, but I think there is some recourse there, and I would just encourage you to look at that and see what you can do.
I will say, the administration of our survey is from January to March 1st. That's technically the closing date. We keep it open for another 3 months, and we're following up with facilities that are non-responsive. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're not doing anything to get people to respond. And for significant water users, we put quite a bit of effort into contacting them to get them to respond. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're not trying in that avenue. But
And I'm not
understood.
trying to be critical
agree.
here. I'm just trying to find a solution to the obvious problem that we're not getting compliance. It's woefully inadequate, and we need that information. And so we want to work with you to the extent that we can.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last call for questions for this panel. All right, members, thanks for the good discussion. Panelists, thank y'all for being here. Appreciate the discussion very much. Stick around. We may have follow-up questions later. Next, I'm going to call Michael Lucci. And then after that, we will do a panel of public testimony. And so because everybody's kind of spread around, I'm going to go ahead and announce who the next panelist after this witness is going to be. It's going to be Jason Grant, Hoppy Hayden, Orion Gaston, and Rayanne Ivy. So if y'all will be ready to come testify at the conclusion of the next witness. So, Mr. Lucci, how are you doing? Good to see you. Go ahead and tell us your name, who you represent, and then you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. My name is Michael Lucci. I'm the founder of State Armor. We're based here in Austin, Texas. Our focus is on winning the homeland against foreign adversaries that seek to infiltrate our country, subvert our democratic processes. I'm here today to make 4 points about the Chinese Communist Party's interest in this debate, which I know is a very different topic from what you've been considering so far. And let me say up front that I consider myself an audience to the debate that's going on in favor and against data centers. But I think that it's important to understand the strategic imperatives of both the United States, the Chinese Communist Party, and how the CCP is playing in this debate right now in verified ways in the United States. So my first point will be that both the United States and the Chinese Communist Party have explicitly said dominance of this technology is essential for who will win the 21st century. Second, there's recent amplification. There's recent evidence of the Chinese Communist Party in specific ways amplifying not just one side of the debate, but overall division within this debate within the United States of America. Third, there's a long history of the CCP doing this. They've done this very much in our energy sector, and I'll explain why they did that and how there's kind of an analogous issue to what they're doing with AI development in the United States. And finally, I'll close with a point that it's important that the most important thing is to maintain respect within the democratic process that we're engaged in here. Because while the Chinese Communist Party has probably a side in this debate, what's most important to them in all cases is that we sort of get at each other and lose faith in our ability to work together within a democracy. So first, and this is no secret, the President of the United States, President Trump in his first term, then President Biden, then President Trump in his second term, each issue executive orders saying that dominance of this technology is essential for America's national security. They are paralleled by the Chinese Communist Party that actually started talking about this a little bit earlier in 2017, where they said it's essential for their national security to dominate this technology. I'll note one really important difference is that the Chinese Communist Party's conception of national security is that there are no threats anywhere in the world. This is different from how we think of national security, which is that we can mitigate threats. Their view is to eliminate threats. And they see AI as a tool for which to have narrative control on the global stage of how we talk about the Chinese Communist Party, how we talk about American democracy, and so on. I'll give one example of how this is a really important tool for national security purposes. On June 12th, just a couple weeks ago, the Commerce Department put export controls on Anthropic's newest model, the most powerful model. The day before that, Senator Mark Warner made a statement. He's on the Senate Intelligence Committee. He made a statement that's still being interpreted, but in some ways he said that the new tool released by Anthropic had the ability, when used to red team our national security agency, had the ability to hack within our systems in hours rather than weeks. So it's still being debated what exactly he meant by that, but suffice to say, it's a very powerful tool for national security. There are 3 recent instances of Chinese Communist Party amplification of the debate and fight within the United States. First, OpenAI pointed out one where their tool, they're the creator of ChatGPT, they pointed out how their tool was being used by a large Chinese technology company to actually run a disinformation propaganda campaign within the United States. So they put out a report saying the prompts that were used, the social media campaign that was being run, why they were doing it. They said it was a large Chinese technology company. They didn't identify who it is. The second example, there's a report that came from Bitcoin Policy Institute. There are several parts to this. I think the most important to highlight is they point to Neville Roy Singham and his network of nonprofits within the United States amplifying the fight over this debate and amplifying concerns about why the United States shouldn't adopt these technologies. I'll note that Neville Roy Singham is considered by many members of Congress to be an agent of the Chinese Communist Party. On the one hand, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, when confronted by one of his organizations, said, to quote her, "Go back to China where your headquarters is." She's not alone in that assessment. Congressional Republicans have opened multiple investigations into these organizations, started with then Senator Marco Rubio in 2024. The last instance of clear narrative pushing comes from the Chinese state media itself. China Daily, China's Global Times, and CGTN, these are all state-owned media. They have published English language narratives, op-eds, saying that the United States really should back off on data centers and development of AI. And that's not to say that you all would listen to them, but what they're actually doing is they're messaging to party-affiliated organizations within the United States that this is how they want those party-affiliated organizations to talk about this issue. I'll point to an analogy that's occurred in the energy sector. So the Chinese Communist Party has been very interested in America's energy sector, in particular in Texas. They have an incentive for us to not be resilient on energy security and to enhance their own resilience. The way they've done that is through a number of organizations. One, Energy Foundation China, which my organization has profiled. EFC has pushed for very rapid transition from fossil fuels to green energies. And the reason they want to do this is, there are multiple reasons, but one, this is less resilient for the United States compared to, say, nat gas. But furthermore, they don't have nat gas. So they want to build out the supply chains of green energies, which they dominate. And one way to do that is to get us buying all those green energies. So they're securing their own energy resilience while harming ours. And I think that it's important to note that those energy devices coming from China, we now know are coming with kill switches. These exist in solar inverters across the state of Texas. There's a report that was first profiled in the Washington Post on December 10th of last year. It relied upon a study from Strider Intelligence, which is sort of an intelligence firm. And what this report found was that solar inverters largely come from state and military affiliated companies within China. China dominates this particular input in the solar industry, and there are 2,700 academic papers within China about how to attack our energy grid. Solar inverters and dominance of that supply chain is one of the ways that they identify to attack our energy grid. So the Washington Post published that basically these devices could be weaponized to cause rolling blackouts across the country. I say that because there's an analogy. There's a recent report from Booz Allen, which is a defense contractor, and what they were doing was querying Chinese AI tools. So they want these tools to write code. And what they found in this was when they were just like a normal requester of code, the Chinese AI tool just gave them normal feedback, normal code. But when the Chinese AI tool suspected that it was an American government employee or contractor asking for the code, the instance of errors that could be exploited for cyber attacks went up, in one instance, 130%. There was another study by CrowdStrike, which is a cybersecurity firm in 2025, that found when you use political sensitive terms with these AI tools, such as Tiananmen Square, Taiwan, it would trigger a 40% increase in insecure code put out by these Chinese AI tools. That was DeepSeek in particular. So I connect that because they control the inputs for our energy grid. I mentioned solar inverters as one of them. If we allow them to control our AI inputs, they are already putting the code kill switches into the products that we would be taking from them, and which I should note, the majority of American technology startups are actually using Chinese AI tools for some tasks because they're much lower cost. There's an analogy to how we offshored our manufacturing supply chains. That probably wasn't a great idea. We did it to save money, create security risk in the long term. I'll close by amplifying the words of Chairman John Moolenaar, who's the chair of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, who pointed out the OpenAI study on this debate. Moolenaar said, "There are very legitimate concerns about data centers, and Americans deserve answers as the companies work to build infrastructure we need for our national future. We're blessed to live in a free and open society where we could debate these topics. Unfortunately, the Chinese Communist Party exploits our openness and works to divide Americans through its United Front organizations and other entities." And he closes by saying, "My committee and I will continue to investigate potential Chinese malign influence in the data center debate. I hope all Americans involved in these debates will treat one another with respect." I think that that's the most important output here is we should absolutely have a fair and democratic process. I live just outside the city of Austin. I wonder how this would affect water or not affect water, affect utilities or not affect utilities where I live. To do that, all sides have an incentive to reject Chinese interference in this debate, which is happening to some extent. I'm sure that people on both sides of this debate completely reject that, and as we should. This is an important debate for the safety and environmental concerns of our community. It is also a very important debate for the national security and the competition between the United States of America, Chinese Communist Party, to see who will dominate the technologies of the 21st century. Thank you.
Fascinating testimony, Michael. For the members of the committee, members of the public who may have not heard your testimony before in other committees and on other topics, and in case anybody just thinks that Michael is some crazy person who hates China, will you kind of give us your background and how you came into this role and some of the specific examples of direct attack that you've experienced before?
Absolutely. It's been a little while since that question. I founded State Armor at the end of 2023 here in Austin. My background was I'd been the policy head for a governor in Illinois, and before, like all smart Illinoisans, I moved to Texas. So I had the experience with the state policy background, executive experience with the governor, and so I saw what a state could do, but I also learned from first President Trump's administration, then actually in more specific terms from President Biden's administration, how the Chinese Communist Party has a subnational campaign, a subnational strategy, and that's just to say they specifically target different states in different ways. There are things they want to get states to do to align with their policies. So we built out a team to respond to what they do to attack our state governments, our state universities, and otherwise. We worked with a lot of you all last session. Texas had the single best legislative session to counter the Chinese Communist Party of any state ever in the United States. A lot of that, almost all that, was bipartisan. Texas is, Nebraska has a really good competition with Texas on securing their state in similar ways that you all do here. We work with, former national security advisors, folks who've been in State Department, former ambassadors, and they will come out and testify with you all, as you've all seen in different cases, to highlight these issues. Personally, I mean, the first time I testified on a controversial bill, well, they think it was a controversial bill in Nebraska, I had a death threat on my phone as soon as I walked out of the hearing room. So it's a very Chinese way to convey a death threat. That was the beginning of State Armor's public life, was February 8th, 2024. And they were just kind of all over us starting then in all sorts of ways that mostly should not be talked about on the record, but I told you about one here. I'll give one example. I mentioned how the Chinese state media is covering this issue and why they do it. They're not actually trying to convince you. They're putting out talking points to people within the United States. I know that because they did that about us. So there's a whole article in Chinese state media. It's actually kind of incomprehensible because it refers to like German literature. You don't know what they're talking about. What they're actually doing, and they did it in a specific way, they put out 4 talking points that they want Chinese Communist Party aligned entities within the United States to use against our organization. And we've seen that. I mean, and so that's why they write in Chinese state media in the English language. They don't think that you're going to buy propaganda. They're messaging to their people who are spread across the United States what they want those people to be saying when they confront you all. So we've had a lot of contact from the Chinese government, which is, I would say, useful to know what annoys them. So that's some usefulness to that contact. But then, it's somewhat annoying to us as well.
And your family, if I remember correctly, were from China, correct?
There are 8 people in my house. I'm the only one that does not have any Chinese ethnicity. So a lot of kids, grandparents, and so on. We started State Armor when my in-laws left China. Yeah. The day that they got into Texas is when we started.
All right. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lucci, I represent Military City USA, San Antonio. It's my honor to be one of maybe 3, I think, veterans we have here on this committee. It's refreshing to me to hear somebody talk about national security in a way that we're not used to hearing about. Just for context, I think last session, less than 10 of us out of 150, 180 had military affiliation. And we're talking about Texas being the home to so many military veterans and active duty folks. And I always, when we talk about data centers and things of that sort, first thing that goes to my mind is the OPSEC-COMSEC piece of it. How are we going to protect our state from issues that are happening? We're looming, or we're seeing ourselves on, the brink of many international wars. And so what do we do to fight against these types of things without the hateful fear-mongering that oftentimes we see? And I think this is a great way to do it, because sometimes the messenger really matters when we're addressing these situations. But the bigger question is, what do we do from here? the amount of access to media and manipulation, we see it amongst us. You know, we see it in the hyper-partisan world that we're in. What is our real combat against that?
Representative, I think the only way to really combat that is to engage in our civil society in a respectful way. Obviously, we've all struggled with that over the last, say many years. And I want to make clear that what I'm saying here today, where I obviously have strong concerns about the Chinese Communist Party. I saw some people outside. I assume that they really don't like data centers. I bet you they hate the Chinese Communist Party even more. So I'm not saying that because the Chinese Communist Party has a position in this, that should have any implication for someone who wants to resist a data center at all. I think that it's important for all sides of the debate to recognize what they're trying to do. And I said, like, yes, they don't want us to have artificial intelligence tools. They want to dominate that. We want to dominate that. Full stop. That's very clear. But if they can't achieve that, what they would always love to achieve is to put each other at each other's throats. So even if they can't get the policy outcome they want, the societal outcome that they want is for us to always be after each other, to lose trust in each other. So I mean, this is kind of a non-response, but I think that the way to guard against what they try to do, and they try to do it in a lot of ways, is to engage with one another as respectfully as possible. There are very valid sides to this debate. I mean, obviously I skew towards national security because the other side is so bad. If we allow them to dominate this space, that outcome's so bad. So I'm someone who, right before I came out to testify, I looked on my Twitter feed to see the last time that I criticized one of the hyperscalers. It's not very long ago. But I very much hope that they win out over the Chinese companies that they compete with, because that future would be a very bad future. But respecting one another in this process, like you all are doing, I think is the key way to resist what they want to achieve.
Representative Romero.
You just used the word "win out." Polls suggest that you're right. Folks don't really like data centers, right? Would you then suggest that they are winning right now?
Representative, while they are undoubtedly amplifying concerns, there are organic concerns, for sure. So I don't, if you take the Chinese Communist Party out of this debate, the poll might be something similar to what you're already seeing. I'm not going to say that the poll's bad only because of their impact. I bet you there are a bunch of people who, as I said, who are going to say they don't like data centers, and they probably dislike the Chinese Communist Party even more than that. So I think that there are a lot of layers to why people would want to be skeptical of something like this. I mean, the companies involved haven't always generated, the really large companies haven't always generated a huge amount of trust from everybody. But then there's if it's going in your backyard, it's going somewhere near you, you're going to want to think about what that means for you. And the common topics are water and utility costs, right? And I think that that's exactly where to establish clear knowledge. I will say that their side, the Chinese Communist Party, is inserting things into that debate that are not true, right? Mm-hmm. And so you could have that debate on the effect on water, on the effect on utility costs, without having what they would want to say. In terms of are they winning, I would just, my hunch would be that this is just largely where they are. They're probably driving us a little bit more in one direction, but we should have an open discussion of what this means. What I hope to bring to this debate that I think most people would be sympathetic to is, imagine a future where we are writing code that goes into all of our systems, and that code is generated by Chinese AI that will turn you off if you mention Tiananmen Square. We obviously don't want to be there. And so I think that, in any debate, extremes are the loudest, but I think that people are probably interested in figuring out kind of a place in the middle.
Yeah, well, I thank you for the perspective, certainly, and I think this goes back to the chairman's words when he originally started this discussion about the responsibility of the data centers, and even as we've witnessed with the low response rate in the surveys, to do things correctly. Thank you.
Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little naive in this area. I just really started using AI recently, even though I spend a lot of my days talking about data centers. I guess give me a little bit of insight. Who else in the world is in this race for data centers? I mean, is it just the U.S. and China, or who? What else are we dealing with here?
Representative, the dominant forces are the United States and China. I'll mention, and then I'll get to some of the other countries, but say 5 key inputs: talent, compute means chips, highest end chips, energy and electricity, data centers, and capital. These are like the 5 inputs you need to be very strong. The United States and China have some degree of all of those. India, Japan, and Europe are trying to figure out where they can have their own version of this. The Europeans, there's a French company that's been very vocal about this where, well, look, I want the United States to win. I like our allies in Europe, but I want the United States to win. They have concerns, and you could understand why they have concerns, that if they don't figure this out within a year or so, they're not going to be able to compete with us. They're not going to be able to compete with China. So, and I hope that if that happens, that we can still work together well with them. So the Europeans are trying to figure it out. India is trying to figure out if they could do their own thing. Japan's trying to figure out if they could do their own thing. But if you look at just the GDPs, I mean, the United States is 31 trillion, China 20 trillion. Europe is also 20 trillion, but they're kind of very slow to develop anything for a lot of reasons. And then everyone else is much, much, much smaller than that. So the 5 key inputs: talent, compute, energy, electricity, data centers, and capital. That's the United States and China. Maybe someone else will play. The Europeans hope they could play. Right now, they're not really competitive with the 2 lead countries.
You mentioned these Chinese tools and whatnot. If I was out on the internet and doing my Google thing or whatever, how would I know it's a Chinese tool?
Representative, I believe that you would either be using their application, you would download like the DeepSeek application, or you'd be accessing it through your internet browser. So versus, when I use ChatGPT, I think I just type in ChatGPT, it brings me up to that tool. Someone used Anthropic the same way. So for yourself as a user, you could know. What I would be concerned about is, let's say the state government as a customer of, pick your large contractor to the state, they're using the Chinese AI tool, which might be introducing risks for the state, and you don't know about it. So individually, for you to use Qwen or DeepSeek or one of the Chinese tools versus OpenAI, Anthropic, or the American tools, you could pretty clearly know that. Where there, I think, should be a debate, which is very different from this debate, is should governments know when their contractors who are providing services to the state of Texas, federal government or otherwise, when those folks are using Chinese tools, because you could be getting very bad code written in there just because it's coming from a Chinese tool.
And so you know the names of all these Chinese tools that are out there?
There's 5 big ones: Qwen, DeepSeek. I mean, Baidu produces one, Alibaba produces one. I could give you the names of the 5 big Chinese ones.
I was just curious. And I guess we're in a natural resources meeting today, but how could this potentially affect our water supply, water systems?
Representative, I could relay what the debate is. I don't have expertise in it. I think that there's debate on one side that there's kind of a huge water usage from data centers for cooling and otherwise. I've seen headlines recently that NVIDIA, which has an interest in the debate, claims that they've found a way to cut water usage by 99%. I don't know I don't know what the valid numbers are on water myself. I think that there are probably other people who could testify on that. One interesting Texas angle is, SpaceX is looking to launch compute into space. They want to do it in space to avoid these terrestrial arguments. But I think that we should nonetheless figure out the right thing to do here in the state of Texas.
Thank you.
Dr. Buckley.
Thank you. So the take-home point is anything we do that increases our reliance on solar is good for China, bad for us?
Representative, I think that given current supply chains, there are risks.
Yeah.
I would love to see So solar wafer, a lot of it comes from slave labor. I think we shouldn't want that. And solar inverters, a lot of that comes from Chinese military companies. We should want American companies making these inverters. Whether it's, I don't know where SpaceX gets it, but they're planning to put solar out in space to power AI compute. I hope that that solar, and of course, there's no natural gas option out in space. There's no coal option out in space. Solar is the way to do it out there. This is Elon Musk's argument. There is no cloud cover. You know, you get like 40% more sun power, and it's 24/7. You know, there's no weather outside. So we should want our companies to be able to dominate with inverters, so we could use that, whether it's for space-based compute or terrestrial compute. Right now, the supply chain for solar inverters, I think it's 80 to 90% these Chinese companies, which is really not ideal. But they do this all the time. They find a low margin, high security risk input, and then they just dominate it. They drop the price so we don't make it. The most obvious is rare earth magnets. We have a huge problem with rare earth magnets because we don't, for 30 years, our companies would go bankrupt if we tried to make rare earth magnets. Now we find that they're cutting us off from it.
Okay, so and this is getting out of the natural resource realm, but this is really
Just
interesting.
say water at the end of your question. And
Oh, okay, yeah. So, notwithstanding the water usage, so what tools, despite the water usage and problems we're having with water usage, is, in all seriousness, how does a community, a county or a city that is tasked with evaluating water usage, power usage, but how do they know if that entity, because what I understand about some data centers is they're kind of like a strip mall. In other words, they lease out parts of it to different people that have parts of those servers. How do we know that the players inside that facility are the good actors? What is the regulation that our country has or a state could have to make certain that we don't build a big building that actually gets Chinese-influenced servers operating in Bell County, Texas?
Representative, presumably you all could write a law towards that. I think that there's who's using the servers, maybe it's Google, Amazon, or whoever, and I would argue you don't want someone like Alibaba that was just sanctioned by the Pentagon for helping China's military attack Americans. You don't want them on those servers, nor do you want to do data processing on Alibaba's servers in China. I think that where there's more clearly a security risk, irrespective of the solar inverters or other devices, network-connected technologies that come from China, whether they are cameras, and this is verified, cameras, whether they are routers, which are currently under a lawsuit from the Attorney General of Texas, and this is TP-Link. The Attorney General is suing them for fraud for reasons that I'm describing here, and that company was just sanctioned by the Pentagon for working with China's military. Cameras, routers, solar inverters, cellular modules that go into all sorts of things. A network-connected device that comes from the Chinese Communist Party, personally, I think we just shouldn't use them here. We should just have that as a national policy. Perhaps Texas could do that. Something as a state policy. The Lone Star Bill from 2021 maybe does that. I think that's kind of an open debate whether the Lone Star Bill, Infrastructure Protection Act of 21, prohibits these network-connected devices like batteries that come from China that introduce risks as well. So all those things, so batteries would be useful in data centers. I would note that the Marine Corps ripped Chinese batteries out 2 years ago at the request of then Senator Rubio and then Chairman Mike Gallagher of the CCP Select Committee. My understanding is because they found those batteries doing things that they shouldn't do. This at Marine Corps Camp Lejeune. So my opinion, network-connected devices should not come from China. Anyone else, ourselves, our allies, whoever, we just shouldn't have them coming from China, including into our data centers.
Yeah. And my final question, isn't it in the best interest of our national security that data center developers or data center operators respond to surveys, report water usage, and build some confidence in the public? I mean, that's what we've been talking about. Is that not in our best interest? Isn't that the proper thing to do?
Representative, that seems to me to be absolutely correct. It sounds like from the previous panel that you all actually have laws that require them to do that. So all else being equal, folks should follow the law. But I was just discussing this. It seems like a lot of folks are frustrated with some of the utilities here. But it does seem valid that, if you only have a little bit of data and you're trying to make a long-term plan, I don't know how you do that. Now, it's not my area of expertise. I would just say if the law says that they should report these things and you all need to plan it, then ideally that should happen. My view of this would be this stuff is really important for national security, so we want to be able to do it in the right way, and you need data to do that.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask a question about the switches, the kill switches. So I'm going to tie it back to water. I'm going to try. Theoretically, we could have a solar field, which I can't personally stand solar and wind in our beautiful parts of East Texas. But theoretically, they could be supplying power to a municipal water supply that is in turn supplying water to a data center. There we go. Threaded the needle and connected it all together. So, touch again on the kill switches. How is that not a violation of the law that the legislature passed to ban Chinese devices from critical infrastructure?
Representative, my understanding of, I should say, I don't have a completely clear legal interpretation of what the Lone Star bill says vis-a-vis the Chinese connected devices. If there's any lack of clarity, I would fully support making as clear as possible that the network connected devices from China should not go onto critical infrastructure. Just like, the impetus of that was an officer in the People's Liberation Army was building wind turbines and solar fields right next to Laughlin Air Force Base, right next to the border down there. And while the legislature stopped that particular issue, he was going to directly access the grid. That was clearly prevented by the law. The indirect access that is implied by a battery device or a camera, maybe that's still being debated. If that's being debated, I think just ban it. Don't let it in. Our national labs have said, Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory has said that just the camera from Dahua or Hikvision, just the camera being on the power station can be used to shut down the power station. The Attorney General here is suing those companies as well because failure to disclose that is fraud. And then what's actually happening that the National Lab said, the federal government banned those cameras. The incidence of those cameras on critical infrastructure went up 40% the year after the ban because they began to be relabeled. And so the Attorney General's fraud claim is also based upon that allegedly fraudulent relabeling. So just a camera going onto the camera is a computer pre-programmed to be able to take over the power station. So many other devices. We could very much make this about water though, because two specific instances. President Biden's National Security Advisor sent a letter to every governor in the country in the spring of 2024 saying right now the Chinese Communist Party is trying to hack into your water utilities. And they also said the IRGC, the Iranian military, at the same time. So they listed the two of those as doing that. And there was a DOJ case that I believe was based in Los Angeles. It was a case against Russian hackers who were going around the United States taking over water utilities and causing mass overflows. And one of the instances was in rural Texas, where they took over the water utility. Some hundreds of thousands of gallons of water were flooded into a system because
Muleshoe, Texas, right?
That would be the case. So having Chinese devices in a water utility would allow them to get in, such as a camera, router, or whatever it is. In general, just their devices should not be on anything. I don't think they should be in the country, but it certainly should not be on anything that matters for the health and safety of our communities, like critical infrastructure.
Members, any other questions? Representative Kerwin.
Yes, Mr. Lucci, thank you so much. This is all very foreign to me because I'm focused on the natural resources and agriculture, et cetera. And the rapidly evolving speed of data centers in my district is astounding. This is something I've never considered, and I haven't really heard it from my constituents. But with your ability to do the profiling, where do you take that information? And would that be something as a legislature, would we address a national security issue in the guardrails if we're going to be discussing this next session? And how do we do that?
Representative, personally, I absolutely think Texas should consider national security issues in regulation of the utilities, AI centers. Texas, of course, you all know, uniquely has its own grid, and so it has its own sort of jurisdiction and powers to make rules related to electric utilities and things that connect to the electric utilities. So I absolutely think that it should be a consideration in terms of where the information's coming from. So when I'm talking about devices having backdoors in them, it's really just coming ad hoc. How I would shorthand it is leave a Chinese network connected device within the United States for 5 years. We'll find out that it's got a backdoor eventually. I mean, we found it out with their drones. We've found it out with their routers. And again, the state of Texas, state of Florida, state of Nebraska have consumer fraud suits against these companies now. The FCC at the federal level has been banning these products as they can. We have a lot of that data just because we aggregate it, we take it, and we try to transmit it to you all at the state level. This is a huge gap that China seeks to exploit, which is most of the information that we need is, largely overseen by folks in DC, and a lot of it's classified. A lot of it doesn't get down to the state level, which is why we exist, candidly. So we're happy to help continue transmitting that data. So more work should be done, more research should be done, but there are organizations, Strider Intelligence puts out reports. It is really ad hoc. There's not like a master list of all the Chinese technologies that we should absolutely not have. Again, I'm biased, but I just shorthand it as, if it's network connected from China, we just shouldn't be using it. Use it from anyone else.
But as our legislature, and if we are looking at establishing guardrails for these data centers, transparency, water usage, power sources, et cetera, how could we address something like this to make it, craft it into a bill where these permitting processes or engineering plans would include something like that to protect the communities where they're being built?
Representative, so I could think of two options. I haven't worked on this a ton, but I could think of two options. One, you could talk about the network connected inputs and just have something about country of origin for the piece of that is network connected. But the second part is a lot of these data centers, I believe, in some sort of agreement with President Trump, agreed to have their power development behind the meter. So they would kind of come with their own power. There was just a headline of Microsoft doing this with Chevron in West Texas in the last couple days. So they would come with their own power. So perhaps I have heard there is some sort of device that can intercept sort of intermediate the interaction of that data center with the grid more generally, so that it couldn't do anything negative towards the grid, is the point. So if something in that data center was risky, it could be intercepted by some sort of intermediary device. I've heard that that's something possible. I don't know myself. I would, though, say that just within the grid itself, these devices exist. So you might say if the data center uses a dangerous Chinese device, we want to be able to cut it off. I would not disagree with you, but the same Chinese device is also out there just in the Texas electric grid generally.
Thank you.
Representative Hicklin.
Thank you. So you mentioned in your testimony that the Chinese have talking points that are detracting from some of the legitimate issues that we're facing, like water. Can you advise us as to what some of those might be?
Representative, so some of them are just amplifying legitimate debate. So they talk about utility costs. They talk about it in very extreme numbers. I've seen there's a researcher in Hong Kong who's done a publication that overestimates the impact on water and utility by perhaps 1,000-fold. So what they want to do is take what is a reasonable debate and then 1,000x it, so that we're talking about just sort of wild numbers. So they will take a legitimate debate and then amplify it. So let's say that this data center would use between 8 and 10 units of water. They'll say it's 10,000 or something like that. So that's kind of how they will push the debate. And then they will overemphasize what this could mean for any security risk you would have for folks' health, for the cost of paying for utilities, for the availability of water, which is a very real concern in the state of Texas and really anyone west of Texas. All the states west of Texas have water scarcity issues. So they want to take legitimate debate and amplify it and turn it into something that is not connected to reality. And I think that what you all want to do is have that same legitimate debate, just making sure it's connected to reality.
Okay. When you say that China is our biggest competitor on this issue, how close is this? I think you mentioned there's several prongs to it. You know, they're developing their own data centers in their own country. How close are we competing in that sphere? And then, and that's aside from some of the offensive things that they're doing against us here in our country. But
Representative, when we hear the leading frontier labs, so Anthropic, OpenAI, speak about it, they'll say 6 to 12 months. We're 6 to 12 months ahead, which is quite short. That's on the top end stuff. So that's to do the top end computations. China is arguably larger market share for the very low cost functions that require much less computational power. There was Andreessen Horowitz, a large venture firm, estimates that perhaps 80% of American startups are using a Chinese AI tool for the kind of the lower computation. But in terms of I mentioned 5 things that are important. Talent, China argues that they have more homegrown talent. And they've argued this actually in Singapore, which is kind of disputed territory. The leader of Singapore said, even if you have more homegrown talent, the whole rest of the world wants to go work with the United States. So let's say that that's a contested area. They do push a lot of people into AI. We don't have as many coming in out of our system that focus on AI, but we could bring them in from the rest of the world and some from China. Obviously, there's some security issues around that. For computation, we have the advantage there because President Biden and then continued under President Trump put export controls on the top AI chips from NVIDIA. Electricity, actually, they have a much larger electrical grid, so they have an incentive for us to not build out electrical grid. Capital, we are far way ahead. The last year I saw we are over $1 trillion of CapEx into this space. They're like $100 billion per year, so we're 10x them on capital abilities. Then data centers, who's going to do that? Well, I think that that's kind of an open debate, so we'll see about that part. But they're ahead in some, we're ahead in others. On the highest end, our labs are the best. On the lower cost stuff, to me, it's too much like manufacturing, where we offshored manufacturing to do it cheaper, which is why American startups are doing it. It's a lot cheaper. Then 20 years later, we figure out we can't make military shells to help ourselves, help friends. I really hope that we don't depend on them for the lower cost computations of these AI tools.
thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you. Michael, thank you for being here. I didn't want to be the only one not ask you a question, so I thought I'd jump in here at the end. I have been trying to square a question in my mind for a long time, and I'm just going to lay it on you here. And Representative Garcia was right. Texas, we take a back seat to no one in terms of our patriotism and support for national security. And I'm just going to give you my lens view here on what I hear back home. And I live over in Deep East Texas. And we've got some proposed data centers in my area. But I guess what's fascinating about the conversations that I have with my constituents is that knowing how patriotic these people are, when you go to a public forum or you watch a public forum or you read local media sources that are trying to be neutral on the topic, you never hear this issue of national security. What you hear about are the concerns that we've been talking about all morning and afternoon, primarily focused on water and electricity and a few other issues. So I guess my question is, understand the importance of the national security implications of your presentation. And And I want to just put this also on the record. You know, there was a poll that came out this morning that some of us follow. They do about one a month, and the takeaway, the top line was about 28% of Texans support data centers. 28%. In rural Texas, it's 22%. So, and the response I receive overwhelmingly from my constituents is negative towards data centers. But knowing how patriotic these people are, help me square this conversation in my mind in terms of where they stand today and the national security conversation that you're having with this committee.
Representative, I think it's completely natural for any constituent to have front of mind the thing that's going nearby in the community and what that might mean for their everyday life. That is the normal political response to practically anything. One historical example, the United States unfortunately shut down the development of nuclear power, you know, in the 70s because of
We're trying to bring that back, as you know, here in
Right.
Texas.
Because of these kind of backyard concerns. Set aside whether those concerns, you know, I think that was unfortunate. I mean, nuclear is extremely reliable, dispatchable, everything like this. But folks need to be trusting of what is happening near them in their community, that it's not going to hurt them, hurt their children. I would hope that the companies that stand to benefit the most from this can make communities be invested in some sort of way. I mean, to figure out how to have a community be invested in wanting to see the success just sort of selfishly for their community. I mean, I don't know what that is, but hopefully these hyperscalers, so to speak, which I criticize all the time, hopefully they could get folks invested in their communities to want to see that success. And then there is the higher level, you know, this is just what I do for work. It is extremely clear to me, it's us or it's them. So if we want to run all of the technology of the future, just like right now, the internet basically runs on the American technology stack. We dominated that wave of innovation, the digitization through the 90s, 2000s, and so on. We dominate that space globally. China is definitely cutting in. I mean, that's what we're talking about. If they're going to dominate, then get ready for your children to not be able to ask the question of what happened in Tiananmen Square if they were to dominate in this space. And so to me, it's very stark what's at stake here. Those with a much larger vested financial interest, I would hope would make this argument and find some way to get the communities involved. I want to make clear, when I say I criticize the hyperscalers, it's for all kinds of other things they do. I hope that they do win in this space because I think it's important for the country, but they should find ways to get the communities to want them to win as well. So that it's a community win rather than, I could see a community seeing this as exploitative in some way. We don't want it to be that. When I think of exploitation, the extreme example is if we end up on the Chinese stack for all of this, we're going to really see what exploitation looks like. But we want the American companies to show why this is a win for everyone, make this a win for everyone, and it's absolutely an issue of perilous national security.
Do you think the public opinion is so galvanized at this point on either side of the conversation that the needle can be moved?
Representative, I expect that the needle could be moved. I think that what you need are stories of success, and maybe these already exist. I've heard one argument, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard one argument that the development of a data center reduced utility costs for that area. Because basically the data center brought their own energy, brought their own electricity, and let's say they could produce 100 level of electricity. Sometimes that data center will use right up to the 100, but sometimes they would only be using at a level of, say, 80, so the excess 20 they would sell into the community and thereby drive down cost. I think that that's what the proponents who stand to benefit, they need to create success stories like that. They need to ideally show that where these exist, perhaps property taxes start falling in that area, and property taxes are a very real issue in Texas. So data centers will occur in some areas, and we'll see. Does that go well? Does that go poorly? I would just re-emphasize the folks making those capital investments, which I really hope succeed. find ways to make that a win for the community around them, whether finding ways to make the utility costs go down rather than up, finding ways for the tax burden to go down rather than up, and then obviously finding ways to mitigate whatever the water issues are, if there are water issues. I'm just not an expert in that part of this.
Yeah, thank you for your responses. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bell.
Yeah, I just want to touch on Representative Ashby's conversation, but because I want to really, I guess, be a little more clear. What you're saying is that our communities ultimately have a decision to make. Do we want to put the risk in place rigidly that China will own that technology space and that we will not have the alternative? You talk about Tiananmen Square, that's a problem, but what happens when they decide to turn off our military satellites, or they decide to turn off our whatever, if that's their capability? And that's what I hear you stating, that they potentially have the capability to do in terms of switching. So is that the greater argument, that if you just want to put a broad arch over your conversation with regard specific to data centers, that ultimately we have a decision to make? What risk means to us? Is risk the Chinese turning everything off, or is risk having a data center in our district?
Representative, there are, obviously, as your question implies, there are multiple levels of risk. We as a country need to decide how we're going to have this work. I absolutely think that we as a country should have a strong footprint of data centers to power not only our artificial intelligence tools, but the needs of our allies, because our allies will also go on to the Chinese tech stack if we're not producing it. And so, whereas, let's just talk about NATO, our software might be clean for our missile systems or whatever because we're using Anthropic or OpenAI or whatever. But if our European allies are using a different software stack and it's coming from China, what happens to interoperability between our military systems and theirs? I mean, I would not trust missile systems that are developed with software that comes from a Chinese artificial intelligence tool. So, I mean, that's very high level. I mean, I think it's hard for someone in a community to think about, you know, if I don't have this data center, then we could lose the next conflict. But if we as a country don't have the data centers, we could lose a conflict. The way I would think of it as, there is, you know, obviously the very famous rocket company, SpaceX. They moved from California to Texas because the leader determined they will simply not be able to do it in California. He made that decision, so they're down Boca Chica. If Texas becomes a place where you cannot do these things that are necessary to win the next century, to win on national security, unfortunately, there's kind of nowhere else to go within the United States that has scale. So I hope that there's a way that this could work. I want to learn about the trade-offs this means for communities, but if we don't do it in the United States of America, and Texas is really the most important part in this debate, then it's going to go on their stack. It's going to go at least into our allies' systems. It might go into our systems. I think that is just a straight-up dystopian world if we are running on Chinese AI. And that is actually what we're deciding in the macro sense when we decide whether or not to have data centers here.
Well, and that's what I hear you saying, and I don't think it's a question of do we want, certainly not from my perspective. My question wasn't do we want them or not want them in our communities. My question was right on your topic of ultimately deciding where that risk lies as a community. Do we, or as a society, you know, do we have to decide ultimately, it sounds like, at least from your testimony, whether or not we have a greater risk environmentally that can not be mitigated successfully, or whether we have a greater risk to our national security, and then all of the other things that go along in between. But I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, Michael, thank you so much for providing that super interesting testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chair calls Jason Grant, Hoppy Hayden, Orion Gaston, and Rayanne Ivy. Always great to see some folks from my district here, so thank y'all very much for being here to visit with us this morning. Jason, let's start with you, and then we'll go from you to the other side of the table. If y'all would each state your name, who you represent, even if that's I represent myself, and then you may proceed with your testimony.
Well, first off, I want to say thanks for y'all letting me testify behind such a polished speaker. And I'm not sure if I'm going to address this exactly right or if this is even the right panel, but I'm here now. So my name's Jason Grant, and I'm Navarre County Commissioner for Precinct 1, and I'm here to represent the vast majority of citizens in Navarre County that oppose data centers. You already know the reasons why, so I won't waste your time with all that. I'm just here to ask the state to give county government some power over land use and utilities, including water, regarding data centers. I also ask that you consider an immediate ban or at least a moratorium on data centers statewide. And since I have the microphone, I'll ask that you also maybe apply this to solar projects, wind projects, energy storage projects, large industrial developments, and housing developments. And I thank you for your time.
Greatly appreciate the brevity and the testimony, but noted and taken. Specifically, what types of power or specific statutory changes would help y'all?
Well, from what I've been able to research, we really don't have anything right now that we can enforce at all, other than some minor things on road usage and if it's in a floodplain. Other than that, there's not a whole lot that we can enforce.
So is it additional subdivision regulation or zoning power, or something new that you don't even have the contemplated authority to do yet?
Correct.
All of the above. Okay.
Yes. And it's, you know, I don't know what you can require them to do, but it's been my experience, which we have in different conversations I've heard, there's up to 8 that may be coming to Navarre County. A couple of them already started. They come in here and talk to all the utilities and construction people, that kind of thing, without ever stepping foot in my office. I don't even know they're here till I hear it from somebody down the road, and I get down there and they've already got stuff going on. We had no idea. So it's, you know, it's kind of sneaky.
Yeah. Of those, so I hear this a lot, you know, there's hundreds of potential data centers or developers who are trying to enter the queue to gain access to electricity. And so they're all kind of in a race to be the date to the dance with the actual data centers. So out of that 8, how many are actually going to get built? And I know you can't answer that question. I hope some other witnesses who we'll have later will be able to help us drill down onto how many paper tigers are out there that are never going to see actual dirt turning or be built. So that's not a question for you, but for later contemplation by the other witnesses who may come. Members, go ahead.
I do have one that is trying to move into a small town in Navarre County, Rice, Texas, right now. That's a heated debate. And then I have another one that is in the process of getting water to their development, which is extremely costly, well over $1 million, and they didn't even blink an eye. They have deep pockets.
Where are they getting the water from?
They're going to buy it from the city of Corsicana.
Is that surface water or well water?
Well, from the lake.
From the lake, okay. All right. Representative Bell.
So, so there is no permitting required on a data center. I'm gonna stay on our topic because I think some of the broadness of your statement, there's already a lot of effort to try to address things like subdivisions and others, but specific to the permitting, you mentioned that they're out there, they've already negotiated for water, they've negotiated for power. They've never even came to get a building permit because my understanding would have been or is that, you know, counties do have that authority to require building permits, but maybe that's not the case. And if that's not the case, that may be a really easy place to start.
Before it even gets to that point, you know, they're securing all their utilities first, even discussing closing roads, closing down roads, which they can't do that without going through me, and they don't even know who I am.
That seems like it would take care of itself.
Essentially.
Because I think, just taking a look at you, I don't think if somebody decided to close a road and went through all the efforts to get to that point and hadn't talked to you about it first, that's probably a real quick no. You're not closing my road kind of a conversation, but, so anybody out there listening, I would highly advise you go talk to your county officials if you're contemplating any kind of a project of any significance. But anyway, is it your opinion that you have that? I mean, there are a lot of projects developed where who owns them isn't even known, and for a long time they operate under some form of a pseudonym to keep them from being known for what they are. But Coca-Cola does that. Amazon did that. A whole bunch of other people, other entities have used that same type of an approach. And so they do that so that they don't change prices and other things. I've never participated on that. But they've all been working through the permitting process. Is it, at least in Navarre County, it's your understanding that you don't have any, whether they follow it until it's later in the game or not, but is it your testimony that they're not following any permitting process until it's already time to build, or that no process exists?
Well, one of them, there's a building already built that they're wanting to move into. The other one, they have not got to the building part yet, so they haven't had to put in for a building permit. But like I said, they're coming in and getting their utilities, making sure they're gonna be able to get the utilities they need, that kind of thing, without us ever knowing anything unless we just hear it on the street.
Thank you. Yeah.
Representative Berry.
Just a point of clarification. So the building permit has very limited scope, right? It's just setbacks and simple things like that in order for them to obtain that permit. So there's not any kind of building code that they have to adhere to or anything along those lines, correct?
They have to go through planning and zoning for that. And I know as far as home constructions, I know the permitting process for that. I'm not real sure on a business like this. It hasn't happened yet, so, I don't know.
But this business is in the county or in the city?
It is in the county.
It's in the county. Okay, thanks.
Members, are there any other questions for this witness? All right. Commissioner, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Orion Gaston. I just have a brief statement. Thank you, first of all, so much for being here today. I am a Navarro County resident, a college student, and a generational cattle rancher. And I just wanted to say water is one of Texas's most valuable resources. And as our state continues to grow, it is important that we carefully manage our aquifers, groundwater supplies, and other water resources that support families, communities, agriculture, and local economies. Farmers and ranchers rely on dependable water supplies to raise livestock and produce the food that Texans depend on every day. As discussions continue regarding future development, expanding infrastructure, and increasing industrial water demands, I encourage decision makers to carefully consider the long-term impacts these projects may have on local water availability and groundwater resources. I also encourage state leaders to ensure that counties and local communities have a meaningful voice in decisions involving large-scale developments that can place significant demands on local water supplies. Those who live and work in these communities are often best positioned to understand the potential impacts on agriculture, groundwater, and quality of life. Economic growth is important to Texas's future, but so is protecting the water resources that sustain our farms, ranches, communities, and our way of life. I appreciate the work being done to plan for Texas's future water needs, and encourage continued stewardship of these resources and generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gaston. Excellent job. You said you're in college?
I am,
What
yes,
year
sir.
are you?
I'm a junior at Tarleton State University.
Tarleton. All right, great.
Yes, sir.
So in Navarro County, I love that you're focused on water availability, sustainability for future generations and for future ranchers and
Yes, like myself.
ag production, all that. I know the answer to this question. I hope you do too. Does Navarro County have a groundwater conservation district?
Unfortunately, I do not know
The
answer
answer's
to that
no.
question, but I was going to assume no.
Yeah, the answer is no. There is no GCD that encompasses Navarro County, and this is one of my big concerns for Navarro County because they have no ability to regulate the amount of groundwater being utilized.
Exactly,
So
yes.
I with someone with your great ability to communicate, I think you'd be a perfect person to start organizing an effort to create a groundwater conservation district in Navarro County, maybe with neighboring counties as well who are in the what we call the white areas where there is no groundwater conservation district. So you've got two great people on either side of you who can guide you through that. My office would be happy to help you.
Thank you, sir.
Kind of follow along that process and point you in the right direction. So thanks
you.
for being here. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Chairwoman Ivy.
I am Ryan Ivy. I am from the heart of Navarro County, where among other things, I operate a small generational cow-calf operation. As Texas evaluates rapid growth of data centers and other large load users, I encourage a thoughtful and balanced approach. Texas has always welcomed innovation, but new technologies often develop faster than laws and regulatory frameworks designed to address their long-term impacts. Policymakers should have the opportunity to evaluate those impacts and make adjustments as needed to protect both economic growth and the public interest. My primary concern is water. While electricity reliability is receiving significant attention, water deserves equal consideration. Data centers can require substantial amounts of water for cooling, and in many parts of Texas, water is already a limited and carefully conserved resource. Farmers, ranchers, rural communities, and future generations depend on healthy aquifers and sustainable groundwater supplies. I respectfully ask state leaders to carefully evaluate the cumulative impacts of large-scale water consumption and to encourage responsible development through water-efficient technologies, sound energy planning, and infrastructure practices that protect scarce rural resources. I also encourage greater transparency and accountability regarding water and energy use so communities can make informed decisions and any growth can occur responsibly. For many Texans who live along the previously proposed high-speed rail corridor, we have seen this lack of transparency and lack of concern for our land and resources before. All large-scale projects should be openly and collaboratively built with local governments. On behalf of my fellow farmers and ranchers in Navarro County, thank you to listening for our plans for making to protect water resources that sustain our communities and our way of life.
Thank you. I love that you said previously proposed high-speed rail track as well. Members, any question for this witness? Are y'all related?
We are related,
You're-
and we are related.
Y'all are, okay.
Yes.
Then the three of us are related as well, because we're cousins too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, small world. We don't need to dive down that rabbit hole right now. But, members, any questions for the witness? We're moving on past that comment. Ms. Ivy, thank you very much for being here and testifying. Next up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for allowing me to testify today. My name's Hoppy Hayden. I'm the Caldwell County Judge, which is the 9th fastest growing county in the United States and joins Travis County to the south. We're currently the smallest county in the Austin MSA and still very rural. To date, we have data centers, developers that have purchased approximately 6,000 acres that will comprise 4 campuses with around 18 to 20 data centers on those campuses. There are several more in the works, and if they make, we'll have more demand on our natural resources per capita than any other county in the United States. It's no accident these developers are targeting rural, unincorporated Texas counties. Since county government has very little statutory ability to control development, we're forced into a position of giving 312 tax abatements in exchange for development agreements with these data center developers. Those agreements are contracts tied to the 312 agreements, and we ask for the following things at a minimum. a limit of 200 gallons per megawatt per month of potable water, closed-loop cooling systems which are filled with non-potable water, removal of 80% of suspended solids from stormwater, wastewater discharge with maximum nutrient discharge in parts per million of 5, 5, 2, and 0.5, road use agreements, and on and on. I won't get into the rest of it because it doesn't have anything to do with natural resources. If these items are not met, we will claw back their abatement, and it is in those contracts. I'm here today to implore you to consider giving counties authority to restrict potable water, stormwater, and wastewater usage to quantifiable limits. And as I just described, and if you can't do that, then please give those authorities to TCQ and the Water Development Board with meaningful fines. Thank you.
Excellent. I want to ask a question of both the county representatives. Have either of you, or do you know of anyone in your counties who have been asked to sign NDAs from any data center developers?
That's a great question. We've not been asked to, nor would we.
Okay. No.
Neither, we haven't either.
That's a good question.
Okay. I've heard other instances
Yeah.
of it happening. Yeah.
I have two. Oh, I have a question.
Yes, Representative Gonzalez.
First of all, thank you all for being here and talking this really important topic. I have a question also for the two elected county folks. Also, I have cattle too, so I love
Okay.
anyone who has cows.
We do too,
Yeah.
all
Oh,
of
okay.
us,
Well, yes,
so.
you too. I think that you know that the legislature is desperately trying to come up with solutions, and I think the locals are part of that solution. And I think for a long time, if I'm being maybe a little bit too blunt, we have taken away some of your tools to do some of this work. If you had a magic wand for the legislative session, what power would you give the counties to address this current moment in time?
I don't mind taking that first. There are a lot, but I'm a big believer in private property rights. I own a ranch myself, and I certainly wouldn't want somebody zoning my property agricultural only, and if the county grows and my kids can't sell it for a fair value. On the other hand, we need the ability, not necessarily to zone, but possibly a little more land use authority. Right now, when we don't even, as he said, we don't even know they're there until they've already had conversations with utility companies and other things, and either have an option on the land or have completed the sale of that land. So by the time they come into my office, I'm just trying to get control. Right now, without doing what I just described to you here, we can regulate floodplain and drainage, a driveway permit, and a septic tank.
That's all.
And that's it. If we do these abatements and they will not do these development agreements without them, we can ask for all sorts of things, and we do. And they've agreed to it. And I'll give you an example. There's one data center group that in those limits that I just described would use 1.2 million gallons of water per year, potable water. They went to their local ESD and only applied to get 1,000 because they use closed loop. And so it does work. And what I would ask if I could be king for a day is I would just ask for the authority to regulate our natural resources, water, wastewater, and stormwater.
I appreciate that. And I want to invite y'all, if y'all have any language, I think the committee's always looking for ideas. I don't know.
We are working on submitting a bill.
Okay, oh, you're ready.
So we've been working on this for a couple of months, and we have some language in that bill. Right now, I'm not happy with it because the way it's been drafted, it only talks about TCEQ and Water Development Board and doesn't talk about any local authority for these specific things, and I would like to see that in it. Once we kind of have that fleshed out, then we'll present that to Ledge Council and hopefully to our state rep and our senator.
It's a really interesting thought, too, when we consider what to do with the wide areas and how to give them some regulatory authority over their water. That's an interesting idea I've never heard presented before.
I'd like a
And
copy
what
of it.
he's saying is exactly right, and he's reflecting the thoughts of every county commissioner in the state of Texas right now. We all feel exactly like that.
Because it also goes into the development of the colonias that y'all have no control over, too.
Yes.
What I call them colonias. They're very, very similar to the colonias.
I mean, colonials don't just have to exist on the border. They can exist anywhere in Texas. And I think they're
Yeah.
unincorporated areas that don't have infrastructure.
Exactly.
And that's what we're talking about.
It does, and so I think 3 sessions ago, we got a bill passed, but it was very bracketed. What those do is they come in and do contract for deeds. And the main developer that did that had a nickname amongst the people that were doing these contract for deeds, and he was El Diablo Blanco. And and he literally caused us to come in and get that bracketed legislation pushed through, and it just says you can sell that land for contract for deed, but the moment you put any sort of domicile on it, you have a clock ticking on you, and you have to convert it to a warranty deed. And so, but that was bracketed to my county and one other.
I think Representative Zwiener next. Did you have
Thank
questions?
y'all.
And then Representative Ashby.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you so much for being here, Commissioner and Judge Hayden. Judge Hayden, it's great to see you in
You
the
too.
flesh. And I really want to thank you for all the work that's been going on in Caldwell, our neighbor to the east that's getting so many more data centers than we are in Hayes. And so I just wanted to make sure to put a point on this, how did you find out these data centers were coming to Caldwell County?
So the very first one, which is tracked, which is in and of itself a 3,000 acre project. That we were in running for Micron when Micron was looking here, and that block of land was put together by 2 developers, and they had an option on that land from Walton Group. We worked very hard to try to get Micron. We were unsuccessful. We wound up being second place in a 18-person beauty contest, basically. And so they left and went to Syracuse. Right behind them came a major auto manufacturer and wanted to put a plant on that site. During the negotiations, the economic development negotiations, those 2 developers lost the option on that land and didn't say anything to anybody. And in that void, Walton sold the land to Tract, and Tract is now going to put a data center campus on that land. We did not find out about it till that entire process had taken place.
And did they come to y'all asking for an incentive? Was that your first interaction, or did you
So-
hear through other entities and reach out to
No,
them?
this group did not come asking for incentives, but they wanted to do a development agreement. But because we had 0 leverage, we have a very, very weak development agreement with them. It doesn't have anything that I just described in it.
Why did they want a development agreement? Did they want a variance on something?
Yeah, they want a development agreement to, because it was us, the city of Uland, it was a tri-party agreement, and there was some conversation about Uland annexing that property. But they wanted to develop the county to also be involved in that because the whole thing was in the ETJ. And so we were supportive of that because, as you know, Uland would have had much more authority over what could be done there than the county. So we were very supportive of that, and they still hope to get annexed. But as you know, Uland's got some things going on, and so it's kind of stalled out.
Did the ETJ release legislation have any impact on that negotiation between Uland and the county?
I'll
and
be
Tract?
honest with you, that legislation has turned ETJs into the Wild Wild West. What basically happens, and it's not just them, I've seen a utility do it. Developer goes in, we have a 1445 agreement with the city, which just basically states you're gonna operate to the stricter of the 2 sets of regulations, either the county or the city. If they don't like what's going on in that 1445 agreement, they now can fill out a 2-page document and remove themselves from the ETJ, and now they have become the county's problems, and we have the authority I just described to you without a development agreement.
Okay. And then who are the water providers for these data centers coming into Caldwell?
So in my county, we have several special utility districts and then some local water supply corporations. And the cities, if they go into the cities, but they haven't.
And do those folks have any obligation to report to y'all that there's a big industrial user reaching out
No,
to them?
but they are very cooperative, and so they do let us know or if we reach out to them, they'll let us know. Like, that's how I found out that the one user only applied for 1 million gallons rather than 1.2 was by cooperation with one of the SUDs.
Okay. And, sort of to follow up on your conversation with Representative Gonzalez, do you think there's a space to give the county a more formal role in coordinating between those water entities?
I do, and I'm certainly, as I said, I'm not a big proponent of zoning regulations and land use and those kind of things because you have 254 different ways of doing it. And so that could be an issue. But this is something that's quantifiable and that we can check, and we're already doing it through these development agreements. So we're really not asking for anything we're not already doing. But what it would do is allow us not to have to enter into these 312 abatement agreements if we don't desire to.
And so to put a fine point on it, y'all are giving up millions, tens of millions of dollars in revenue in order to get commitments on closed loop?
Tens of millions.
Okay.
If I could answer your question real quick, the way I found out about the one coming in, they had come in and purchased almost 900 acres, drew up plans for 6 different buildings, talked to the water company about running a pipeline from the city of Corsicana to this data center that was well over $1 million. They didn't even bat an eye at that. And the way, when they had the meeting with the water board, the water company actually called me and said, hey, we're having a meeting with this data center. Did you know anything about it? No, didn't know anything about it. Well, they're talking about closing a couple of your roads. Didn't know anything about it. And I've also heard that it's 900, almost 900 acres that's been purchased, but I've also heard, I can't confirm it, but they may have purchased an additional 1,700 acres, which maybe they can provide the water for that right now, but if they're anything like the solar panels, in 6 months to a year, they'll sell to somebody else to come in there and have a completely different kind of data center, doing completely something different, you know, using more water or whatever. They change, if they're like the solar or the wind, they change hands so fast you can't keep up with them. Once you get agreement worked out with them, somebody else buys it, you got to start all over again.
How well do those development agreements stick with the property if it does change hands?
We tie them to the land through the warranty deed.
Okay. One last question for both of y'all. We hear over and over again when we talk about county authority that maybe county commissioners don't really want any more. Could y'all address whether that's accurate as to this subject matter?
I don't mind telling you that that's not true. At least not
We want all
for
we
my
can get.
court. Yeah, we would like the ability to do that. I'll speak just for myself and not my entire court right now, but that is the single most frustrating thing I go through. We had 2 hours and 15 minutes, 3 minutes at a time, worth of very angry citizens in our commissioner's courtroom the other day, and the message is just what I said. We have the ability to do 3 things unless we do an abatement, and then we can do other things. And anything short of a moratorium, they're not satisfied with. And so any tool we have would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ashby next, then Representative Bell. Real quick, though, was that Calypso?
No.
No. Okay, different one. Representative Ashby.
I'll be brief. Judge, Commissioner, I'm curious, one thing that I have started seeing is, at least from 2 counties that I represent, is that I'm getting along with, I'm sure, our state senator and our congressman, resolutions from the Commissioner's Court in 2 of my counties, basically asking for probably a lot of things you just asked for there in your vocal testimony. And so I guess my question is, has either Caldwell County or Navarro County, have y'all submitted a resolution, passed a resolution and submitted it to your legislators?
We were going to do something just like we did with the high-speed rail, but we haven't yet.
Yeah, I'm familiar with high-speed rail.
And we have, yes, sir. And
That's
it was basically asking the legislature to take this under consideration, which you've done, obviously, and we appreciate that, and asking for a little bit more ability on the local level to at least regulate our natural resources.
Sure. Well, I commend you for that, Judge, and Commissioner, maybe in Navarro County. I know your state representative. He probably welcome that, but I do think that, you know, members around this dais and in this Capitol, we obviously respect and listen to our local elected officials, and a Commissioner's Court resolution carries a lot of weight. And the other benefit that I've seen is it, like you just suggested, Judge, is it kind of forces a public conversation amongst your citizens, our citizens. And you get to hear a lot of really good feedback as far as pros and cons, what the concerns are, and get a real unvarnished opinion from folks about their feelings on it.
Yes, sir. We actually did a town hall.
There you go.
We've done a town hall, and we've done just a data center workshop in Commissioners Court. The message is received, and they get it, that, you know, we're somewhat limited. But it's not well received, to say the least. So any ability we had to say, you know, we've been granted the authority through statute to, you know,
Sure.
regulate water usage and wastewater usage would be tremendously appreciated.
Duly noted. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to come back to something you said earlier. And I'm not going to dwell on it too long, but you've said 3 or 4 times that you're a strong advocate of private property rights.
Yes, sir.
And you also mentioned that the 2038 legislation on ETJs gave you heartburn because you felt like it turned it into the Wild Wild West because it moved those areas from being under the jurisdiction of the cities to under the jurisdiction of the county. Do you happen to know off the top of your head why a private citizen might want to have the ability to be removed from an ETJ?
So I can give you multiple examples. but
No, I'm
nor-
saying, why would they want to be removed? Not examples of it. Why would they want to be removed from an
So-
ETJ? Why would a Texan owning property that was in an ETJ want to remove their private property from an ETJ?
So a private citizen may not, but a
A
developer.
private citizen can.
Yes, they can, but a developer definitely wants to, because if they do, then they remove themselves from city authority, which is much more restrictive than county authority.
Well, so from the private side, would it surprise you to learn that you don't get to vote on the elected representation that sets the rules in the ETJ if you happen to be in the ETJ? Those folks have to be inside the incorporated city.
Yes, sir.
And I have a vested interest in that bill. I actually carried the House Bill 5217, I think, to make sure that we put that private property right back in the hands of citizens. And I just don't want to conflict these two issues of private property rights and ETJs, because there is no private property right in an ETJ. That right has been conveyed to the city. And all 2038 does is provides the private property owner the ability to exit a place where they have no representation to come out where they vote for you guys. And I would submit to the dais that if the problem is you don't have the authority to regulate in those areas, to compel developers, if that's who happens to own that property, to build something that meets the standard, then we need to put that in place perhaps. But what we don't need to do is to put Texans back under the heavy thumb of cities who care not. They have no obligation to provide anything, and they cannot be touched. Before 2038, no one in this room, no one listening to this conversation had the ability to remove themselves from an ETJ once we created them in the 60s. I believe it was about 1968.
And I agree with that, sir. And I think that what's going on with the developers was just a completely unintended consequence of that bill.
I don't know if it was an unintended consequence or a byproduct of who owns the property.
Yes, sir.
I think it's really more the byproduct of who owns the property. But with that said, I said I wasn't going to belabor it, but I would caution not to conflict the data center conversation and private property rights with 2038, because you don't want to lose your ability if you are a private citizen owning property that unfortunate enough to find yourself in an ETJ where you have no authority. You don't want to lose the hard-fought ability to reassert those private property rights of Texans.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Representative Zwiener to bring us back to water usage in data centers.
Well, I'm going to tie it all together, if that's all right, Chairman. No, I want to make sure I understand, Judge Hayden. The reason I asked about that is because you were talking about that tract development and that negotiation. So pre-2038, pre all the various annexation reforms that started in 2017, theoretically the city of Uland could have just annexed that property and put their own water restrictions on it without a development agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I don't think anyone expects us to go directly backward, Chairman Bell, but I do think I think the impact on our county development services has been pretty dramatic and is really affecting these types of development agreements our counties are having to enter in to try and have some oversight over the water use and try to protect our water supply.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for any of these witnesses? All right, thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony and the conversation.
We appreciate what y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So that was our first panel of public testimony. So we now only have 111 more public witnesses to go for over the next 5 hours. Next up, we're going to call Ben Townsend, Dan Diorio, Bo Shills, and Misty Allen. Give a little bit of time for the two other witnesses to make it into the room. All right, we're still missing one more.
Good to see you again.
All right, thank you, guys. Let's start here and go down the table. If you would, state your name, who you represent, and then you may begin with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Dan Diorio, and I'm Vice President of State Policy for the Data Center Coalition. DCC is the National Membership Association for the data center industry, representing leading data center owners and operators, as well as companies that lease large amounts of data center capacity. Our membership does not include cryptocurrency operations or enterprise-level data centers that are owned by individual companies, such as big box retailers or telecom companies. A majority of our members have long-term operations, infrastructure, investments, and teams in Texas, and 11 are proudly headquartered here. Many of you are deeply familiar with how data centers are helping to power the Texas economy, create jobs, generate billions of dollars in state and local tax revenue, and strengthen national security. But I'm going to jump right into the topic at hand today, which is water. Water is a precious resource, and it is one that requires a shared responsibility to ensure that it is available now, but also for generations to come. The data center industry takes water use efficiency, conservation, and stewardship extremely seriously. The industry does not bury its head in the sand and does not act as though water is an endless resource available to it. To level set, the servers, IT equipment, and other hardware housed in a data center generate a significant amount of heat. If that heat is not dissipated, that equipment can overheat and fail, leading to vast and costly disruptions to critical services like healthcare and emergency services. But as technology evolves, the data center industry too has evolved to meet changing cooling needs at its facilities. 10 to 15 years ago, if you walked into a server room in a data center, you would likely want a jacket on as it would be quite cool. Now you can comfortably stand in a server room with just a t-shirt. Improved engineering and better understanding of equipment tolerances have allowed data centers to operate safely at higher temperatures without sacrificing reliability or computing capabilities. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for cooling. These decisions are not made in a vacuum. The best approach depends on local factors such as water stress analysis, humidity, climate, temperature, and the availability of water, including recycled, non-potable, or reclaimed sources. In a state as geographically diverse as Texas, what works best for the humidity of Representative Villalobos' district is not necessarily best for the drier air in Dr. Gonzalez's district. Cooling data centers involves inherent trade-offs. Air cooling tends toward higher energy use, while liquid and evaporative methods typically require more water on site. Selecting a cooling technology becomes a matter of balancing energy consumption and water usage. Eliminating water-based cooling entirely would increase electricity consumption. Water used in electricity generation often accounts for the majority of a data center's overall water footprint. Therefore, banning water-based cooling or mandating electricity-intensive cooling methods may inadvertently result in higher water consumption throughout the supply chain. Importantly, modern cooling technologies can be both water and energy efficient. For example, More data centers are using reclaimed municipal wastewater or recycled water for cooling rather than potable water. Data centers are utilizing hybrid techniques by being able to shift from air-based cooling to water-based cooling, allowing them to reduce their electricity use during peak times of the year. Closed-loop systems in which the water system is charged once and lasts for several years before needing to be refilled are an increasingly common design, as are direct-to-chip and liquid immersion cooling. These technologies aren't new or novel. They're actively being deployed and incorporated into designs for years. But technology continues to evolve at a rapid pace. Mandating the technology of today fails to create an environment that fosters the innovations of tomorrow. Policy should be technology neutral and should focus on metrics of efficiency, not specifying one technology or technique. There has been significant public discussion regarding data center water use, including articles that use words like guzzle, suck, or drain, with few facts or data used to substantiate using those terms that imply irresponsible use. In this critical discussion, it is important to consider the facts and place data center consumption within the broader context of overall water use. Data centers are just one of several industrial water users throughout the economy, yet they are one of the most efficient. According to Bluefield Research, data centers use less water than semiconductor manufacturing, food and beverage production, or the amount of water that's lost to water leaks in municipal water systems on an annual basis. In Virginia, home to the world's largest data center market, 83% of data centers use the same amount or less of water than an average large office building in the state, and data center water use is sustainable, according to the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission. The Houston Advanced Research Center estimates that between direct and indirect water consumption, existing data centers in Texas consume approximately 25 billion gallons of water. That is equivalent to 0.4% of total water use in the state of Texas in 2025. And as for the fears around AI tools spiking water use, to put it into perspective, the amount of water it takes to produce one hamburger equals 19,000 ChatGPT searches. Additionally, a common misconception often occurs because permit applications reflect maximum cooling demand under worst-case operating conditions. Actual water consumption is usually substantially lower because facilities rarely operate continuously at a peak load. As a result, reported permitting figures should not be confused with actual day-to-day water use. Lastly, on transparency, this is a fast-moving and highly competitive industry. Companies must protect proprietary, confidential, and competitive information. In some cases, highly granular data can reveal operational details, including compute load, creating serious security concerns for facilities handling sensitive or national security-related information. As with electricity, effective forecasting, planning, and investment can address concerns while preserving economic development opportunities in Texas. The data center industry is fully committed to answering questions, fixing problems, and being held accountable. We are committed to creating jobs, to driving economic growth, and to investing in the success of all Texans. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Members, before we proceed with any questions for this witness, I do want to announce that registration for testimony will be closed in 10 minutes. So if there's anyone else who wishes to testify but has not yet registered, please do so in the kiosk out in the hallway. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying Dr. Gonzalez. Sometimes people forget. I love it. You have 50 members in a coalition in Texas. Is that accurate?
We have 11 headquartered here. We have 50 members total of our organization. Of our membership, I would say at least over half of them should have a facility here. But I'd have to double check the numbers to be absolutely sure.
How many of your member entities filled out the survey sent out by the state?
Sure. We know that 28 individual companies responded to that survey from the PUC. We have asked our members to indicate if they did, and we have several members that indicated that they did respond to that. We don't have the full amount of members that have told us, yes, we've responded or not. That's information held by the PUC, but we voluntarily asked our members to let us know if they did respond, and we have, that 28, I think we have at least, I want to say, 8, 9, or 10 that have told us that, yes, we responded as a company.
I think you reading your materials and looking online and hearing your testimony and in full transparency, having a meeting with you yesterday in my office, your coalition talks about its desire to be good partners to the people who live in Texas. I guess my question is how are you all responding to the very valid and real concerns of the people. I think my frustration is that the people aren't concerned for no apparent reason, right? And I think what I struggle with the testimony is I do think there, as a person in agriculture myself, I do think there is a difference in using water for food and fiber production and using water for a data center. And I do think that comparing that water usage is a little bit problematic, to be honest. But I'm concerned about, like we didn't get here by accident. Like, what type of conversations is your coalition having about the responsibility it has in creating this situation and in the future?
Representative, thank you for the question. What I would say too, just very quickly, it's important to remember how data centers are integrated into everyday operations. That includes things like crop monitoring, automatic, even water systems, irrigation systems, for farming operations as well. So there's a digital infrastructure component of just about every, sector of the 21st century economy, including agriculture. What I would say as well is that as a coalition, we're a member-driven organization, and the conversations that we've had and what we see and what the member companies up here will describe to you, I think, is their efforts to do two things. I mean, one is to always be a good steward of water, and the technologies and the techniques that they will describe here today will demonstrate how they are rapidly advancing water efficiency and always seeking to figure out that balance between energy and water use, because not only is it a significant operating cost for them, but it's part of their overall goals of sustainability. The other thing that we have, strongly encourage members to do is robust stakeholder engagement. Every member is different. I can't say everybody, perhaps I can't make an evaluation on whether it's a good thing or, they've done an adequate job of that or not. But what I have and what we have as a coalition is emphasized the need for robust stakeholder engagement in these communities and early and often. I will absolutely say it is 100% fair, and communities should ask questions about these developments. And this industry stands ready to answer these questions, and the members that I represent stand ready to answer those questions and to be a responsible and responsive partner in that development.
I think my question for a coalition is, you are a members-based organization. I mean, do you get to choose who your members are? So do you ever make guidelines, frameworks, best practices that these are the standards of which a coalition will embrace and tell members they need to abide by these guidelines? You're here advocating. Could there be bad actors in your group? Because if you don't create standards, you could just put everybody in the same bucket. So what are your standards? What are the teeth you're using to keep everybody to move up?
We do have membership criteria which are designed to ensure that we don't get any of the speculators or just the land developers who want to come into our organization. We're focused on real data center owners and operators, those that have a history of development and have actual operational data centers, or at least one that is imminently online with a profile that shows legitimacy and sufficient capital and organization. We have not, put together a series of standards or anything that we are holding members to at this point. That's not how the organization is put together. Doesn't mean I don't think that we can, and I'd love to discuss further with you how we may be able to do that amongst our membership, and really, I think, highlight the good work that members are doing, but also, show a demonstrable support for how we address these issues going forward.
I'll give an example. I live in El Paso, or outside of El Paso. Meta is one of your coalition members. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And have I expressed concern that they are not talking to the community, that there are concerns about the water usage, that they are is concerns about the rising rate of electricity costs, and et cetera, et cetera?
You have, yes, and I've said that I would definitely talk to Meta about that and ensure that they have an opportunity to address that directly and let them know what we are hearing directly from the representatives on the ground who are interacting with their constituents every day concerned about this.
I think what I struggle with is, as a coalition, you're saying, we're here to do all these right things, and then what I'm experiencing and what people are experiencing is the exact opposite. My congresswoman had to get on the floor of Congress and ask for Meta to come to our community to have an open community meeting. My mayors had to do the same thing. We've all had to do that. There has not been an open community meeting. So I struggle with, your actions and your words are not congruent. And so for everybody who wants to make this work, how am I supposed to be working with a partner whose words feel a little bit hollow? No offense.
Well, no, and I understand that. Meta, again, is one of almost 50 members that we have within the coalition. And so, we strive, I think, to represent all of our members. And I would, as I mentioned, I'm going to be talking to Meta and asking them, hey, what is the actual situation on the ground here? How can we do better? And, how can the coalition facilitate that? That's the role that I think we are especially uniquely poised to play, which is to be able to, if you're not hearing from that company directly and they are not doing a good job on the ground, you have a conduit through, to them through us in which we can ensure that your questions are being answered. And I know that may sound, as you said, maybe hollow, but I think at this point, we are trying to encourage members to really engage in that stakeholder engagement. And if they're not, that obviously creates problems, and that creates problems for a planned development that involve billions of dollars in investment in steel in the ground. And that's, I think, especially a concern from an infrastructure standpoint that the company needs to build to fulfill demand. So it's an important consideration that they need to take into account, and it's something that I'm happy to facilitate further.
I appreciate that, but I also want to encourage the coalition to develop some standards and frameworks in which you ask your members to abide by. I think until then, it's like a lot of words without a lot of action. I think that the coalition needs to establish, we're going to have a working relationship with the legislature and require every member to respond to our surveys. Everybody's going to do community outreach in a way and like a model. And I think that if you want us to be a good partner with, well, I don't want to say us, collective us. I'll say myself. The actions speak louder than words. And if you're just going to be a coalition that comes and says, we're doing all these good things, but the actions of the coalition are not grounded in that, to me, it's not going to cut it. And so I appreciate you being here. I know it's a difficult conversation. I know you have a very, very hard job. But I will say, I've been elected for 15 years of my life. I've never gotten more constituent correspondence than on this conversation. And the correspondence has evolved from no Meta data center to no data centers. And I think it's because the data center industry has not been respectful of the people in which are their neighbors and honored their concerns, and instead dismisses it and calls them awful things. And I'm basically pleading for your coalition to treat people with consideration, kindness, and not in a patronizing way, because they deserve to have the answers that will impact their lives and their children's lives.
Representative Kerwin.
As you indicated, this universe is rapidly evolving, and I know in my district I'm looking at 12 right now. And when I started searching, I realized we were talking about surface and groundwater, and we now have evolved into the closed loop, which I understand almost 90% now are going to be closed loop, or the proposals are, which is great, as you indicated. But I'm also learning about the extraordinary use of water for cooling the power sources when these data centers are bringing their own power to their development. Could you talk about that?
As with energy generation, as has been, I think, discussed by many witnesses up here, water is used in power generation. And I think it's a key consideration when we look at different policies. Ultimately, forcing a one-size-fits-all policy in which data centers have to bring their own generation or need to operate behind the meter, there are those important considerations to take into account. And in addition to the fact that, having a data center or a large load on a system actually has more instances of putting downward pressure or decreasing rates than it does actually increasing rates. And so I think that's one of the one-size-fits-all concerns that we have as an industry, which is that ultimately we don't all want to be forced to have a power generation facility on site, especially as we continue to strive to reduce water use throughout our direct on-site water use and throughout the supply chain. Additionally, you're seeing the industry heavily invest in new generation sources that are less water intensive, whether that be traditional renewables like solar and wind, whether it be battery energy storage systems, or it be advanced geothermal technologies. And so the industry is heavily investing in those technologies to further, I push, think to a more water efficient future on the power generation side. But as you pointed out, I mean, I do think this is, again, where you can't impose a one-size-fits-all policy that actually has repercussions for overall water use. I think of an anecdote I heard, too, in sort of a similar vein. A data center in Arizona, their largest water use on their property was going to be the landscaping and vegetation required under the zoning code. It's those kinds of, I think, unintended consequences that ultimately ripple throughout how these resources are considered.
But as far as the different power sources, could you just explain the different water consumption, like gas, diesel, et cetera? Where would the highest demand come from?
I'm not an expert on power generation technology, so I don't think I could unfortunately describe exactly all of their overall, average water use for those generation sources. Other panelists up here may have more expertise in that, but what I can do is certainly go back with my SMEs on the power generation side. We have an energy team who is, very experienced in this area, and I'd be happy to get you that answer. And consult also with the TDUs and the energy generators here in Texas on that.
That'd be great. Thank you. One more question. How do you feel about the small modular nuclear reactors coming in?
Many of our member companies...
Answer carefully. I wrote the bill.
Many of our member companies up at the dais here are investing in small modular reactor technology. I think it certainly holds a lot of promise for the future for how we can deliver power on site in especially clean, firm technologies. It obviously has, I think, a long way to go. There are, there's a lot of regulatory red tape and oversight that comes with that, whether it be at the federal, particularly at the federal level. But it certainly is a promising technology that the industry is heavily investing in.
So the permitting process for the nuclear option is lengthy. I've heard up to 10 years for a
That's right.
turnaround. But then I've also heard the narrative that they are looking at streamlining the permitting process. Are you concerned at all with that?
I think the environment now, and again, I'm not an exact power generation expert or a nuclear technology expert, but what I would say is that the technology has advanced now, I think, than our sort of older nuclear fleet that we think of. I think, thinking of sort of a 1950s, 60s, 70s nuclear fleet. I think we understand the technology better, we understand the safety concerns better, and I think overall permitting processes, especially at the federal level, need to consider efficiencies because ultimately they impose significant timelines with significant overlap of regulatory jurisdiction that can actually hinder development of critical industries, whether it be data centers or otherwise. And so I think a necessary streamlining is appropriate to reflect new modern technology. It's always a balance, though.
Thank you.
Dr. Buckley.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like that the coalition's position is that a one-size-fits-all approach to regulation is not what you want. I can't think of a better way to get a one-size-fits-all approach than not reporting your water usage. I mean, you're leaving us blind in terms of building policy around that. And so if 17% of data center developers or operators or whatever it's called are going to report to the Texas Water Development Board and 28% will only fill out the form from the PUC, I mean, that sounds like a recipe for one size fits all. And so when you have this diversity of use and the diversity of consumption, and some of it's related to power generation and some of it's related to obviously cooling, you know, I just don't know how that wouldn't be kind of job one of the coalition in Texas, is to get some information where there could be some transparency for policymakers to be able to make a decision on what the future looks like. You know, so why is there resistance to that?
Representative, thank you for the question. I want to clarify that that was 28 individual companies responding, not 28% on the PUC survey. I think that's an important distinction. On the 17% figure, we have already reached out to the Water Development Authority to get more clarity on who they're sending that to, who they're including in that discussion. We obviously have strong concerns about cryptocurrency. We do not represent cryptocurrency, and so if that 17%, that total is including cryptocurrency facilities, that obviously is, problematic. We don't consider them traditional data centers as we do, providing essential services like the members on this panel. We also would want to see ensuring, that mentioned data center map. Data center map is a tool that includes enterprise level data centers. So a company like a Target or a Texas Instruments may have their own data center that they utilize that's very small for proprietary purposes. And that might be included in that count. And so I think we have already reached out as soon as we heard about the survey to ask the board or the authority, I apologize if I'm using the incorrect term there, who have they reached out to? What does their list look like? And then ultimately how we can be helpful, because we did work with the PUC very, very closely to ensure that we can get this out to our members, to ensure that our members respond, and to help them deliver that message. So we have expressed the same willingness and desire to do that on that survey too.
That's just crucial to us, is to know kind of what different systems, what they utilize. I got to get a permit from a groundwater district to drill a well to water my cows. I think the data centers could at least provide how much water they're going to use. I mean, you can have privacy and there's competitive advantages. I get all that, but the reality is, if you want to do business in Texas, if you think about something as precious as water, we have to know what you're going to consume. Because at the end of the day, the people in this room and my people back home need to know we're going to have enough for our kids in the future and our grandkids. And so I really would appreciate that to be a priority of getting some information in front of policyholders. And I do appreciate you being here and taking tough questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And too, if I may just add a quick corollary onto my remarks there, I'll try to be brief, Chairman. Thank you. Absolutely, and I think one of the things that we are especially interested in and want to be helpful on is certainly this planning aspect of it. This represents a critical piece there. And I think there's absolutely ways in which the data center industry can report this information. It's confidential and protected so that the authority has the ability to plan, because that is the most important thing. And then perhaps the authority can aggregate and anonymize information to alleviate any confidentiality concerns moving forward. So we'd just love to continue talking with you about that. I just want to make sure you outline how we're approaching it as an industry, because we agree this is a critical planning time. I live in Denver. We got no snow this year. I can't water my lawn, and I just had a restaurant tell me I can't give you water unless you ask for it, because we're under kind of such restrictions. So I certainly understand in the day-to-day how precious this is, and I know the industry does as well.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you. Is it Dan?
Yes.
Dan. Sorry, I got 2 or 3 things here I wanted to cover. One, well, let me ask this question. The Data Center Coalition, y'all don't represent all of the data centers that are being proposed in Texas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, not all of them.
Do you have any idea? You said y'all have about 50 members.
Yes, almost.
How many data center developers are operating in Texas right now?
Developers, not including our members, I know that I could say probably well over half of our membership at least have a facility or a planned facility in Texas. Beyond that, I don't know that I could speculate with the other amount of developers that are out there.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you, and I won't ask y'all since he represents a bunch of folks, but, one thing that I guess I want to get my head around here is there are data center companies, let's say, like these 3 here. I guess you have some that go into a community and from, buying property to developing it to running it. Maybe some of these companies do that. But as I understand it, you have developers out there that kind of front for these data center companies. So I guess my question is really more of this process of data center development. What is the norm that we're seeing right now?
So I think the process you described is kind of more of a speculative process from certain developers out there. What I would say is the vast majority of our member companies are the ones that are buying pieces of land, going through the development process and disclosing, hey, this is who we are, and this is our project, and this is how we're developing. We are challenged right now by what I would deem diplomatically new entrants to the marketplace. It's not an excuse, but there are a lot of new entrants to the marketplace that don't have the sophistication and the track record and the history of development that many of these member companies do for some of them, almost 26 years of doing data center development. That presents a challenge, because I think it presents a challenge where developments come forward. They don't have a clear end user. They don't have a clear operator. There's a bit of a kind of chicken or the egg, kind of wait and see. We think if we get this, we're going to get somebody in and sell it off. We have been on the electricity side, just to give an example. Last year in Senate Bill 6, we were very supportive as a DCC, as a coalition, of what we would say reasonable barriers to entry to get into the Texas market, because it can't be sort of the Wild West, if you will. It needs to have some actual skin in the game to get into Texas. We had actually advocated for the transmission study in SB 6 to go up from $100,000 to $250,000 to really help weed out those who were not going to have that amount of money available. I think similar tools for any kind of forecasting on the water side, while I may not have specifics just because of the intricacies of water regulation, I think something along those lines would be a really valuable tool to help reducing the speculation out there. And it's not to say that every one of those developers couldn't be legitimate, but it's a challenging dynamic right now when you have those folks who are not developers, who are looking to sell that off, and who are not, doing what these companies do, which is say, we have our own teams, we're going in, we buy this land, we're Amazon, we're Google, we're Vantage, we develop this site, and here's our plan.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you know, and none of these three companies are operating or even speculating that I know of in my district, but there are others. Mm-hmm. And when we hear a lot about good actors and bad actors, we don't know, mm-hmm. right? We don't know who's a good actor and a bad actor. But what we do know is what we see and we hear. Mm-hmm. And as has been covered by Representative Kerwin, Representative Gonzalez, Chairman Buckley, I associate myself with all their comments, because that's the reality of the world that we have to live in, mm-hmm. right? Perception is reality. And so when we have, and again, I'm not looking at these three right here, and I don't know if these companies are members of your organization, but when you have data centers that are moving in, and I'm going to say to rural Texas right mm-hmm. now, which is where I think we're seeing a lot of activity, and these folks don't contact the county or the city, first off, that's a problem. Yep. Secondly, in my experience, and we've got them popping up all over East and Southeast Texas right now, they don't seem to want to have, as what Vice Chair Gonzalez was saying a minute ago, they don't want to have public hearings. And so what we're left with as elected officials mm-hmm. is a lot of frustration and anger and unanswered questions that we can't respond to, that we don't know, right? And so I guess where my point here is that there's got to be some best practices, mm-hmm. right, that the industry adopts. Because right now, from where I sit, you guys are, from a public perception, and we're elected by the public, right? We are representatives of the public. Mm-hmm. Y'all are struggling. You're struggling. And there are legitimate concerns with the topic today is water, right? And as Chairman Buckley said, when 17% of the people that are operating as data centers are only responding 17% of those, that gives you guys a black eye. Mm-hmm. And it tarnishes the reputation of your industry. And the question I have is, what does the other 83% have to hide? Mm-hmm. What do they not want the public to know about water usage? Mm-hmm. And Representative Kerwin's exactly right. When I do have conversations with folks about data centers, it's typically about what's being used at the facility. Mm-hmm. And then you cited the Hark report, which I read. Mm-hmm. It's a great report. But they highlighted in there, the majority of the water consumption at a data center is not in the data center. It's at the power generating facility that's powering the data center. And so I guess the frustration that I have is that I just want transparency. The people want transparency. They want to know what's going on in their backyard. And again, these may or may not be your companies that I'm referring to here when I, express my frustration. But I would just say to the industry, there's got to be a better job of public disclosure to both the state agencies that are overseeing certain aspects of data center development, and certainly to their elected officials at all levels, local, state, and federal, because we can't respond to questions with answers when we don't, one, we don't know the answers, and two, we can't get some of these developers even on the phone if they can be identified. So.
And
I'm
some
get-
of them refuse to come answer
And some
questions
of
in
them,
this
to the
committee
chairman's
today.
point,
Not
come,
members, DCC members.
so I guess you understand why we're a little frustrated in general with data centers, because it is, a few months ago, some of us were on the campaign trail. And at that time, pre-March 3rd, the number one issue was property tax relief. But since March 3rd, all I've heard about is data center relief. And so we've got a big chore ahead of us next session in terms of adopting policy that makes sense. And I want to believe you represent a lot of good actors, but y'all have to be accessible. You've got to engage members of the legislature. I've never had a conversation with, I take that back, outside of one company, I've never had a conversation with one data center that's ever called and said, hey, let me talk to you about what we're doing. And I don't want that. I'm not saying I want that right now. But there's just a lot of darkness out there in this area of data centers. And you heard me earlier today talk about, the poll that came out today. A poll is a snapshot in time of a certain respondent group, right? It's not an exact science, and I've never taken it as an exact science. But you can extrapolate certain things from polling. And one thing that's clear to me is that the general perception of Texans is not positive towards data centers. And when you heard my question to Michael, when people are trying to square national security concerns with a data center in their backyard, that's a legitimate concern, and questions obviously arise. And if folks are calling their state representatives to try to get answers and speak for data centers, one, I will never do that, but two, we don't want to do that, right? So there's got to be better outreach. As I told somebody this morning, I'm not going to do your job. You have to go sell data centers to the people in House District 9, just like these other House districts around this dais. And I think it's incumbent upon your industry to hear the cries of Texans that are starving for information and want their questions answered, and get out there in the public and be transparent. And again, I'm not saying these companies sitting beside you aren't doing that, because I don't know if they are or not. But I'm saying in general, the ones that I do see in my backyard, they're not doing that. And it is creating a lot of angst and legitimate concern with the public. So I don't have a question. I just wanted to get that out of my system.
Thank you.
Representative Barry.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Dan, it was certainly a pleasure meeting you yesterday, but I just kind of want to reiterate some of my questions. And look, I feel Representative Ashby's pain right now, because I only represent half of one county, and every area in my county is not even in my district that is actually in the crosshairs for data centers. So I went out to a home that happens to be next to a data center. And when you walk outside this home, you can feel the vibration of this data center in your chest. And you can hear what sounds like a train going by constantly. And I think I told you this story, but I wouldn't do this family due process if I didn't bring it up today in public comment. The thing is these people live with this noise and this vibration 24/7, 365 days a year. This data center or crypto, I don't even know what it is, but it's on 6 acres. It sits about 200 yards from this person's home, and 2 other homes as well. So
people move out into the county because they want peace and solitude, and they just don't want to be bothered. You know, and much like you, and you expressed this to me yesterday, you just want to go out and be good neighbors and good partners in the community. And I told you yesterday exactly what Representative Ashby iterated today, that you're the ones that have to get out in front of this. I don't. And it's gotten so bad in my district that I had one city, the second largest city in my district, one city actually had a resolution, to ban data centers until they got more information. It wasn't just a complete moratorium or a total ban. It was just a ban until we get more information. My county subsequently did the same thing. And so with the rules that we have in the county, you can go and build in the county as much as you want, right? There's nothing stopping you. In our district, the only thing that we have that could potentially stop you is a drainage district. That's it. You know, if you buy some property in a floodway, that's the only thing that could possibly stop you guys from building in our county, in certain areas of our county. So you can come in, you can build it, and as we heard from the judge earlier, a lot of these companies are coming into these areas, and the county officials are an afterthought, and that's terrible. You know, we have orders of operations of being able to do things. Counties get notified. You purchase properties. Maybe you should talk to the county commissioners to figure out where a good opportunity would be or whatnot. Are the resources there for a data center? You know, or do we have hardship issues in certain areas where these data centers are going? And it seems to me like a lot of times these things are afterthoughts until we start construction, and everybody's not heard from you, but you're moving dirt, and the world is turned upside down because that pasture they had in their backyard, or those woods they had in the backyard, is gone. It's a big pile of trees, and it's on fire in 2 weeks. So that being said, it is very frustrating, to the point where I called all my county officials and all my county commissioners, all my mayors, and I asked them to come to a meeting on the 17th last week. Unfortunately, we had a little tropical storm that came through, so the meeting got postponed. But we're going to have that meeting, and the reason is because, just like Representative Ashley mentioned, I have to do the job for you guys. I would love nothing more than you to show up at that meeting, but I would not do that to you. But, and look, I just want to make sure that we get the right information out there. There is a lot of misinformation out there about data centers. I've done some research recently. I've gotten some information about you guys and about the data centers. I met with Google guys and stuff like that. Great people. I don't think that there's anybody out there that's trying to do anything mischievous or they want to be bad actors. But we don't know the members that aren't, the folks that aren't your members. You do. You know your members, and you hold those members to a certain standard. I hope you do, like Dr. Gonzalez mentioned. So we have a lot of things that are real problematic in our counties and across the state, obviously. It's not just my district. It's everybody. So that leads me to my first question. So I do have a question. I didn't want to vent. I do have a question. But we talked about this a little bit, the timer. He went longer than I did. Anyway, I know he's going to be a senator and all, but no, we talked briefly about this yesterday. What other forms of liquids have y'all done any kind of research on besides water in the cooling process?
Yeah, so there are, I think, 2 other specific technologies besides water. We talked about the direct-to-chip cooling method, which is a liquid, sometimes I think probably a glycol substance. There's 2 types of glycol. We talked about ethylene, which is more of an antifreeze. There's another one that data centers are utilizing as well, which is kind of classified as non-toxic, I believe. It's with a P. I apologize. I don't know the chemical name. Yes. And then there's also the liquid immersion cooling, where you actually are submerging the server in a liquid substance, which is, I don't think there's probably a little bit of water in it. The experts up here would know exactly what that substance is. Both of those technologies are my understanding is they're very energy efficient and water efficient as well. And so we see those technologies continue to evolve, and we see architecture and design further evolving to accommodate for that. And especially those are important, I think, for AI loads as well, which are typically running a little bit hotter than the GPUs, than the CPUs.
Okay. And let's kind of take a step back a little bit about older technologies versus newer technologies. I know how, we all know how technologies evolve, right? They have roadmaps and they get faster and smaller and so on and so forth. So kind of walk me through the evolution of kind of how, you know, the water utilization, and not necessarily the power, but has come. Where has it come? And what about some of these older facilities that you guys are familiar with? Are they being converted to some of the newer technologies?
Yeah, so certainly over time, data centers have gotten larger. They are, on the whole, a far more efficient way of doing all of this computing, processing, and storage that we need today. We saw from 2010 to 2018, which is, you know, the migration over to the cloud, that computing output rose 550%, energy consumption only rose 6%. So just as a kind of a quick overview, you know, data centers are a far more efficient way of doing all of this that we need today, especially. Typically, data centers, and again, there's some experts up here who can go probably into further detail, but you've likely either had a air-cooled system, you know, traditional sort of think of it as just kind of air conditioning, or you had evaporative cooling system. You know, in drier climates, I had an evaporative cooling system on an old house of mine. And so during the summer months, actually, my electricity bill was, you know, quite low, but my water bill was a little bit higher. So you're trying to figure out that balance. So typically, it was kind of an older open evaporative cooling system in which you actually would have some water loss to evaporation throughout that. As we have seen technology evolve and as we have seen data center design evolve, we have now moved into those closed loop systems in which you can actually recycle the water through and use it using purple pipe recycled water infrastructure, non-potable sources. And we've had a lot of discussions about using produced water to be able to cool it with that. That depends on the infrastructure too, to be able to get that water to the facility for use. And then we also see, you know, the hybrid conditions in which a data center will, in many cases, use outside ambient air when it's cold enough to do so. But they can actually switch to a water-based cooling system, even if it's an evaporative cooling system, which are far more efficient today, for a few hours out of the year during that peak time. That actually allows them to reduce their peak load on the grid when ERCOT is, you know, struggling. It's the hottest day of the year. Everybody's running their ACs. It enables data centers to actually run far more efficiently for those, you know, few hours out of the year when they have to. So we've seen this evolution of just both the technology, but also the techniques, I think, in trying to figure out how to balance energy and water together in that package. And I think what's important in that is not writing off water as a cooling technique and cooling technology, because you do have those opportunities for significant efficiencies. And as we discussed, just the water use from the supply chain.
And do you see some of these older facilities transitioning to newer technologies, or that's just not possible?
It's going to depend on the facility. Some, it's likely not, just because of the amount of cost it would take to upgrade it. But, you know, I think when we're talking about, especially the data center industry in Texas today, we are talking about modern, newer built facilities. We're not talking about vast quantities of older facilities that are using resources inefficiently.
Okay. So do you think that you guys would, with your membership, y'all would take the lead in getting every last one of your members to actually complete a survey?
We would certainly take the lead. We did with the PUC, and we stress to our members continuously. And I think the response rate, and once, you know, the PUC can release some of that information more as they crunch the numbers, I think that will demonstrate a demonstrable, you know, participation from the industry on the PUC survey. As I mentioned, we're interested very much in getting in with the Water Board to ensure that we are communicating effectively their needs with our members, because that was the first that we had heard about it as DCC. And we wanted to make sure that we're being responsive, they're using the right contacts, they're using the right data sets as far as which facilities are you looking at here. You know, to go from that 20 to that 300 is quite a jump. And so that's why I think we questioned which facilities are you looking at and which facilities are you including in that, because some of those public sources aren't always the best.
I think they mentioned they sent out 341 surveys and had 28 responses. It's about 8%.
Yeah.
Right? So, pretty terrible. But I'm glad you're going to take the lead on that with your organization. I encourage you to gain more members, you know, about, you know, 290 of them. And we do want to see somebody take the lead in that industry and be the responsible party in making sure that they protect Texas and our valuable resources. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
I just have a follow-up question that Representative Buckley made me think of. I think here's why I'm also frustrated. Y'all have been tracking the legislation. You knew that there was a rider with a survey. You have been talking to your members, but then earlier you just told Representative Buckley, we're happy to help think about how to help the legislature, the agency, get the information and or form the questions. I guess my frustration is you're saying now you want to help and now you want to lead. It's hard for me to trust that when you, other than just like encouraging members, you have not said here, like again, like a teeth, like we're doing it. We're already doing it. It's not after the fact, but before the fact. Here's how we did that. Like, here's how we led. We told the members they had to, and if they don't, they were not going to be part of our coalition because we're not going to advocate for people who are not being transparent. Like, that's the kind of leadership I think this moment in time needs. And so I just want to encourage y'all to think about leading and not just saying you're going to lead, but actually leading. And I just want to give props to Trent Ashby and I'm sad he's leaving to the Senate.
Thank you.
Okay, just as a reminder to the committee, we have a little over 4 hours left. We still have 111 witnesses registered for public testimony. By the way, registration is now closed. So I love the questions. Love that the committee is asking questions. Keep asking them. Maybe let's increase the efficiency of those questions as we move forward. So let's go to the next witness.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Bo Shills, and I'm here to represent Amazon Web Services. So Chairman Harris, Vice Chair Gonzalez, the rest of the committee, I just want to start by saying thank you for allowing us to be here today to testify. Amazon's been operating data centers for more than 20 years. We've seen an evolution of design over that time, different designs, and we're constantly improving on our efficiency, both on the water side, but also the power side. We're also constantly improving on our transparency and on our community engagement. And that's where we've seen the most improvement over the last few years. And so when we come into a community and we develop large-scale, long-term projects, we're trying to take the approach of being more upfront and sitting down early with planners, understanding what the outlook looks like for their water supply. We make sure that when we ask for water for cooling our data centers, that it fits within those long-range supply plans. There's typically a water utility will plan for new industrial growth, commercial growth, residential growth. What does that look like? We work very closely with them to understand that, and then we make a decision on whether or not we should use water. We have multiple designs to choose from. We could very well choose not to use water, and we've done that in a few places where there's basins that are experiencing very high water scarcity or stress. Some examples might include, Mexico when we went down in that region and decided to build a region there. The utility offered to sell us water, and we looked a little bit closer at the long-range sort of sustainable ability of the groundwater to meet those long-term needs, and we saw that it was not a great outlook at that time, so we just decided it didn't make sense, not just for us, for the risk of our business, but also just for the community, more importantly. So our goal is for communities to see us as responsible stewards of natural resources, and like water, and because water is shared by all. Texas is a big state, and the availability of water is highly variable throughout the state, and we recognize that. And as Dan pointed out, there's no sort of one design that fits every scenario. There's been a lot of discussion about the trade-offs of using more power to reject the heat from the servers versus using water. Happy to get into some of those details and how we think about that, what our mental model is there. But it is true that you will end up using more power if you can't use water to reject the heat, and that more power has a water footprint. There's a certain amount of water used to generate electricity. So we're striving to use less water per kilowatt hour of server. There's a couple of metrics in the industry. One's called water use effectiveness. That measures how much water in liters do you use to cool your, per kilowatt hour of IT load. There's another metric called PUE, power use effectiveness. And these are industry sort of measures to determine, what does the efficiency look like? It's sort of like when you want to buy an automobile and you want to know how many miles you can get out of a gallon of water, or you buy an appliance and you want to know how much energy it's going to use. That's the intent of those metrics, is so that one can compare one data center operator to another. Amazon's very proud to be among the lowest, if not the lowest, in water use effectiveness. That comes from 20 years of design improvements over the years. And we're also a leader in power use effectiveness. We're not the leader. There may or may not be someone else at this table that is the leader in power use effectiveness. But when we do use water, I think it's also important, when we sit down with the community, one of the first questions we ask is, what are the sources of your supply? Do you have recycled water? We like to use recycled water. We like to use water that's coming out of the drain, not the water that's coming out of your tap, right? We want to use water that is otherwise unusable for important potable drinking and other purposes. So that's where I think this has been mentioned many times, but Texas, there's a big opportunity in Texas for if we can find ways to use sources like produced water for cooling. We think that's a really pragmatic approach, and we think that could create a lot of win-win scenarios for the data center industry and for Texas that is looking for a use of this water. Because at some point, you're going to run out of room to put that water underground. So what are we going to do with it? So this is a good opportunity, and we'd love to continue those conversations. We've already started those conversations to see what's possible there. Ultimately, when we use recycled water and other sources like produced water, it puts us in a position where we're better protected from drought. These are typically drought-proof sources because this is water that has otherwise been discarded by the community. It's not useful for any other need, and so we're not competing with potable water. So we believe in efficiency. Dan alluded to, we've got some programs in place where we're constantly trying to use more recycled water. We've invested $1 billion in infrastructure to create and build out more recycled water networks. We're continuously driving down our water use, and then we've also made a commitment to return more water to communities than we use in our direct operations. And we've made very good progress on that. We're about 75% of the way there as of last year. So you're probably still wondering, well, why do we need to use water? I mean, just to give you a perspective, in Texas, if we decided if we couldn't use water, we would end up using on average about 14% more power throughout the year. And that, on the ERCOT grid, the average amount of water that's used per kilowatt hour of electricity produced is just under 1 liter. It's about 0.9 liters of water per kilowatt hour. So that 14% extra power that we would have to use would translate into hundreds of millions of gallons for like a 1 gigawatt campus, for example, of use somewhere else. Well, we would rather use hundreds of millions of gallons on the campus and then drive that number down than have it be somewhere else, because we have more control over that. We have the ability to constantly evaluate how can we use less water. So that's kind of our perspective. That's our approach. I'll just close by saying that if we're allowed to use water, what it also means is it allows us to help invest in public infrastructure, public water infrastructure. We've heard earlier today concerns about the amount of water lost in leaks and utilities, and there's a, we need capital to invest in repair. We are very happy we want to make sure that when we invest in water infrastructure that it won't impact anyone's water rates. And we often work with utilities to figure out how we can help repair and upgrade the system to not just meet our needs, but also make the system more efficient and lose less water. We bring a lot of technology to help with that, which I'm happy to get into later. So we just want to make sure everyone understands the potential consequences of just simply using closed loop and eliminating all water on site. We want to work to help everyone understand what the opportunity on the table might look like if we can use water. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Real quick, I'll go to you next. The produced water part, that's exciting to me. I mean, we as a legislature have been discussing produced water. What do we do with the produced water? How do we utilize produced water for session after session after session? Have you guys been in contact with the Produced Water Consortium?
So we've been discussing with some of the midstream purveyors. What's important is that we have a reliable network of that supply coming in. I
think we're almost there. We're almost to a reliable supply. And so for context, for members of the public who may not be familiar with what produced water is, when we're doing oil and gas drilling out in the Permian Basin, for every barrel of oil that is produced out of the Permian Basin, there's 2 to 3 barrels of water produced that is toxic saline that can't be economically converted into usable water right now. So that's what we as a legislature have been trying to do is find a way to clean that water, put it to use, put it into the market for other uses, industrial applications, things like that. So the fact that y'all are looking at that as your water source instead of groundwater or the water that is critical to everyday life use in Texas is encouraging to hear. I really like that, so thank you. Dr. Gonzalez.
3 questions. It's probably going to be the same or similar for everybody, just so you know. Did AWS complete the surveys that we've been discussing today?
Yes, we did.
Okay. You did? Is that yes?
We did, yes.
Okay, good. Second question, would you be open to the DCC creating standards and frameworks for your industry so that you can raise standards for everybody?
Yes, we would be supportive of that. I mean, we're one of many members of the DCC, and we work with them closely just to make sure that they're meeting the needs of all members. But we understand.
That was the details. I understand.
You can't manage what you can't measure, and I think it makes sense.
Yeah. And the last question is, I really appreciate your water approach. You've heard my concerns from my constituents about water usage in data centers. Do you have any recommendations or any ideas on standards or rules that we could adopt to address these concerns?
Yeah, I think that focusing on performance standards is a better approach than, like Dan pointed out, than prescriptive technology. Because if we just come in and say everything has to be closed loop, we don't want any water, then it sort of takes away that innovative spirit for us to work with communities on how we can solve challenges around water and water infrastructure. And so I think focusing on asking for more transparency on what efficiency, the targets of efficiency look like for the data center that's under development makes sense. We think that's pragmatic. Allowing for recycled water or produced water or otherwise sources to be used for cooling as opposed to mandating closed loop makes a lot of sense. Those are two options that I would say makes, and then of course, if we can find a way to keep providing the data that the agencies need to appropriately plan for water supply to support data centers, We just put all of our water use out there, just recently in 2025, how much water we used by region. We're not opposed to sharing, what that looks like. I know Google's done the same. I'm sure they'll get into that.
Thank you. I'll just add that I appreciate your comment on not being prescriptive on the technologies, but on the performance metrics, I think I get a little bit of anxiety where like it must be closed loop. A, science does evolve, as Representative Berry talked about, and B, I do think that there's a complex reality between the connection of water usage and closed loop and then water usage and the energy that is needed for the closed loop. I'm not saying no closed loop, I'm just saying I appreciate your focus on performance standards versus just acquiring certain technologies, so thanks.
Representative Ashby.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to hear your focus on recycled water as well. My question is, have y'all looked at brackish groundwater?
Yes, as well. And I think that's where that comes into play with some of the produced water is if we're able to, we need a reliable supply. And so if it means drawing from some brackish when that produced water is not available and that brackish water is also not intended or planned to be used for potable purposes in those communities, the level of treatment that you need for the produced water and the brackish water is about the same, and so it makes sense to mix those where it makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions for this witness right now? All right. Next.
Thank you, everyone. Chairman Harris, Vice Chair Martinez, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Ben Townsend, and I'm the Global Head of Infrastructure Strategy and Sustainability at Google. I join you from my home state of Indiana, where my family goes back more than 5 generations. I'm the son of 2 public school teachers, was a proud construction and farm laborer through high school and college. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in civil and environmental engineering. Prior to working at Google, I was a senior engineer in the energy sector working in downstream, and I'm very familiar with energy systems and the energy landscape here in Texas, having worked in it. At Google, where I've been for a little more than 7 years, I am the principal architect of our water strategy, which I'm excited to talk with you all about today. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss how data centers can drive American innovation while investing in local communities and responsibly managing water resources always. Increasingly, data center infrastructure is essential to ensuring that the U.S. remains a world leader in advancing new and innovative technologies. The potential for AI to accelerate U.S. economic growth is staggering. Research estimates that AI could result in global economic uplift of more than $4 trillion annually. And AI tools today are already helping Americans address long-standing issues like access to medical care and preparing for devastating weather events. For example, in partnership with Northwestern Medicine, Google has developed AI models to interpret ultrasound images with accuracy comparable to trained professionals, potentially increasing access to vital prenatal care. We've also developed Flood Hub, which uses AI to predict river floods up to 7 days in advance in over 150 countries, and FireSat, which uses high-resolution multispectral satellite imagery and AI to provide near real-time insights on wildfires and wildfire management. Texas is a critical hub for America's digital economy, and Google is proud to have a presence in the state for over 15 years. In 2025 alone, Google tools helped provide over $50 billion in economic activity for hundreds of thousands of Texas businesses, nonprofits, and publishers. These are the tools and services that Texans rely on every day, such as Google Workspace, YouTube, Map, Cloud, and Gemini. And all of these services, of course, rely on data centers. We're committed to responsibly growing our infrastructure in the Lone Star State to meet this demand. Just last year, we announced plans for over $40 billion of investment over the next 2 years. This investment will support new, hyper-efficient facilities that house the compute technology which powers the internet and enables essential functions like banks and hospitals securely processing records, Google Maps to help avoid traffic jams, and cloud services storing priceless family photos. Increasingly, these technologies are also essential to ensuring that the U.S. remains a world leader in new and advanced technologies. When we think about our infrastructure, it's not just about what we're building, but how we're building. In the energy space, we believe that we should strengthen the shared systems we rely on. And we've committed to growing new energy resources onto the grid, paying for the costs associated with our operations, and supporting community energy efficiency initiatives. On the water and cooling front, I'd like to just jump to the punchline. What's been shared here today is absolutely true. What you often see is that when you're evaluating air-cooled versus water-cooled data center technology, there is a trade-off. Water-cooled data centers can reduce energy consumption by roughly 20% compared to air-cooled solutions. This helps reduce grid congestion and constraints, but we at Google believe that this trade-off cannot be made at the consequence of communities. Water is a vital shared resource, and it is scarce in some locations and plentiful in others. That's why we are very proud to summarize the 5 commitments that we've made, which we believe to be the best-in-class industry blueprint for managing responsible water resources and protecting communities. First and foremost is transparency. We do not believe that water should be a black box topic. Communities deserve to know how much water data centers use, and water planners need to know how much water data centers use. Beginning in 2022, Google became the first major cloud provider to disclose exactly how much water is used for each specific campus. That means in our environmental report, every year you can see how much water was withdrawn, how much was consumed and evaporated, and how much water was returned to the watershed. What you also see is that in areas of high scarcity, we will have an evaporative water footprint of 0. That's right. The second commitment of our series is protecting at-risk watersheds with air-cooled solutions. When we're evaluating new sites for development, we perform detailed hydrological assessments with state water experts to make sure we have a shared vision of what is sustainable and what is not. And what's been sort of scary and unfortunate is that as we've developed across the world, there have been lots of locations where water was offered. Thankfully, we have a great team of water experts, and we were quickly able to come to the summary that that water resource was not sustainable. It was not going to be a good idea for us to use it, or probably for anybody else. And so we opted to not use that resource. We're proud to share that at our new data center developments here in Texas, those will be closed-loop air-cooled data centers. And yes, there will be an energy trade-off that comes with it. But in some of these locations, the status of the Ogallala and water resources that the public depend on, that trade-off would just not be responsible. In addition to, very clear transparency and protecting at-risk watersheds with air cooling, we're also committed to investing in public infrastructure solutions, even in locations where we opt for air cooling. A common theme that I think we're all aware of is that public water systems oftentimes struggle to get appropriations or funding. Across the US, we see public water systems that are in disrepair. They can't modernize and protect themselves or improve resilience for communities. We're proud to have invested over $500 million in public water and wastewater infrastructure, and we're just getting started. Additionally, as we look at the water resources that we all share, it's obviously I've made a career out of this, so I find it very interesting, but watersheds are a lot like people. There are some that are very big and very strong, and there are some watersheds that are small and not so strong. But what's very interesting is in the same way that we can take vitamins, eat well, exercise, and get good sleep, investments can be made in public watersheds to help ensure that they're strong in the long term, or even improve at-risk watersheds. We have a commitment to replenish more water than we consume by 2030. We've made strong progress, over 176 projects and 97 watersheds. We've made nearly a dozen investments here in Texas, from irrigation efficiency, aquifer storage and recovery, wetlands restoration, and we would hope to see others join in this space. The last of our 5 commitments that I'd like to highlight is our commitment to invest in alternative water resources. When we talk about the efficiency that comes with water-based cooling, that up to 25%, that's not just a sort of law of physics seen in the data center space, it's also in the power generation space. If you look at the role that water can play in assisting in efficiency gains in power generation, it can also boost efficiency by anywhere from 20 to 25%. So if you see water playing this role in boosting energy production by 20 to 25%, and reducing the demands of data centers by 20 to 25%, that's a 40 to 50% reduction that water can unlock in this economic activity of new generation and AI demands. A very important point to sort of recognize, though, is evaporative cooling does not require fresh potable water, and it certainly doesn't require fresh potable groundwater. And so what I think is a fantastic opportunity here in Texas that we can all work on is as we look at brackish aquifer resources or produced water resources, by collaboratively investing, having honest discussion, getting at a table with sort of communities and solution providers, having this wide variety of data center developers and operators all get around a table and honestly, communicate their ambitions, we can start co-investing in these solutions that unlock this resource in a sustainable fashion for lots of communities and different users. As I wrap, I would also like to sort of convey, I guess, a message of gratitude and respect. I mean, sort of as an engineer, I look at how Texas has been the epicenter for so much innovation in energy, in agriculture. I mean, I look at the Apollo program, which Texas made possible, which showed the world what's possible when a lot of really smart Americans who want to work hard come together. And as I think about the role that Texas will play in potentially enabling an AI future that, all of America can depend on, I just think that the communities who are helping make this possible, leaders like yourselves who are making this possible, deserve gratitude and respect from everybody who would come to Texas looking to do business.
Thank you very much for that testimony. I think it's really important for you guys to make it a priority to tell your own story as we move forward. And as you all move forward in innovation and being able to use water sources that, because when folks back home hear water usage, usually there's no distinction, or they don't care the difference between surface water or groundwater. It's just water usage. But if y'all are using produced water that not only doesn't prove a threat to the water availability back home, but I would argue what y'all are doing provides a relief valve to the water back home ever being taken to begin with. And so that's a story worth telling, in my opinion. And all you guys, as you continue to develop these technologies, I hope that y'all make it a priority to tell that story. Representative Romero.
Thank you. I know we're not done. We have more, but I just want to say to this panel so far, I think that what we continue to hear is what we all sometimes hear is good, better, best, right? We know that there's probably some that wouldn't even fit any of those three categories. Maybe they're just wrong or bad, or what's most likely is just wrong for that space, I think is this what you were describing in terms of watersheds. And at the same time, having to sit through nothing negative to the panel, but realizing that the PUC and those responsible for the water kind of felt like they were, and ERCOT even, were kind of in their own silos. Well, I'm responsible for making sure that you can connect, but I'm not necessarily responsible for the water, and I can't tell you how to use your water. Ultimately does come back to the industry, and sadly, a lot of the people that are in this room don't feel like they have the protections of their state government. So it does come back to you having your own responsibility to your shareholders and doing the right thing. But I think certainly you two in the center so far, and we'll get to Vantage, I think what's imperative is that you do what's the right thing, because it is the best for business when you're responsible to the people that are buying from Amazon or daily clicks on Google. And so I think one of the things that y'all have, and I think the coalition as well, and even probably more important with the coalition, is that you prove that your members are doing it on the best. To Dr. Gonzalez's point, is I think that there are some places, for example, the people that are using closed loop, I think it is easy to calculate how much water is in that being used. Well, that should be easy. Or other responsible parties like Amazon. So I'm not really going to ask you a question unless you'd like to comment. I'd like to see a map of Texas to say, if you are going to do a data center of a certain size that's going to produce so much heat, it should be built this way. If the concern is sound, then you won't be using a metal building, you'll be using a concrete tilt wall building with certain size insulation, because we don't want the neighbors to hear it. Is there a way of mapping out what would work based upon water resources, scarcity, and so on? Do you think that that would be something that would benefit the state? Or maybe even another body that does have to look at the connectivity and as it relates to water resources?
I really like this question. And the reason I like it is because not only does it rely on an approach where, we're bringing data to the table to sort of drive governance on where evaporative cooling is appropriate and not, but I also think during this period of time where there are so many communities that are excited about supporting economic growth, but really don't have the tools to understand what a good deal looks like in the data center space, whether it's energy, incentives, jobs, water. I think the idea of having sort of this source of truth where Texas water experts could come together with some guidance and sort of a color map of where is evaporative cooling responsible or not, I think that would be a wonderful first step. A second step that I might recommend as well would be in locations, whether it's evaporative cooling or not, having a team of sort of solution experts, whether it be folks like Gulf Coast Authority or others, who could readily activate new investments in alternative water resources or public infrastructure. That would be a great opportunity too. And I would almost want to highlight an urgent need for that. While data centers are evolving and growing very quickly right now, unclear if this is a long-term boom or a short-term boom. What I do know is that right now, there are lots of folks coming into the state looking to make investments, and most of their focus will be on data center investments. But they have room in their budgets to also help fund public water infrastructure and positive water outcomes for communities, and empowering communities to sort of have their wish list of, if you want to develop in my backyard, I'm excited to have a discussion, but I really need these water solutions fixed, or maybe I don't want you to use water here at all. I think that would be really helpful for communities and the industry at large.
Yeah, that may be the beginning of a really good public hearing when you talk about transparency and what you're offering a community. Is that you do and have studied what's best, the impact you're going to have. And then I think something that's been left out here is the tax benefit that you offer to certain communities and how and what they can use those tax dollars for, whether it be public schools or even for lowering their own tax rates within their counties because of the dollars that are coming in. I know we haven't touched on that because we're talking about water resources, but I just want to tell you this has been my favorite panel so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, if you don't mind, I'd like to just jump in. One of the things that Amazon did last year was we launched what's called a Center of Excellence. It's a Water AI Nexus Center of Excellence. We worked with the Water Environment Federation, which is a national organization, and the UPenn Water Center and leading utilities of the world to put out. We put out a white paper that said, hey, this is what good looks like, to your point. Like, what does good data center development look like, and, from a water perspective? And so we did that because we felt like we could tell our story better, but also just, try to show some more leadership. We can't compel other companies to do, but we did want people to understand that these are the kinds of things that people should be asking for. They should be asking for efficiency metrics. They should be asking for how much water you're going to use, and they should be coming with a list of projects with, hey, these are the parts of our water system that need improvement. We're going to need your help with this in order to serve you. That's super helpful for data centers when they come into a community to know that the community's thought that through, so that it helps make that decision easier. And helps them participate in that work.
Representative Gonzalez.
Did y'all do the survey?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been self-reporting our water use
I know, but
since 2022
I'm going to
and
ask
leading the way.
everybody. I want to be consistent.
Yeah, everybody should be disclosing how much water they use.
Thank you.
Communities deserve to know, and water planners need to know.
Next witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Misty Allen. I am Vice President Public Policy North America at Vantage Data Centers. Vantage Data Centers is a Denver-based developer and operator of data centers, and we are really excited about our growing footprint here in Texas with 2 data center campuses in San Antonio and then the Frontier campus in Shackelford County, just outside Abilene. I'm going to first start and answer Dr. Gonzalez's question. We did submit the survey response because that is part of our responsible growth framework for how we approach development. And under that responsible growth framework is 3 main pillars. One is really protecting ratepayers. We pay our own way. This includes our energy infrastructure needs, but also water infrastructure, other infrastructure, roads, and utility services that are needed in that community to support our growth and projects. So we pay our own way. Second is around advancing our sustainability. And I think this gets to Representative Romero's comment about a holistic approach. So every project is designed with a view of our energy use, our water use, our biodiversity goals are all put into every single project. And then that comes together by working with the community. So we work to strengthen our communities from the very beginning. So we come in, we have a conversation, we sit down, we identify what are the needs, what will it take to build this project in this community. And this ranges from everything from the infrastructure projects needed to support the project, but also workforce. Is there upskilling needed? How can we participate in the workforce development needs of that community, and supporting other community-identified nonprofits or other events that are needed. So it really is a joint collaborative effort to bring these projects to these communities. With respect to water, our water commitment to Texas is water positivity. You heard that from all 3 of us today. We will lead in reducing our water usage through efficiencies and technologies. And then also partnering on just clear water stewardship with organizations like Texan by Nature. We're going to partner with them so that we can return more water to Texas than we use. So regarding the water technology at our Texas data centers, as you've heard from other panelists here today, we are relying exclusively on air-cooled and closed-loop systems here in Texas. And we are not taking any new water rights. We are working through the San Antonio Water System, SAWS, and the Hamby Water Authority as well. And again, just getting back to kind of that holistic approach, the trade-off, of course, and recognizing the trade-off between water use and energy, we are also using reciprocating natural gas engines instead of the gas turbine systems to, again, look at that full minimizing our water use at these projects. So I know you've heard from a lot of us, and you have a big afternoon ahead of you, but we do understand the seriousness of the water needs and water challenges. You have our commitment to work with our partners in our coalition today to be at the table to work on these solutions together and to be as transparent and a partner with our communities throughout our business cycle. So thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'll go to you next, Ms. Garcia. I want to ask this question of the 3 of you. And it goes back to what I was saying just a minute ago about telling your story. The great things that y'all have said up here, which have been great things, is not getting communicated down at our local level back home. And it's not our job as elected officials to sell our constituents on y'all's projects. That's y'all's job. So do y'all have a public relations plan? Do you have a community engagement plan? And are you committed to putting the resources behind that necessary to engage with the local people in those communities that you're proposing to go into?
I'll start off. Yes, to all of that. We do have we hire local PR firms to assist us on the ground. We have local community engagement folks that are residents and that live at the projects. Of course, our employees, our construction managers are on site. And we actually established a program called our Community Ambassadors, where they too, they're not just building the plant, but they have part of their job responsibility is to be out in the community, members of chambers of commerce, attending Lions clubs, and being fully embedded into the community.
Yeah, I would share that we have a pretty robust public engagement strategy, but a lot of it's backstopped
Your
by
Google,
the
right?
years of what I think is sort of industry-leading behavior. What I would say that could somewhat help this too is, I think communities need sort of a third party, and I don't know whether that's a state water expert or someone else who can be out there to support them in the evaluation of folks like us, so that they know that there's some real substance behind the in-person meetings and the branding. There are some companies out there who are a lot of flair, and it's big talk, not any of the walk, and that will continue to make it challenging for folks like us who really want to put our money where our mouth is and do good things. But between the sort of the fly-by-night crowd and then the others who are mostly marketing, I think having some sort of third-party arbiter would really help in the discussion, so that the communities know that there's some sort of truth behind the claims.
Yeah, we've actually already started a process where we hold open houses in communities when the project gets far enough along where it's clear we've got the power and we've worked with the utility and the water's there. We start developing some of the facts about where the water is going to come from, how much, what does that look like long term, and we invite the community to come and they can go station to station for the different resources involved. They can learn about noise and what are we doing about that. They can learn about how much water we're going to use. What's our plan to return water ultimately in the watershed. So that's been really effective. It's helpful to have partners that are willing to stand up and say, we've been working with Amazon and this company, and everything that they're saying is what they've communicated to us as well, and they're contractually obligated to invest in these water system improvements and other things, and so we can't just go in there entirely on our own. We need support in these communities so that people understand that it is a partnership. It's not just what we're doing, but the short answer to your question is yes, we've been doing a lot more of that lately, and it's very, very effective.
And I'll push back a little bit, because I think from our perspective back home, you got with the methodology that you have right now of the community town halls or whatever, and you've got some representative there to field questions. That's not working. Y'all are losing the narrative because something else, some other data set or mistruth, whatever you want to call it, gets posted on Facebook, and that explodes. That's what everybody believes is the truth. And so that's what I mean in putting the resources necessary behind telling your story effectively. It's not being told effectively right now, and y'all are losing the narrative. So y'all need to, I think, recalculate how you go about that community engagement. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come on and say something positive. We've been beating y'all up for a little bit, but I represent San Antonio, and Vantage is one of the data centers in my district. And I have a pretty solid activist network in my area, and trust and believe when they see it on social media, they're going to lose their minds. And rightfully so. We have to make sure that we address it, right? I want to really compliment Vantage, because that's in my district that I've worked with. Every time something has happened and, folks are really upset about something, they have shown up to a room full of angry people. So I thank you all for that, even on a special occasion when it was the wrong room. But y'all showed up anyways, meaning it was another data center that, the community had a problem with. But, to have the industry experts there to at least answer the questions of angry people. When we're thinking about people being upset, I mean, we've heard a lot of the a lot of the stories and a lot of the information that we're missing. But I think what we really need to focus on is making sure that these conversations continue to happen. This engagement has to continue to happen. Being embedded in our communities has to happen. And another little thing too, if y'all really want to sell to our communities and you really want to make sure that you're being good stewards, I could think of childcare. Investing in childcare within the communities that you're planning to serve, medical care. You know, there's so many other things that organizations like yours that are so big and are wanting to be good stewards while also, you know, tapping into some resources that are very precious to us. There has to be something in it for us. You know, you can't just come in and put up these huge places that we know that we need. Of course, we love our technology, but there has to be a piece of it in it for the community as well, especially the family who's feeling the reverberation of their data centers. Now, it's not you. However, I would impress on you all to start thinking about some outside of the box ways too, perhaps, that you can be good stewards to the community. And that's it. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Allen, this is your lucky day. As you may know, I represent 12 rural counties, including Shackelford County, where Vantage is building Stargate 2. You don't know this, but I've told everybody that when we get into the discussion about how to do it and how not to do it, that I give y'all the example. I name y'all as the example of how to do it right. And I appreciate your efforts, and you've gone the extra mile to the folks in Shackelford County. I appreciate that. If everyone did it that way, my job would be a whole lot easier than it is right now, because like Representative Ashby, when we got done with session, we thought property tax relief was the #1 issue. That's way down the list, but data centers is #1. 765 kV lines. Chairman Buckley's not here right now. We won't talk about that. But I do appreciate the job that you've done, and I'll give credit where credit's due. Thank you.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. I heard y'all talking about using produced water and brackish water and other things like that. But I think one of the messages that I think people want to hear is not only are you not using water, but you are need to hear, not necessarily want to hear. I may not want to hear any of it, but if you're going to be in the conversation, then you're going to produce more water than you need, and offering that surplus capacity to the community is probably something that you need to be marketing. It's just a thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions? Representative Kerwin.
Yes, hello. This question is for any or all of you. How would you feel about local governments, specifically counties, having authority as far as water usage in their permitting or proposal to their communities?
I mean, that is common in other states. So it's not.
Right.
Yeah, you know, they, in terms of the utilities, you know, and how they operate, but I think we'll work with whatever sort of legislative framework that you all feel like is best to help manage water use, as long as we're clear on who to talk to and what we need to do. I think we would be open to that.
Okay.
If I could add to that as well. The most important thing, I think, is certainty and predictability. So as long as who has the authority and the process is clear, the data center industry can work within that framework and will work within that framework. It's all about just making sure that the process and the authority is clear, and that it creates certainty and predictability, and that's, you know, a far better and far more favorable environment for, you know, steel in the ground investment.
Representative Romero.
This isn't a question, but it's kind of a comment. I'm from Fort Worth, and way back in the late 90s and early 2000s is when the fracking started, which so many Texans benefit from energy independence today. And I sat at a spa with a gentleman from Total Energy, and we were just looking at regulations for the oil and gas industry, whether that was air and or underground aquifers and so on, because they're drilling through them. And I asked him, I said, so let me just ask you a real simple question. More regulation or less regulation? And to my surprise, he said more regulation. And I said, why would you say more regulation? And he said, because that way I don't have to keep proving myself over and over again. And I think that's what the people of Texas need. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, a lot of these people that are in the county don't have the authority, at least until maybe we come back at a subsequent session. But there's not really a way to instill regulation. So again, I'm going to say this about this panel. I think what you guys have been talking about is self-regulation, regulating yourself to do the right thing. And I think this is a call to anybody else who's out there that's coming to Texas and feels like they can do things. There's people out there doing this the right way, and this is going to be our expectation. And I'm certainly know we'll do everything in our part in the upcoming session. But thank you for those of you today that are doing it right. Thanks.
All right, I know it depends is the answer, but how much water is in a closed loop water system? How much water is used?
I can tell you. So on a typical multi-100 megawatt build, right, there might be a couple of these on a campus. The fill, which should happen one time, you fill the system similar to the radiator on your car. You fill it and you cap it. That water volume is anywhere from 1.2, 1.8 million gallons, which is close to the same amount of water used by one golf course every day in the Southwest. And in creating that structure, you're sealing that system and not evaporating water out of a watershed.
How many times do you flush the entire system and recharge it?
After initial construction, there's typically a single flush, which needs to be coordinated both with the water supplier to make sure you're not impacting the local water supply and with the wastewater purveyor to make sure that you're complying with all environmental quality standards and not creating problems for anybody. But that should occur one time, and if the system is operating per design, you should not have to drain it unless there is a major system failure.
Representative Zwinner.
Ever? Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. And I know this is certainly the hot seat today that y'all are sitting in right now. I think we heard from all y'all that engagement with the local community is important. That's something that your entities prioritize. But we know there are entities who have not been prioritizing that. Certainly in this sort of data center rush we see going on in Texas right now. Are there things that you think we could do to more formalize that process that make the community engagement part more straightforward to navigate? I'm thinking if there's a way to formally bring in the county commissioners court to that process and that maybe help bring the community on board in a more structured way that both, gives good actors a straightforward path to follow, but also provides a safety net from bad actors.
If I can respond first, I think that what almost all people want is a predictable, repeatable framework that defines what success looks like. And that success would be that the community gets what they want and they need, and a project can be quickly delivered. And so I guess my response would be focusing more on consistency and replicability would be helpful, because we also have to remember that this is a race. And I don't say that from a sort of corporate race. I say that from the perspective of America very much wants to and we believe should continue to be the leader in AI and the infrastructure required to advance it.
Let me just add to, I think it kind of goes back to the performance standards, setting expectation in the community of what does this what do the performance standards look like for this particular development, getting that information out in advance, but then also having the local water utility provider who's providing the water talk about the amount of water that's going to be used for the project in the context of the long-range supply. What percentage of the total use is there going to be? Getting those facts out there in advance, so that when the engagement happens, and maybe there's an open house or something, people are aware of the facts of what's happening before they show up, and so you can get into more important questions, like the facts are already known by that stage, if that makes sense. So that might be one tangible way that would help.
Right. Can I follow up on that before you take it, Dan? In terms of getting those facts out there, I'm curious if there's a way to make sure we do have facts that the community trusts available, because a lot of times this water provider is a small special utility district, doesn't have a lot of bandwidth to look at this scale of a project. And so then sometimes, the developer comes in and provides the numbers, but then you immediately have a problem with community trust in that number. So, I mean, is there a way that, we can plus up and bring investment in from the developer to provide those numbers, but not from the data center developer themselves?
Do you have any thoughts on this one? Yeah. It's a good question. I think we would be. Let me take that back to our team and see if we can come up with some ideas there. But I'm not sure. Is the short answer. I'm not sure what that mechanism looks like. Obviously, reporting and submitting. What your efficiency looks like in your project application or whatever that looks like would be one way, but we'll have to get back to you, I guess.
Yeah, and I may just add to that as well. I mean, I think it represents sort of this conundrum that we're in right now, which is facts and data matter in this conversation, but yet sometimes I don't think they are necessarily trusted. And that is part of our challenge right now is, we have the facts and the data here. Amazon has their report out, Google has their sustainability report. But yet we continuously hear, I think, sometimes, well, we don't believe you. And so we're kind of stuck in this conundrum a little bit of we're trying to get as much as we can out there. There's comparative studies, some of the data that I mentioned, but it's not always, I think, accepted. That's not something I think that anybody maybe can sort of solve in this room. I don't know if we can legislate that or make a policy of that. All we can do, I think, is do better, as many of our companies have mentioned, about being proactive and being proactive with engaging the community and having the data and the transparency available. And if I may go back then to, unless you have a follow-up, but jump into the first question.
Go ahead.
What I would say is just, it kind of goes back to my previous answer, which is that certainty and that predictability and the replicable model and the clear lines of authority, I think, provide just a better structure for how a development can go in. And I think that clarity would be enormously helpful for who are some of the most, who are the officials in charge of XYZ and who should, a development be talking to, or developer be talking to when they come into a community.
I guess I was, wanted to clarify, your question was more like holistically, like what sort of process, governance would cover all aspects of a data center project to sort of ensure alignment with what's best in class? Say, like a checklist, which is if you have an energy efficiency or water efficiency or X amount of jobs, like sort of if you check all of these boxes, you're good. If not, we have to do an edge case evaluation. Is that the concept you were thinking?
Not specifically, but I think that's one path that it could take. I mean, I think the question I'm thinking about is, where do the locals really get to come into this conversation? And, if we look at other, not identical, but let's say similar industries, y'all mentioned aggregate facilities. We have some set state level rules on setbacks from certain types of properties, from residences, from schools, from hospitals, to try and deal with nuisance issues. And then that's kind of about it. There's not a point where anybody that is elected by the local community gets to come in and say this is a concern. And I think the reason it's such a big issue around water and data centers is, we have this very distributed water system in Texas. And so sometimes, if you have the city of Austin or the city of Dallas water being who's in the conversation, we all know they have a lot of resources to come to the table. If LCRA is involved, we know they have a lot of resources to have that conversation and bring good science to the table. I'm dealing with Crystal Clear Special Utility District, who has board members elected from 3 different counties. It's not something any particular local jurisdiction feels like they have good governance over, because it's a big, sprawling, rural special utility district. And, the quality of legal counsel they have, I don't want to say specifically their people are bad, but they don't have resources to go bring on a big legal team and figure out if they're allowed to tell a developer no if they don't have the water available. They're terrified of litigation if they say no to somebody. And they don't really have that many resources to put into this long-term projection. You end up with all of these little entities who feel like their job is to say yes and figure it out later. And that terrifies our communities. And so, I don't want every little special utility district to be trying to figure this out on their own. And so I'm like, how do you get an entity where, all the people in that region get to go vote for those folks, get to engage in the process and help add their expertise and their resources to be a part of that process? And I guess the thing that makes sense to me is the county, because most of these are not going in city limits. Most of these are going out in the ETJ or out in unincorporated. And, in my private conversations with folks, what I've heard is, we want good relationships. We go proactively talk to those people. But there's not a requirement. It happens when it happens, if it happens. And I will say the experience of my commissioners talking to data centers has not been great. We actually had at least one developer flat out lie to my commissioners about an issue. And so how do we create a positive process that gives the opportunity for people to feel out where these centers make sense, where there are big problems, without it being, a big public drama, which is, I think, a lot of what we're seeing play out across the state.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is we believe that communities should be empowered to drive their water future. Whether that is a yes answer or a no answer, that is a local shared community resource, and that community must be empowered to be able to drive the future of that resource. And I love what you're highlighting here, which is, it sounds like we agree on that. It's when the discussion begins with the data center developer or operator, how can that local community quickly get the resources they need to due diligence and evaluate what is being proposed, to understand if it is good for them or bad for them, so that they're empowered to make an informed decision. And I don't know if that is grants from the sort of economic development or incentives side of the house or whatever, but there's clearly a resource gap.
Yeah. Would you support them being able to say no if they didn't think that water resource was there to a high-intensity user?
Oh, absolutely, and do so all the time. Like, the last thing that we want to do is build a $10 billion data center that you cannot pick up and move. And I think what you'll also see that's different is developers who don't operate facilities, right? They're thinking on 2 to 3 year timelines. They want to build the project, they want to sell the project, and they want to move. Companies like ours, we are building in that community, spending billions of dollars, and if things play out right, that data center will be built by the community. It will be operated by the community. And so we really want to have a positive water story for a variety of reasons. And if a community didn't want to have water be a part of that solution, asking for it or pushing for it is a very, very bad idea. But I would also agree that this world where self-regulation is required seems like a slippery slope, because not everybody will be willing to do it. So how do we empower communities with the tools they need to make informed decisions would be the question that I would ask. And we share our water risk assessments with communities and sit down and say, here's what our findings are, here's what our water forecast looks like, here's the type of investments we'd like to make, are you comfortable, are you not comfortable with it? How do we programatize that? I would love to try to work together to find a way to solve that.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, panelists, thank y'all very much for being here. Appreciate y'all having the courage to come and sit and answer questions and actually come testify. All right, next up, we will have a panel of public testimony, and the chair calls Melissa Beckett, Lee Lester, Richard Sims, and Brian Umphris. All right, thank you all very much for being here today. Let's start with Ms. Beckett. If you would state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm Melissa Beckett. I am here on behalf of Citizens for Renewing America and myself. I am from House District 7, and so East Texas. And I'm going to come at this a little bit different than I think a lot of people are. My background is I was a commodities trader. And I'm glad to hear that the conversation today hasn't gone in the direction of we need to make water a commodity, because commodities are things that you, in theory, can live without if you can't outbid your neighbor. With water, an average everyday family cannot outbid technology companies that might have unlimited bank accounts, and we risk, not having water for people, which is obviously important to all of you. So thank you so much for that. But we had this amazing panel here of the gold, what I would say the gold standard, right? And if you were to work on legislation, I would say work to legislate at least the silver standard, so that the people who are really just coming in to make a quick buck don't care about the community, that the community has the right to say no. And I think that's talking to the people that I talk to around the state, that's what they want to have the power to do. This is the government by the people, for the people, and you guys have talked about representing the people. The people want to have the power to say no. But I tell you what, if any one of the people who were up here before were to sit down with their county commissioners and the people, you can hear their heart, and it matches how they do business elsewhere when it comes to the environment and things like that. So our gut checks are usually pretty good. But we want to be careful that these bad actors, because they are out there, that's why you're getting all the phone calls, right? They're not probably from these guys. We want to make sure that we don't give an incentive for these bad actors to hoard our water. And I think if you want to ask a few questions on that, I've got some thoughts on how to make sure that doesn't happen with the bad actors. So.
Great. Members? Questions for this witness? All right, I'll go ahead and ask it. What do you mean?
Well, if you think about they should not be able to resell their water, would be a standard contract term, that they should not be able to resell it. And they need to be accountable for how much they're taking. You hear stories that they say they're only going to take X, but they take 10 times X. Well, let there be a contract penalty for taking, more than 10% outside of what you project. And let it be hefty, because money will talk to the bad actors. Consequences will talk to the bad actors, requiring them to fill out a survey that they're not going to get in trouble for. They're not going to do it. And so I'm not surprised they didn't fill it out. I'm not surprised that the people who sat here before us did fill it out, because you can just tell in their character where it matters. And I heard a couple of you say to the panel that was here before that, that they have a PR issue. And I agree with that. Obviously not created by them, created by the bad actors. And I think that people of Texas, we need you to grab that as your problem, because we want you to help protect our rights to live in Texas and not be taken advantage of by the bad actors. And so I think, the legislative session is too far away. They talked about being on a time crunch. The number of data centers that could be built before the session even starts is astronomical. I don't know what tools are available out there, but I know the governor is a very powerful man. And do we need to give these counties these authorities now, rather than waiting for a legislative session? I don't know what hoops would have to be gone through to do that, but I think that would go a long way for people feeling like we have control back in our lives. I don't think it's going to get better between now and then if we don't figure out a way to provide that.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Lester, Please state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed.
My name is Lee Lester, and I am also from HD 7. What I came today, I just want to compliment you, Chairman Harris, and the whole committee, because the questions I'm hearing y'all answer has helped me a whole lot today to be confident that y'all are going to do the right thing. But I think what we've been told today is our concern, because the last ones that were here seemed like they were honest. But the only question I had was one of them with Google, I believe, said they're going to return more water than they take. How are you going to return more water than you take? I mean, that's impossible. That's an impossibility. You might can return it all, but you can't return more. And so getting down to the details and the facts is what I can see y'all are doing, and I want to compliment the questions that I'm hearing from a lot of the committee here today to get down to the need. It looks to me like desalination or closed system is the only answer.
Thank you very much. And I think I can give one specific example of what they mean by returning more data or more water than they actually take. And there's an example of up at Stargate, the development up around Abilene that I was visiting with Senator Perry, my counterpart over in the Senate. And one of those data centers is actually building a brackish groundwater desalination plant for the community out there, not for their plant, but for the community to provide needed new water supply out there. So that, I think those are the kinds of things that they're talking about in making investments in the community to build up water treatment plants or water supplies.
Well, the one question I had that Melissa said was about them not selling the water, and I thought if they build a desalination plant and they has more capacity than what they need, why can't they sell that to the cities that are in desperate need of water?
Yeah, fair point. Members, any other questions for this witness? Mr. Lester, thank you for being here very much. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Sims, if you would state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Sims. I'm a resident of Parker County, Texas. I'm here representing myself. I appreciate this committee having this session today, but our government and our elected representatives need to do more. And earlier today, even you, Chairman, seemed frustrated or maybe just realistic when you made the comment that government moves slowly. The data center industry is counting on slowness. Maybe not those that showed up just before we all did, but there are many out there that are actually counting on it. Somebody also brought up that many times infrastructure gets kicked down the road, and that's exactly what they're expecting of our representatives so that they can continue to do what they want to do. More and more, better data from the industry is needed. I agree with that. I think everybody here does. But we already know that we're running out of water and that communities in Texas are running out of water. And we know that these huge developments use a lot of water. We need you on this committee to help us help ourselves and pass legislation that gives local government power to listen to our citizens. Representative, I want to say it correctly, is it Zwiener?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Said that our county government needs those tools. In Parker County, Black Mountain has purchased 2,000 acres for a data center, and our county court reps say that their hands are tied because of state laws on what they can or more accurately cannot do. They did just pass a resolution a few weeks ago at a special commissioner's court, which I only bring up because you asked an earlier commissioner about them doing that. I was kind of hoping that they would have been here today, like the commissioner and county judge that started this public comment, but our county officials know that we have water issues already, and they're in the process of creating a PUA to help address it. A data center, especially since so many of you have pointed out, and this is not providing us information, and it's not going to help with the water issues that we already have in Parker County. Luckily, Representative Ashby, you said earlier, we do have a GCD, but it's not even a guarantee that for anything other than it'll just be an extra hoop that they have to jump through. And as you pointed out, many counties don't have that. Right now, in Parker County, we have more wells being drilled than anywhere else in Texas. And we're told by our GCD that that's probably true anywhere else in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Humphries.
I thought my commissioners' court meetings were long.
This is a
Y'all-
short
y'all
one.
hold the record
This
right
isn't-
here.
This isn't that long. We had an 11-hour long one
Goodness
last
gracious.
summer.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Brian Keith Humphries, and I have the privilege of serving as the Jack County Judge as a member of the Jack County Commissioners Court. I'm here today to speak on behalf of rural counties that sit in the epicenter of North Development data centers. Jack County is uniquely positioned for its growth. We have the first county adjacent to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. We have existing power generation facilities, multiple 345 kW lines that cross our county, and land is significantly lower in price than our urban and suburban markets. As a result, rural counties like ours have become highly attractive destinations for large-scale data centers development. While we welcome responsible economic opportunities, I'm here to emphasize one critical point. Water is absolutely our most valuable natural resource, and it must be protected before development outpaces our ability to sustain it. Now, today, counties have virtually no authority to regulate these projects. Aside from floodplain permits and on-site septic systems, counties have almost no meaningful oversight for industrial developments that may consume substantial amounts of water on a daily basis. Now, Jack County does not have a groundwater district. Now, historically, our citizens have been opposed to the creation of a groundwater district because they believe it limits their private property rights and unnecessarily restricts landowners' ability to manage the resources beneath their own property. Now, I have to respect that position. However, this greatly leaves us with a significant challenge. However, a groundwater district and without additional state guidance, counties have no practical mechanism to protect groundwater resources from large-scale industrial consumption. Groundwater is not an unlimited resource. It supports our families, ranches, farmers, livestock operations, and once an aquifer is stressed or depleted, the impact can last for generations. We're not asking for the state to stop development. We're asking that the state to provide clear guardrails that protect both economic opportunities and natural resources. I respectfully urge this committee to establish statewide standards that require developers to disclose projects, water consumption, implementation, water-efficient cooling technologies. It is my privilege to be here today, and I want to thank you. The one thing that hasn't been discussed today is the amount of water that's necessary during the construction phase. Most all the questions have been directed towards operations, but no one's addressed the amount of water usage during the construction period.
Thank you, Judge. Members, any questions? All right, guys, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for your time. Chair calls Michael McNamara, Michael Obradovich, Charlie Hamilton, and I'm going to try this one, Gabriella von Zermeulen. Did I get it? You got it. I got it, okay. All right, thank you guys for being here today. If you would, let's start on this end. Tell us your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Hi, I'm Michael McNamara, the co-founder and CEO of Lancium. Chairman, thank you for the invitation, and representatives, it's nice to be here. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but some of the people don't like these data centers right now. And I think one of those reasons are some of the negative commentary we've touched on, some of the bad actors. But I think when people understand the way these work practically, they can be tremendous win-wins. And so I'm going to skip my canned testimony, and I'm going to give you a concrete example. Chairman, you just mentioned the Brackish Aquifer program. That's ours. It's actually not in Abilene. It's in Childress, Texas.
Okay.
We have 3 campuses in West Texas, all of similar size. About a year ago, a representative from Childress City came down here to Austin and asked someone, hey, when we run out of water, what happens? And they got no answer. And I got like really bummed. And so I went to some of our top guys. I said, Jason, Robert, Carlos, what are you guys doing right now? Oh, we're building the substation. Nope, you're the head of water right now. So we paid Jacobs $1 million. Jacobs Engineering is the best water firm in the country. And I was like, fix the water in the Panhandle forever. And here's the way it would work. The Blaine Aquifer sits underneath the Ogallala. The Ogallala is being drained because it's potable and it's very shallow. The Blaine is not potable and it's deeper, but there's an ocean of water inside the Blaine. We also have a problem up there that the Greenbelt Reservoir is being depleted, and it's a very serious situation. So here's the way it would work. At our expense, we'll build a reverse osmosis system. We will tap that Blaine Aquifer. That drilling campaign started a week ago. We today have 1,500 gallons a minute of raw water. That's enough to supply Quanah, Clarendon, Childress, Crowley, and other towns.
Brackish water that cannot be used for any other
And the farmers don't have the money to upgrade it, we do. And so we're in discussion with the local stakeholders right now. We escalated it a week ago when I went out to see the Greenbelt Reservoir, like this deep right now. And I said, guys, Carlos, Jason, Roberts, the 2-year plan, I need it in 3 months. So those wells came online last week. We can get portable RO systems, and we can come to agreement with the Water Authority. We will give you all the needs for those towns at the grand old price of $0.00.
Wow.
And so I'm working closely with Senator Perry. I think I'd love to work closely with you as well. You know, there will be things that need to be done. The next best solution for the draining Greenbelt Reservoir has been under construction and process for 15 years. I think we can go to Mars in 15 years. I don't know why it takes so long. But we will provide the engineering and resources to accelerate and provide a tremendous win-win at our cost. If we don't have license to operate in our community, we shouldn't be there. And I tell all of our team, you need to be proud of your projects. And if you're proud, the community will be proud, and I hope you'll be proud one day too. And that's just one example of the way we approach development. If there's a problem, you fix a problem. And we filled out the water survey. So that's what we're doing. I'm happy to take questions.
Members, any questions? Representative Kerwin?
Hello, Representative.
Hi,
How are you?
Michael.
It's good
How
to
are
see again.
you?
Did you get to the bottom of that issue with the dinosaur park thing?
We're getting there.
Okay, good.
We're getting there.
I love the
That's-
state parks.
But thank you.
Okay.
We had a discussion earlier, and something that has been a big issue with my constituents is the noise and the light and wildlife, all of the other things.
Yep.
And you really gave me some good answers, and I wondered if you just repeat those.
So on noise, so I think generally, I fully encourage you guys to make the highest standards for these projects. And I know there's a lot of sensitivity on it, but honestly, these projects are so big, they are unique, and they need to be seen as a win-win. So whatever standard you want to put in, I'm fully in favor of. On water, I just explained what we're doing to the local community. We do all the other stuff too, closed loop, mandate, all that stuff. For setbacks, fully in favor. These projects are very large, so setbacks are totally appropriate. For light pollution, one of our projects is in dark sky, so there's hoods going on all the lights. There's transparency. When the county judge has a problem, when a constituent calls and said, oh, you know, there's light pollution, you know, we help fix that too. Or the million other things that get encountered. So create standards, create high standards. Encourage the good operators to build projects and the bad ones who can't do it. We don't want bad projects, we want good projects. And be transparent and open and fill out the water survey. Like, that's easy.
Thank you.
What else? What else?
Wildlife.
We had feral pigs. We don't have feral pigs anymore. That was about it.
Wait a minute. Wait. Yeah. How did y'all eradicate the feral pigs?
I don't
In the
ask
whole county?
questions. I don't ask questions. I don't know. I know there's no more feral pigs.
All right. We need to get you with the Parks and Wildlife Department to solve that problem. for
We
this
can
whole
have an
state.
open hunt.
Yeah, great. All right.
Thank you, Chairman Harris and committee members. My name is Michael Bradovich. I'm Vice President for Global Accounts for Ecolab. At this point in time in the session, much of what can be said has already been said, but I haven't had a chance to say it yet, so I ask you to bear with me for the next couple of minutes. Provided you with some literature to review at your purview, and so I'll try to keep my comments brief. to allow opportunities for questions as you may have them. For those of you not familiar with Ecolab, Ecolab is a global leader in water, hygiene, and infection prevention. We protect people and resources vital for life. Through our 48,000 associates, we support nearly 3 million customer locations in over 170 countries. Here in Texas, we have operated for nearly a century, going back to early days of supporting the energy sector with solutions under our Nalco Water business. That global water business today now operates across 40 different industries across the globe, including oil and gas, power, healthcare, hospitality, life sciences, food and beverage, semiconductors, and data centers, to name a few. Our mission is straightforward. We help our customers unlock performance and efficiency, allowing them to scale faster, more reliably, more responsibly, and more sustainably. As evidenced in the latter, in 2025 alone, our technologies combined to help those customers save over 245 billion gallons of water across their sites. Through our engagement of over 1,400 data centers across the world and through numerous dozens of deployments here in the state of Texas, we feel we're well positioned to help provide some additional context when it comes to water and power use associated with cooling infrastructure and data centers during this period of immense growth in this space. While AI has the ability to solve for sustainability complexities created in industry as a whole, its growth really hinges on the data center industry's ability to evolve so that they can produce greater compute with less reliance on water and power. The power and water demands of data centers have really become obviously a focal point associated with the data center boom. And while there's certainly merit to those observations, as mentioned a little bit oftentimes valuable context is omitted to paint an often more salacious picture. Power availability has and continues to remain one of the current primary constraints on data center growth. However, with the growing concerns around data center water use and requirements, the topic of water has quickly been elevated to an equally challenging constraint. As you heard, in response to this effort to reduce water use, some operators have adopted non-evaporative, non-consumptive cooling methods. While this sometimes can be the optimal, most sustainable solution for a given deployment, non-evaporative, non-consumptive cooling methods, as you heard earlier today, can potentially overlook two fundamentals that increase the overall holistic hydro footprint of a data center. First, water is a much more efficient cooling medium than air. This is due to its 3,000 times greater heat carrying capacity, which equates to a 24 times greater heat removal efficiency. Second, energy has a water intensity that we have discussed ad nauseum here today. Its production itself, in most instances, requires a significant amount of water depending on that source of power generation. So forward-looking, we really advocate that data center design can no longer look at water and energy as separate silos that are solved for independently. Rather, they must be viewed collectively as part of a broader application of the energy-water nexus. Taking this into consideration, it's imperative that data center operators and communities, as part of this data center design, not only account for the water and energy use at the data center site, but also consider the upstream impact of potential increased demands at the power generation source. With our engagements in the industry, we support from the entire life cycle of a data center, from site selection, design, commissioning, ongoing operations. And we do so with an eye towards holistic, sustainable resource use. And this has given us a perspective that is really founded on three pillars when it comes to the future of data center designs. First, the criticality in maintaining an open, competitive landscape for data center cooling design topology. As noted earlier, rather than specifying or restricting certain cooling architectures or topologies, we should really instead be furthering framework that ensures that data center designs being deployed have the least holistic impact on local watersheds and power grids. This framework would include considerations like geography, local climate, source of power generation, water stress, available water sources, and planned data center workloads in order to optimize resource efficiency and design. Where data centers ultimately do use water, prioritize and incentivize the use of non-potable alternative water sources. many of which have no competition from a human consumption perspective, if not all. These include reclaim, gray, rainwater, brackish, production water, like we discussed earlier, and industrial reuse. Lastly, leverage the data center industry, as been mentioned earlier, as anchors of water infrastructure as part of their, which further part of their efforts around net zero or net positive water impacts. Ensuring alignment and promotion of coordination between data center providers and community stakeholders around the topic of water and targeted watershed projects. While many see the AI revolution as an obstacle to conservation, we at Ecolab see it as an opportunity. We do see that there is an opportunity for data centers to be done right. We can meet data center infrastructure demands in a way that maximizes their performance while optimizing efficiency and thus ensuring conservation of water, one of Earth's most precious resources. Thank you, and I'll open up to any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, next.
Good afternoon, Chairman Harris and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gabriella von Zermeulen, and I am the Senior Vice President and Chief Policy Officer at the Texas Association of Business. We are the state chamber of commerce, and we represent businesses across every industry and region of the state, along with over 200 local chambers of commerce. Water stewardship is undoubtedly one of the most important policy issues facing Texas today, and the business community shares the committee's commitment to protecting this critical resource. We appreciated Chairman Harris's leadership on HJR and the creation of the Texas Water Fund last session. The Texas business community strongly supported that historic investment because long-term water planning and infrastructure are essential to supporting Texas' continued growth and economic competitiveness. As policymakers evaluate the water implications of data center development, we believe Texas has an opportunity to do what Texans have always done: solve challenges through innovation, entrepreneurship, and practical problem solving. Texas has long been a place where innovation flourishes. Our state's pioneering spirit has helped make Texas a leader in energy, manufacturing, technology, financial services, and countless other industries. As demand for water grows across our economy, we have an opportunity to harness that same spirit to meet the challenges of today. That opportunity extends beyond data centers themselves. The need for more efficient water use is creating demand for new technologies, infrastructure solutions, and I think we've heard some of those today, engineering expertise, and other innovations that support a growing ecosystem of Texas businesses and entrepreneurs. In many ways, solving these challenges can create new opportunities for the very industries and small businesses helping to build Texas' future. Importantly, this is not a theoretical conversation. As you've heard today, Texas already has hundreds of data centers operating across our state, demonstrating that economic growth and responsible resource management can coexist. Many of these facilities have been part of their communities for years, and the industry is already deploying more efficient cooling technologies, expanding water recycling and reuse strategies, and implementing other measures designed to improve efficiency and reduce consumption. Many companies are also making substantial private investments in new water and energy infrastructure. In some cases, these projects bring additional infrastructure capacity to a community rather than simply relying on existing systems. And it was very encouraging to hear the example earlier in this panel. Those privately funded improvements often provide benefits that extend beyond a single project and help support long-term community growth. Data centers are increasingly becoming critical infrastructure that supports every sector of our economy and helps ensure that the data powering American businesses, consumers, and institutions is stored, processed, and secured here at home. The question before us is not whether Texas will need this infrastructure. The question is how we continue to build it responsibly while protecting the resources that support our long-term prosperity. Texas does not have to choose between water stewardship and digital infrastructure leadership. We can and must accomplish both. We appreciate Governor Abbott's focus on responsible data center development and agree with many of the principles he recently outlined, including thoughtful planning, transparency, and ensuring growth occurs in a manner that benefits both businesses and local communities. As policymakers evaluate this issue, we encourage an approach focused on outcomes rather than prescriptive technology mandates, so that businesses can continue developing innovative solutions that improve water efficiency and resource stewardship over time. Texas has always succeeded by identifying challenges, building solutions, and creating opportunity in the process. We believe that same approach can ensure Texas remains a leader in economic growth and technological innovation while responsibly stewarding the resources that support our long-term prosperity. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Zwiener.
Thank you so much, Chairman. You mentioned that Texas Association of Business supports thoughtful planning about these facilities. Who should be doing that planning?
I think it's a community discussion. I think the discussion today was very important. I think it's important that companies are at the table for that, policymakers are at the table for that, and local representatives as well.
Okay, but the actual planning decision, is that something y'all envision being entirely led by the business entities? Is it something that you think a state agency takes the lead on? I mean, we as legislators, we're not planners, we're policymakers, which is a little different. Or is that something that you think local governments should have a voice in the planning decisions?
I would say that the business community thrives where there's predictability. So I may not be able to speak to exactly where that planning should take place, but I will just say we would appreciate a predictable environment for the businesses.
Okay. I think communities would appreciate some predictability in where they have say and where they don't as well. But no, I think that's the challenge. And I mean, that's why I dialed in on it, as you mentioned that y'all support responsible planning, but I don't know which state agency is ready to take on that task. And I think the question is, are we willing to give some of those tools to counties to be engaged? Or are we willing to dramatically up-resource a state agency that already has a whole bunch of other duties? So if y'all could help us solve that problem, I'd
Certainly.
appreciate
It's a fair question, and we'd be glad to be part of that conversation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Chairman Harris, and members of the House Natural Resources Committee, good afternoon. My name is Charlie Hamilton. I'm a co-founder and the Chief Site Development Officer of Fermi America. And thanks for inviting me here today. One thing I want you to know is I'm a sixth-generation Texan who grew up on a cow-calf operation and a cotton farm not too far from our site. My family's been in the Panhandle for 135 years, and water stewardship is something I take personally. Fermi America is developing the world's largest hyperscale grid campus in Carson County, just northeast of Amarillo. It's engineered end-to-end to meet the hyperscale demand on a timeline in which the AI economy requires. And just as importantly, we're doing it with the natural resource protections that both you and I would demand. We call it Project Matador. It's in the Texas Panhandle. This Fermi site is more than 7,500 acres. The land is leased from our partner, Texas Tech University, and my alma mater. The location has significant advantages over other sites being built in the United States, in that it's located directly across from the Department of Energy nuclear Pantex site. It also benefits from a ready access to water, natural gas supply, pipelines, a fiber network, and a skilled network. One of our first stops when we were first planning this and growing up in this area was to go see our county judge, to go see the commissioners and have a conversation about how to best meet the needs of the county. Once complete, Fermi will have over 17 million square feet of hyperscale infrastructure and produce 17 gigawatts generated by nuclear, natural gas, and solar. During construction, we expect the project will support over 10,000 local jobs and produce more than 5,000 full-time jobs associated with the data center, the nuclear power plants, as well as the gas generation facility. These jobs matter, but so does the environment, especially water. For Fermi's Project Matador to be successful, we must be responsible steward of the region's water resources. We've assembled a team of federal, state, and local engineers and consultants with vast experience using a 4-pillar water strategy using the best practices and leading technology to conserve and reuse water at our site. Number 1, insist on hybrid and dry cooling across the entire campus. Number 2, maximizing reuse of closed-loop systems. Number 3, matching the water quality for the use in which it's being used for. Number 4, relentlessly pursuing innovative strategies that reduce water consumption. At the heart of everything, it's called closed-loop cooling, which is what you've been hearing about all day. We use the same water over and over and over again, rather than disposing of fresh water after it's been used for the system. We cool with air whenever possible. Our project will use advanced hybrid cooling towers that rely on air and reduces our water consumption by 80%. We reuse our wastewater. Wastewater generated on campus from sinks, restrooms is treated and reused for industrial purposes rather than being disposed of off-site. We match the water to the job. Industrial tasks rely on recycled water, non-drinking water being used in these industrial tasks and kept entirely separate from our drinking water. We capture rainwater, a new source of water. We collected from our 17 million square feet of rooftops and put it back into use. But to put a fine point on it, we squeeze every last drop out of the water. Across the whole site, water is reused as many times as possible before it leaves the system. Ultimately, Fermi wants to be more water efficient than any data center in America. We're aiming to be water positive as well. With our engineers are actively studying multiple technologies for future integration. These include absorption chilling, brackish water desal, and controlled environmental agriculture. Fermi operates under the exact same water framework that Panhandle irrigators do as well. That's 1 acre-foot of water for every surface acre that's pumped. That limit is set and strictly enforced by the Panhandle Groundwater Conservation District. We have not received any special exemptions, any special waivers of any kind. We will also be using 2 sources of water from Pantex. In getting creative and looking for other sources of water, we realized that Pantex had environmentally contaminated water in the Perch Aquifer that was left over from the World War II bomb-making facilities. We reached an agreement with them where we're taking that environmentally treated water and using that in our generation facilities, in addition to taking the Pantex's effluent water. On top of that, we've reached an agreement with the city of Amarillo, where we're paying twice the municipal rate for water, while also installing infrastructure like pipelines and wells for the city at our cost. In other words, rather than draining the city's resources, we're helping fund and strengthen the water infrastructure. I'll wrap this up. Fermi believes in economic growth and responsible stewardship must go hand in hand. From the beginning, our approach has been to invest in and commit to innovative technologies that reduce local resources, that reduce the impacts of local resources, and at the same time increase jobs, tax revenue, and critical infrastructure for Texas. We're committed to being a responsible neighbor, a transparent partner, and a good steward of the resources that have been entrusted to us. I'll welcome any questions.
Charlie, thank you very much. To start off, are y'all considered a data center developer?
We're a data center developer who's building its own power behind the grid.
Much more than just a data, but I want to point out, you're the only one who could call themselves that who actually showed up to testify today.
Well,
So thank you for being here to answer some of these questions. And I would argue, let's get into some of the things. Full disclosure, you and I have sat down and talked about y'all's water strategy before. And so let's go through a little bit of that. First off, with regard to other producers, other water producers in the region, where you and I had a conversation about, guys who are using water, pumping groundwater out of the Ogallala, and they may be on a center pivot or something like that. For your water use, you aren't going and adding to the existing pumpage of what's being seen locally, right? Y'all are going and basically either acquiring existing pumpage or something along those lines. Is that correct?
That is correct. In the Panhandle of Texas, there's over 3,000 pivots. At maximum build-out, we're saying 17 gigawatts worth of power. And so that equivalent is about 1 pivot, which is an irrigation circle, 1 pivot of irrigation of corn equals 1 gigawatt of power. What we're doing is we're leasing and acquiring water from those area farmers. So we're not adding to the consumption that's already being taken out. We're just taking that production out. In addition to using Pantex environmentally contaminated water, affluent water, and so we're always being very innovative in our water sources. Growing up on a cotton and peanut farm, just because you have the water doesn't mean you need to not use it correctly.
Yeah, tell me about your rainwater capture system and the square footage that you're looking at for rooftop space and how much water that equates to.
You know, when you have 17 million square feet, that's almost 400 acres of area. That can equate to over 1.5 million gallons a day on an annual basis. So it's quite significant. I mean, one thing that really makes us different is that we want to align the water with the use. So you use fresh water for freshwater use. You use reclaimed, impaired water, recycled water for industrial uses. That seems like the only smart thing to do.
I think what y'all are doing is great. It's a really good example to set for the rest of the state on how to approach this the right way. Members, any questions? Yeah, Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing you said when you were highlighting some of the statistics for your operation was you said 10,000 jobs. Are those permanent jobs?
5,000 permanent jobs whenever the nuclear, gas, and data centers are fully built. 10,000 construction jobs.
And I don't have a baseline here. I haven't asked anybody else this question, but that seems a lot higher in terms of permanent jobs than the data centers that I'm aware of that are being proposed in East Texas. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, because again, what we believe is it's only responsible to generate our own power and generating it behind the meter. And when you have those large facilities, they generate lots of jobs. And I think that's part of the reason during our air permit hearings, we had farmers and ranchers coming to those hearings speaking in favor of our projects. Because they're saying things like, my daughter, my son, that this county hasn't grown in 50 years. And my daughter and my son have got to move to Dallas, Austin, or Houston for a job. And with this project, Project Matador, they have the likelihood of finding a job in their own county.
Mm-hmm. And you said you've got 400 acres under roof?
Yes, sir.
For your facility? Wow. Yeah, it's large. And I say this jokingly as an East Texan, but when I hear you talk about rainfall up in the Panhandle, I like your optimism. I hope you get it. I hope you get more than you anticipate.
So do we.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Orr.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank y'all for being with us today. Mr. Hamilton, Carson County is kind of a small county, and 17 million square feet is a large structure.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
One discussion that's going on in my home county of Hill has to do with fire suppression. Can you speak to that? I'm guessing you have volunteer fire departments where you are.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking that. So yes, we have been an active supporter of the volunteer fire department as well as the first responders in supporting them. However, we're going to be building our own fire department within our facility. And so what we envision doing is being a partner with the county and helping the volunteer fire department and the first responders, where we're building our own facilities within our campus.
Representative Gonzalez.
This is going to surprise nobody. For those of you who are doing data center work, did you fill out the survey?
So the survey didn't come to us because we're not in production yet, but we absolutely plan to do it. And as I said at the end, we're glad to give you all 100% transparency on what we're doing as it relates to water use.
I don't know if y'all.
We filled it out.
Okay, thank you. I'm just making a public announcement. If you did not fill out the survey, you should be scared.
Representative Zwiener.
Thank you, Chairman. Y'all better take Representative Gonzalez seriously. Thank you so much for being here. And I wanted, or one of the things that caught my ear was you saying that y'all are paying double the municipal rate for water. Mm-hmm. Can you talk more about how that came about and what your conversations with the city were?
I volunteered it.
Okay. Well, why? Tell me more. I'm intrigued
I
because I
just-
do think that question of, if all the water we're getting, as we were discussing this morning, is getting more and more expensive, a big concern is passing those costs down to everyday Texans. And so I'm curious why y'all volunteered it, why that was part of the negotiation, and if that's something
It's
you
just
think we
something
should
that
be
just seemed like the
formalizing
right
more.
thing to do. As someone who grew up in this area, one thing about this area of Texas is the Panhandle. There's no county up there that's suffering from a lack of jobs or that's complaining about the lack of jobs. No county is complaining about the lack of jobs. We believe this is one of the best economic engines for the region. Pantex, our neighbor, creates about 4,000 jobs, permanent jobs, and those are some of the best jobs. Some of those people are driving 100 miles for those jobs. Well, these are also going to be fantastic jobs, and in partnership with Texas Tech, my alma mater, where they plan on putting research facilities on this campus, studying a lot of the things we've talked about here today. So when we sat down with the mayor of Amarillo and the council and the city manager, as we talked, I just said, hey, we want to be a shining example and a good steward. And I think paying double would be a responsible thing to do, in addition to paying for the pipelines as well as drilling the wells for the water that are being used.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions for this panel? All right, thank you all.
Actually, Chairman,
okay.
can I ask Mr. McNamara a question?
Go for it.
Thank you. Good to see you again, and thank you so much for opening your campus up to several legislators a few weeks ago. One thing that I find so intriguing about the Stargate project is that it's located somewhere that can take advantage of power congestion issues. And I know this isn't a power meeting, but most electric generation requires water, except for wind and solar and battery. I'm curious, well, when we look at the areas where we have that excess power, where that we can take advantage of those congestion issues, it's also where it's some of the driest parts of our state as well. I'm curious if you have thoughts, especially with the experience of your project, on how we encourage people to locate in these areas where we might have that abundant power, where the power doesn't rely on water while also meeting the water needs of those facilities.
So there's a whole range of solutions. So water consumption by power source, traditional lightweight water reactors, steam cycle, very water consumptive. That's why they're on rivers and lakes. Single cycle and combined cycle natural gas, also water consumptive. Other natural gas solutions, zero water. Reciprocating engines, zero water. Fuel cells, zero water. Solar storage, wind, zero water. And so I think it's about dialing the technologies used at a location based on the water constraints and the power availability at a location. But if there's a location with abundant power or natural gas, but no water, you can have a no water consumption power solution.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you guys very much for being here.
Thank you.
Provide testimony. Appreciate your time. Chair calls Nicholas Storr, Stacy Farmer, Charles Butler, and Frank Haskell. Sorry, Nicholas Stone. Nicholas Stone, Stacy Farmer, Charles Butler, and Frank Haskell. Sure, yes, ma'am. You can give them to the clerk right here. Sit here. All right, still waiting on one more witness. All right, thank you all for being here to provide testimony. If you would, let's see, Mr. Stone. All right.
Yes, it's Stone.
Would state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Fantastic. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak today. My name is Nicholas Stone. I'm a resident of Temple in Bell County. I'm speaking for myself today and the other citizens of Temple. So I'd just like to address a few different things here and some specific comments that or questions that the committee had. But first, I want to provide a little bit of context. There's been a lot of discussion about proposed proposed water use, what this water use might look like, and there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that there is a lack of numbers. However, just with some real basic research I honestly did while waiting for my turn to speak, I already have numbers I can present to the chair right here today from official sources, including government sources, as well as the actual operators, specifically where it comes to power generation, which I know there have been a lot of questions about. So specifically, from the Federal Energy Information Administration, it requires about 2,000 gallons of water per megawatt hour for natural gas production. So through Pacifico Energy, their GW Ranch project in Pecos, Texas, their own website states that they will generate 7.65 gigawatts of energy at this location. That is a natural gas combined cycle site. So just with basic arithmetic, their water usage gallons per day would be over 500 million, with over 180 billion gallons used per year. That would be 3.8% of the current water usage for Texas, which our current power usage for water is 4%. So this one site would almost double our entire power usage. Unfortunately, I do believe I ran out of time, but
Not yet. It'll be long at you whenever it runs out.
Okay. So just to address a few specific points that the the committee has made and how this relates. So according to the Texas Water Development Board, in 2023, we used 15 million water acres, which is over 4.8 trillion gallons a year. Of all of the proposed projects, now this I did find from a non-governmental source, which would be cleanview.org. The planned capacity, we're looking at roughly 90,000 megawatts. All told, this would end up being roughly 47% of our current water usage purely for power generation for these data centers. That would be more use than our municipal, mining, manufacturing, and livestock use combined.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Ms. Farmer.
Yes, hi, I'm Stacy Farmer, and I am a resident of the Cedar Creek Lake area in Henderson County. And I'm here because our neighborhood in Cedar Creek Lake feels under siege right now. Texas has no requirement that data center developers notify communities before initiating water contract negotiations on public water supplies. A transaction affecting the drinking water of 2.3 million people was pursued behind non-disclosure agreements while no one in our community was told anything. And that's about a facility that will ultimately be 4 million square feet and use up to 5 million gallons a day. I'm asking you to consider 3 specific items to help relieve the strain on our grid, protect depleted water supplies, and protect residents from harm caused by nearby data centers. Henderson County Commissioners Court passed a formal resolution opposing high-volume water data centers in water-constrained regions, which we are. And they explicitly called for this legislator's help. And we need your help. So first, the legislator should give counties the ability to increase their regulatory ability over data centers, allowing for development moratoriums until basically the state does a moratorium and provides very stringent regulations on how data centers will operate in the future. Second, the legislature needs to require heavy water users to report to like TWDB or the TCEQ and have that information be available to the public, reported publicly. We weren't told we had the right to know, and we didn't learn about negotiations until a year later. And then lastly, we the people do not want data centers near residential areas. No reasonable person wants to have a data center in their backyard. So my third request is please legislate a moratorium and protections like requiring data centers and have like a 5-mile setback in residential areas and for this committee and residential areas on the water.
So you live on Cedar Creek Lake.
Yes,
So
yes.
I'm probably not your state rep, but are you talking about the diode project?
Yes.
So Commissioner Spivey is the one who brought this to my attention and let me know what was going on down there, and was approached to sign an NDA, and she refused to sign an NDA, and then they stopped communicating. So prime example of how not to go about doing a data center project.
I agree.
In my opinion. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Butler?
Chairman Harris and members of the committee, thank you for inviting us here to speak. Many of the things that I've heard today, I thought about several weeks ago, wrote it down, and now I don't need to say them. So I'm going to go a little bit different direction
Real
here.
quick, your name and who you represent.
I'm sorry. Charles Lee Butler, and I'm representing myself.
Thank you.
One of the things, the two things in particular, one is I hear a lot of talk about property rights, which I am all on board with. I own my own property. But what I also understand is whenever my property rights are put next to a corporation's property rights, I'm by myself. They've got a very large budget behind them and a whole host of lawyers in front of them. And that kind of gives a bit of a lie to equality before the law, because we watched here today that happened. So I think that's one of the things that really needs to come into consideration when we think about this, is how we think about private property, especially when we extend that private property down to resources that we all need. And that needs a lot of thoughtful conversation. The other aspect of this that I've been listening to is the resources for local governments to have a say. And I believe you brought up, Representative Viner, the issue of expertise, and that many of the local governments don't have the expertise to deal with the issues that they're seeing. I also see a lot of the individual companies offering solutions to problems that a lot of different organizations or a lot of different communities have. Expertise comes from standards, from strict standards, and I believe they recommended that. But it also comes from understanding that the people who are offering these solutions to problems like failing infrastructure, they're taking the role of the public sector. And that creates a single point of failure, because if any one of those companies pulls out for any reason, you've left that community in the lurch. And now it's up to the legislature and the community's representatives to fill that gap. So those are considerations. While it's wonderful that they're doing this, they need to be considered for what they are, which is a single point of failure.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Mr. Butler? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Haskell.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you all for staying here this long, because it's been a long day, and thank you all for what you do. I am Frank Haskell, representing myself from Rusk County, Texas. And
from Rusk County?
Yeah.
Just a neighbor over.
Yeah. Lived there about 3 years. It's been a wonderful place, and been 59 years in the state of Texas, and it's awesome. Anyway, so I'm taking a different angle on this. This is the cost of labor right now and the labor shortage with particularly water utility operators, wastewater utility operators, mechanics, technicians, things like that. And and I'm not saying for or against, but the data centers with their water and wastewater use and reuse and all those good things that they talked about are really probably going to potentially compete for our already depleted labor pool. So HB 1845 of the 2023 session helped try to address that. We're trying to get people interested in vocational programs starting at even 17 years of age. to get them through high school and get operators certifications, which, by the way, is my business. I'm a technical trainer. So I'll be fine. I'll be employed, so I'm not worried about it. But going forward, that's going to create I think, a shift in labor market, and just want the legislature to know about that. We're continuing to lose people to retirement, and we're not filling those gaps the way we should. So that's all I have on that. I give back the balance of my time. Thank you again.
Great point.
Appreciate
Thank you.
y'all.
You're speaking Representative Romero's language right there. He loves focusing on that stuff. So thank you. Members, any questions? All right. Thank y'all so much for taking the time to come testify. Chair calls Adam Foster, Ben Zeller, and Sean Nanny. And this is our last invited testimony panel. So from after this one, from here on out, it's nothing but public testimony. Ben Zeller and Sean Nanny. While they're coming, Adam, I'll let you go ahead and start if you want to.
That'd be awesome.
All right, sounds
So-
good. You know the
Thank-
drill.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, members. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you today about district's perspectives on data centers and some of the issues and concerns that they have. Again, I'm Adam Foster, Executive Director, Texas Alliance Groundwater Districts. We represent 92 of the 98 groundwater conservation districts throughout the state. Groundwater districts are local government entities created by the legislature to manage and protect groundwater resources and are recognized by Chapter 36 as the state's preferred method of groundwater management in Texas. Every day, groundwater districts work to balance groundwater conservation with the water needs of landowners, municipalities, agricultural producers, industry, and other economic development. That includes working with large water users such as data centers to ensure the growth can occur while protecting the long-term viability of the aquifers of Texas. To better understand districts' experiences and thoughts on data centers, TAG conducted a statewide survey earlier this month. We had 64 of the 98 groundwater districts throughout Texas respond. Just want to go over some of these highlights. A lot of these things we've already heard before, but it's good to understand the perspective of the actual districts themselves, the ones that are managing the aquifers. 84% of responding districts reported that they have either received inquiries from developers, have active permit applications or facilities, or expect data center development in their areas in some time in the near future. Only 10 districts reported that they do not expect or don't have any data center interest in their area. So large areas of the state are anticipating or expecting data centers, at least where there is groundwater districts. While responses varied based on aquifer conditions and local circumstances, several themes emerged consistently across the state. Districts identified concerns related to protecting existing groundwater users, ensuring planning efforts keep pace with new demands, obtaining reliable water use information, understanding the full water print of the facilities, and addressing development that occurs outside district authority. Respondents repeatedly identified concerns about potential impacts to municipal water wells, agricultural operations, domestic wells, and existing permit holders. Nearly 3/4 of districts responded to that as their primary concern when all other factors were considered. So they are concerned about the impacts from data centers. Districts identified concerns related to protecting existing groundwater users, ensuring planning efforts. I'm sorry. Lost my train of thought. Several districts noted that the projected groundwater demands from developers in their area would be comparable or in some cases exceed the largest permits currently in their districts. So we're talking about a lot of water. Another theme that emerged repeatedly from the survey was the challenge of planning for rapidly emerging water demands associated with data centers. Texas has a robust groundwater planning process. Groundwater districts work together in GMAs to establish desired future conditions, which are then used to calculate the modeled available groundwater and then inform regional and state water planning efforts. Many of the desired future conditions, groundwater estimates, and water demand projections currently being used were developed previously 5-10 years ago. As a result, districts are increasingly being asked to evaluate groundwater demands that were not anticipated during the most recent planning cycle. Numerous districts noted that significant new groundwater demands emerging between planning cycles has created uncertainty with managing their aquifers, and this also ties into the regional water planning and then also the local communities. Several districts emphasize the importance of improving communication, forecasting, and information sharing so that future planning efforts can be more accurate or can more accurately account for the rapid developing water-intensive industry. Another issue raised consistently by respondents was access to reliable information regarding water use. Districts make permitting and planning decisions based on data. They are charged for using the best available science. If they don't have that, they cannot make informed planning decisions. Understanding anticipated water demand, cooling technologies, facility operations, and actual water use is essential for evaluating potential impacts and making informed management decisions. Many respondents indicated that obtaining this information has been extremely challenging, particularly for projects that are still in the economic development phase. Several districts specifically referenced non-disclosure agreements and limited access to project information as obstacles to evaluating future groundwater demands and communicating with those stakeholders. Districts emphasize that this concern is not about access to proprietary business information. Rather, it is about having sufficient information to understand the potential demands being placed on local groundwater resources and to incorporate those demands into groundwater planning efforts. Respondents repeatedly identified water use information as one of the most important factors in evaluating large-scale groundwater development projects and called for improved communication, reporting, and information sharing mechanisms that would provide groundwater managers and planners with a clear understanding of both projected and actual use associated with data centers. Another theme that emerged repeatedly through the survey was the importance of understanding the full water footprint associated with data center development. Respondents noted that discussions regarding data centers often do not focus often focus exclusively on the water consumed directly at the facility. While that demand is important, many districts emphasize that it represents only a part of the overall picture and repeatedly identified concerns regarding indirect water demands associated with electric power generation, cooling infrastructure, supporting industrial facilities, construction activities, and the additional growth that these developments accompany. Several respondents noted that construction-related water use has been extremely substantial and may occur over multiple years before a facility becomes operational. Others expressed concern that discussions regarding data centers' water demand rarely account for the water required to generate the electricity needed to power these facilities, particularly when additional power generation capacity must be developed. Several respondents said that this was a major issue, and one stated that indirect use will create a huge issue if power plants are built alongside data centers. Respondents emphasized that understanding total water demand, not just direct facility consumption, is important for groundwater planning efforts. Another common issue identified by respondents involves data center development in areas that do not have groundwater conservation districts. Districts noted that they are required to manage groundwater resources and achieve DFCs within their jurisdiction while having limited ability to address significant groundwater development occurring immediately outside their boundaries. And there were several instances, including in Representative Spiller's district in Jack County, where there was a data center put right over the county line. So there's obviously going to be impacts to the neighboring districts or the neighboring aquifers. Several districts reported that proposed or existing data centers projects are located just outside the boundaries of their district and expressed concern that any large groundwater withdrawals in these areas will impact their ability to manage the aquifers in their districts. While circumstances vary from region to region, districts emphasize the importance of understanding how large-scale groundwater development in unmanaged areas may affect neighboring communities and shared aquifer systems. And just so y'all know, the data center conversation and the issue has caused a lot of areas in Texas to want districts now. Areas that traditionally have not seen the need or the want for groundwater management are now reaching out to us to try to figure out how to get one created. And I just want to echo what Dr. Gonzalez said earlier about the need for funds for startup districts. That is the biggest hindrance in the conversations that I'm having with communities that would like one, is that how are they going to fund it for the first couple of years, until they get that tax base or until they get their revenues from production fees. Throughout the survey, respondents consistently emphasized the importance of local groundwater management and noted that aquifer conditions and groundwater use vary significantly across Texas. As a result, the potential impacts of a data center in one part of Texas may be very different from the impacts of a similar facility somewhere else. Respondents generally agreed that districts are best positioned to evaluate these projects because of their familiarity with local aquifer conditions, groundwater use patterns, and community needs. I will say that not all the feedback was negative. Several districts did report positive experiences working with the data center developers in their areas, and they noted that early communication was key to those good relationships. So I'm sure the districts that made those comments were talking about the people that were up here before. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about data centers in regards to districts.
All right, Adam, I think you're going to have a lot of new potential members at the end of next session. Dr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
I agree with that statement. A couple things is, one, what would you need from the legislature, considering there might be a growth in groundwater conservation districts, in order to support these entities? Like, would you see any policy shifts that need to be made ahead of time? And then I'm going to ask you, well, go ahead. Yeah.
I don't think anything needs to change. There's already a fund at the Water Development Board for new districts. It's just a matter of actually getting funds in that.
Right.
So.
Working on that. Second, you said in your testimony that while there were some good comments, you did hear that it was really difficult for our groundwater conservation districts to get the data that they needed in order to make appropriate
Correct.
decisions.
Yes. By far, the more districts had issues getting data than that didn't. So that is one of the biggest problems, is that line of communication with them, not just about how big they're going to be, but how much water they're anticipating to use throughout the process. Because again, there's going to be stages of water use, and having that information helps them plan better for the future.
So maybe a policy recommendation, as we think about water reporting being mandatory, it also be mandatory to include the local groundwater conservation district in that policy?
I think that would be a good idea.
Is there anything else you think that we should know regarding the tools or opportunities groundwater conservation districts create for local communities?
Well, I mean, one thing I'll add, and this is not really to your question, but one of the other concerns is litigation. So what several districts have noted is that they are very, I don't want to say afraid, but they're worried that if they try to push back at all against these data centers, that they're just going to get sued into oblivion, which we've seen instances like that in other areas, not necessarily data centers, but it is a tactic that has been used before. And so I think there's some legitimate concerns there.
I appreciate that. Actually, in El Paso, with the metadata center, one of the reasons that it wasn't reversed was because of fear of litigation. And I think that fear alone creates a problem for local elected officials. How would you address that concern, knowing that it can create policy or action differences for a groundwater conservation district?
Well, I think there could be things changed in Chapter 36 that give districts more recourse maybe, or more protection from the state, and specifically involving these types of contested cases, because we're going to see them. I mean, as soon as any district gets a permit application, no matter how much the water's for, they're most likely going to have some sort of contested case.
I would be eager to hear, or if you could come to my office and give us, or if you, not to give you more work, I know you're working a lot, and I want to thank you for all the help you've given El Paso, but the litigation part, I think, is critical, and I think there might be some policy changes that need to happen, and so if you want to provide some recommendations for us to think about that, I would be glad to have that.
Yeah, happy to work throughout the interim with you on that.
Thank you so much.
I think Representative Gonzalez, there's no question that we need to do some work on the legal protection side of groundwater conservation districts and the funding side. You know, it's been decades since the amount that they can charge for production fees or permit fees has been increased, and that's where, if they're not a taxing jurisdiction, that's pretty much the only place they get revenue from. And so they're faced with a huge lawsuit from a very deep-pocketed corporation, and there's no chance of survival. They can't last that long. So if we're going to do groundwater management effectively, we got to provide them the means to defend themselves all the way through the judicial system.
So does that mean that, would you, Chairman, envision like the state providing a fund, or how do you, I mean, I don't know if you know the answer to that.
I think that's one option for sure. The question is the amount, what would that fund amount need to be? Where are we going to get the money from that? Are there liability protections that I know rule of capture is a constitutional right in state law, but is there some sort of immunity that we can give GCDs as a political subdivision or quasi-political subdivision to protect them in those cases? I don't know. That's
Yeah.
I'm not an attorney, but.
Oh, I think it's an important conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Kerwin.
Yes, I have just a specific question for you. I'm on the Trinity Aquifer. What kind of tools do you think we need going forward, either local authority or legislative on a state level, to protect our aquifers from these hyperscale industrial use?
I would suggest forming a district in your county.
And what kind of guidelines would you suggest for that district, seeing as how all the aquifers have their own identity?
Well, I mean, they could just be a boilerplate Chapter 36 district, but if you wanted to tailor it for local needs and uses, you can do that through enabling legislation, create a district.
And would you recommend that the district itself implement the perimeters for that?
I think any special district, whether it's a GCD or an irrigation district, should be tailored to the local community needs.
Can I help answer that, Adam?
Yeah.
I think each groundwater conservation district is responsible for adopting rules that are the guidelines for how they issue water permits. And so all of that should be based off of data of the groundwater and the available groundwater that's there. And so that's why I think we also have to have the conversation of groundwater districts, or the aquifers don't follow geopolitical lines that are on the surface. They follow aquifer boundaries. So, that's, to answer your question, adopting of rules is the responsibility of the board of the Groundwater Conservation District, and making sure that they have really good water attorneys helping them decide what those rules should be.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned the situation in Jack County, one of my counties, and the county where I live. Of the 12 rural counties, I have 5 counties of the 12 that currently are a part of a groundwater conservation district. 7 of the counties are not. And after Chairman Harris led the way in the House for water help this last session, when we finished the session, it was very clear to me that I wanted to provide an opportunity, at least for the counties that didn't have one, just for general groundwater protections and conservation and the other things that go with water and the situation with water in the state of Texas that this committee understands very, very well. And so it became apparent to me that rather than create a new district, it might not be cost efficient to do just one per each county, however they want to do it, is to do it together. And also appeared to be the easiest way, maybe most cost efficient and quickest to be able to implement those policies and procedures that would be adopted under Chapter 36 locally, would be to, if you were allowed, if counties, if you had an existing district that would take in one or more counties. And so, and I don't know if that's your belief or your thought. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it depends. I mean, every area of the state, every community is different, but annexation is an option. The only issue with annexation is the receiving district, their board has to agree.
Correct.
On taking on the additional territory and how they're going to fund those additional operations. So it just depends on the area and the district.
Okay.
But it is certainly an option for the areas that don't have a groundwater district currently.
All right. and I've tried to find a home, irrespective of data centers. That's now exacerbated the issue. But tried to find a home for each of my counties that aren't participating in a groundwater conservation district to find a place for them to join or partake. However, there is a difference because the rules are different between different districts, and some actually assess taxes, and I've got one that does not. Do you have any data on how many groundwater conservation do not
Yes.
assess a tax versus the ones that do?
Yes, I have all that data, and I will get that to you.
Okay, all right. And I don't know that I just need it per se, because I've got a pretty good idea of when you go online, you look it up and you talk to the different managers of the districts. But it's a concern, and I don't know, my county judge was here shortly a bit ago, and I don't know what they may want to do. I think the option is there if they want to do it, and they'll probably do it, if they do it, subject to, although it could be done legislatively, subject to a vote of the county after that's passed to see if they want to do that.
Yeah.
Don't know if they'll do that or not, but certainly providing that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Thank you, Adam. Oh, Representative Ora, did you have one? No. Okay. Adam, thank you. Judge Zeller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Ben Zeller. I serve as the elected Victoria County Judge, a role that I've held since 2015. I'm also the legislative chairman of the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas, an organization that for over 100 years has advocated for our 254 counties and the residents we represent. Appreciate the invitation to testify, and I begin with a very basic truth. Texas counties support economic growth. Commissioners' courts and county judges all across the state work every day to build our local economies, provide public safety, emergency management, and a wide array of necessary public services. We don't oppose data centers. To the contrary, we recognize them as a necessary part of the digital economy. Indeed, much of the Texas miracle has been possible because local communities, including counties, have welcomed growth and helped make that growth possible. We want Texas to continue to lead. But our success requires that economic development and the projects we welcome today don't jeopardize the resources that future generations will depend on tomorrow. That's our goal, not choosing between economic growth and preservation of resources and water, but insisting on both. Indeed, unless we can commit to both, it's unlikely we will sustain either one in the long term. Our association has some specific targeted requests to help achieve that goal. We heard a lot of testimony throughout the day. I've scratched many points off my list that I know you've all heard many, many times. But some of them I do want to reiterate, particularly the fact that the water consumption on site at a data center doesn't paint the full picture. The electricity generates a lot of water demand, and both the indirect as well as direct demands need to be accounted for, as well as the source of the water, the condition of the aquifer, and the effect on surrounding communities. I think this gentleman here stated a moment ago, alluding to the fact that projects using the same amount of water could be workable in one community but devastating in another community, depending on where that's located. Acknowledging that reality is not anti-business, it's part of basic responsible planning. Yet today, as has been mentioned, in many parts of Texas, responsible planning is exactly what state law does not enable counties to do. Texas counties, as has been discussed, don't have zoning authority. We currently don't have the ability to require buffers from homes and schools and neighborhoods. We can't even require public hearings just because a project is of a massive scale. and currently can't require water impact analyses before a project moves forward. One of the primary tools and few tools counties do have are local groundwater districts. But like it's been noted, about 100 counties or portions of counties don't have groundwater districts. And in those areas, the aquifers are extremely difficult to safeguard. And it's that gap that we're asking the legislature to help fill. There's obviously big incentives for data centers currently in the state, sales tax-wise, to come into a community. They benefit from that incentive. But the current state law really doesn't give local communities a voice when they do show up. And so that's what we're asking for. Our association, the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas, is asking for 3 specific things. 2 of our regional associations have formally passed resolutions asking for these. Our 3rd association next month will be doing that at its state conference. Our asks are, number 1, not particularly related to water, but we're asking for reasonable buffer zones and noise mitigation standards for large-scale data facilities that are located near homes or schools or neighborhoods or agricultural operations. Secondly, counties should have the authority to require a certified water impact statement and an environmental safety plan for large-scale industrial users, including both data centers and battery energy storage facilities. Thirdly, we're asking for mandatory public hearings as part of the process for projects exceeding a defined megawatt threshold so that residents, first responders, water providers, and other county officials can fully understand these projects before the key decisions have already been made. Protecting water, like has been discussed today, is one of the most basic responsibility of all public officials, and Texans understand that water is not just another commodity. Water is life, and that's why this isn't a partisan issue. In fact, in my 12 years as county judge, this is the most bipartisan and intense public issue I've seen. Of course, as a Republican in a Republican county, when I wear the Republican hat, voters there, I am curious about their sentiment. And our local Victoria County Republican Party has passed a resolution as well, clearly stating we support the passage of legislation granting counties in Texas approval authority related to battery storage and data center projects. Every one of my Democrat friends, though, in Victoria supports that same idea, that same concept, making it truly a bipartisan issue and a bipartisan need. So Texans, we believe, can continue as a state to lead the world in economic development while also safeguarding our water and the way of life that Texans and many folks in the rural communities treasure. So we ask to be partners in that effort and are making those 3 requests today. I appreciate again the invitation to testify and welcome any feedback or discussion you may have.
Thank you, Judge. Before we go to questions, I'm going to let your compadre testify
Sure.
as well so that we can ask questions of both of you.
Yes, sir. I'd like to thank the committee for having me here today. I feel like this day's been a long time coming from guys on my side over here. My name is Sean Nanny. I'm a county commissioner from Tom Green County. Our county sits on the eastern edge of the Chihuahuan Desert, and that desert seems to creep a little bit further east every year. I've spent my entire life in agriculture, and I can attest to the hardships Mother Nature can dish out. They say you don't miss the water till the well runs dry. I have firsthand experience with drought, dry wells, drought, thirsty livestock, drought, declining agricultural acres, and did I mention drought? These everyday struggles will be exacerbated by the onset of hyperscale data centers. When Beacon AI first contacted my office to discuss their plans, I did everything I knew to explain our limited water supply. The company rep informed me that they wouldn't use much water and that he wanted to support the community with very large financial gifts. He asked what the community needed or wanted, and I hit him with a list totaling roughly about $600 million. The Beacon rep then started describing his plans for the facility. I stopped him right there and asked him, or told him he was going to have a town hall meeting that I wanted to be highly publicized. I wanted to hear the same information at the same time as my constituents. Too often, elected officials are blamed for having backroom deals. I thought this would be the most transparent approach to allow the public to listen and have their questions answered. The Beacon authorities were slow to schedule and promote this town hall meeting. In the meantime, word had gotten out about an impending data center in my precinct. For weeks, I received numerous phone calls, texts, emails, social media messages, totaling over 50 a day, from 5:30 in the morning till after 11 at night, not to mention the many public information requests that my office got. The anger, fear, and frustration of those people was mounting. They needed someone to blame for what they consider the destruction of their community and their way of life. The most accessible person to blame was their county commissioner. They'd ask, "Why did you allow this? Why did the court approve this? Why weren't the people informed? Why don't you have regulations in place? How much are they paying you?" I began to have a very unsettling feeling of helplessness. These people looked to me to protect them, and I was absolutely helpless. I was unable to use the authority of my office to help, or at the very least, offer them any hope. These communications came not only from my precinct, but countywide, and numerous people from outside of the county, because these struggles don't stop at the county line. They're over the entire region. Now, in my mind, the proper way for an elected official to conduct him or herself is to put personal opinions and emotions aside, listen to the people, and be their voice. I feel that is what is expected of an elected official and should be first and foremost in the way that I vote or act. Beacon finally held their public meeting. Over 600 people converged into a small rural church near the planned data center site. Beacon reps then gave a very generic speech about their plans and intentions, but could not answer any questions or address any of the concerns with legitimate answers that had any substance. At one point, a community member asked for a show of hands for all those in favor of the data center. 4 members of the Beacon team raised their hands, which were the only hands raised. Next, it was asked for a show of hands for those opposed. Every hand in the room shot up. I had kept my thoughts and opinions to myself until that night. I finally got my turn at the microphone towards the end of the meeting, and I'd like to read a small excerpt of my speech to you at this time. There will be points made here tonight by both sides about water usage, electricity usage, noise, traffic, health concerns, etc. I don't know who's right. There's no official data to support or deny anything. What I do know for a fact is that we constantly limit our water usage and pray for the ever-precious rainfall. Most anybody would say that water is our most precious and valuable resource, but I disagree. Our most valuable resource is the people who live here. We're proud West Texans who work hard, pay taxes, and desire to live in peace. We simply want to be left alone. Please stop with the data centers, solar farms, wind farms, high voltage transmission lines. When are West Texans going to be put on the endangered species list? Don't we matter? Is everything about money? I've heard it said that data centers are a matter of national security. What about the security of our homes, families, livelihoods, and our safety? I'm told that this is the future. A future for what? Developers' pocketbooks and our demise? I'm a huge proponent for private property rights, but where's the balance? Where do one person's rights end and the others begin? The people have stood by idly for far too long. They've slowly watched this state be consumed by things that negatively affect them and their families. You're witnessing an uprising of the people who are fed up with it. People who want to take their state back and put it on the right path. At that point, my speech concluded. But when I mention these people starting to uprise, what I mean is that they are organized and driven. In my precinct alone, there are about 500 registered members of the Anti-Data Center organization, and that's growing daily. And I don't mean bots or radicals who blow up social media every day. I'm talking about real, everyday people who are willing to stand up for their rights, freedom, and way of life. They meet weekly, and they constantly research ways to protect their community. Today, I speak on their behalf. Please put some parameters in place on hyperscale data center construction. Allow elected local officials the authority to properly represent our constituents. Please allow us to protect and keep the safety of our families, our way of life, our heritage, but most of all, our God-given rights as Texans. Please help us to leave this state to the next generation better than we found it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Commissioner, thank you very much. You ought to become a writer. You're a really good storyteller. Good storyteller. Yeah. Members, any questions? Let me go to the committee first, just a second. Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your, first of all, for your service.
Thank you.
And for your testimony and being here today. Couple of things, and a lot was said here. One, Judge, I would agree that this is a bipartisan issue. I mean, I hear from my Republican friends, my Democratic friends, that on this issue, it seems like most everyone is united. And for many of the reasons that you said, Commissioner, in your speech at that data center meeting, you had 3 requests, right? And several of my counties have sent me resolutions, and I applaud them for doing that, asking for basically what you have vocalized here this evening. And that is some very narrowly tailored regulatory authority at the local level, in your case at the county level, cities already have, to allow you locally to, and your citizens, right, to decide what's best for your respective counties. Now, at one time I sat on your side of the table as a local elected official, and I believe and support and appreciate our local elected officials because the same people that elect you elect us, right? So when we talk about giving our counties additional regulatory authority, personally, I fully support it. I think it's something that, you know, those that fight the, what's the old saying, those that fight the fire best are closest to the fire, or something like that. Y'all are closest to the fire. And I believe y'all should have the autonomy and authority to make certain decisions. You know, you're not going to see a carte blanche here by the legislature. But on this issue, I do think that I know there are communities across this state that have welcomed data centers, probably many of the good actors that we saw earlier today. But there are many communities like you, communities like yours, Commissioner, that we represent, that we have felt that uprising, and we sense that. And so, as has been brought up here today by several different speakers, some from the public, some from the dais here, I do think that there is a sentiment, a growing sentiment, that we need to look at giving our county some regulatory authority over this issue. And, you know, the buffer zone issue, Judge, I think that's going to be a debate. But the other two, as far as requiring a certified water impact strategy on your respective counties and a mandatory public hearing by these proposed data center developers, is not too much to ask. And whether the legislature requires that or the counties are given the authority to require it, I think it makes all the sense in the world. And, you know, my sense is that, you know, we saw the governor step out the other day with 6 principles on data centers. I think you'll see the legislature step forward next session with some guardrails and guidelines around data centers. But I think part of that conversation needs to be exactly what you're communicating to us on the dais here today, is that you have a role to play, right? And we respect that. We respect the role that you play as county elected officials. And I did chuckle a little bit, Commissioner, when you were talking about getting those calls, because we get those calls too. It's either call your county commissioner or your state rep, I guess. But we hear the citizens, and we want to be responsive. And, you know, I've had to share this with a few of my local elected officials that are asking for the same thing you're asking for. You know, the beauty of our form of state government is that we conduct the people's business typically for 140 days, and then we get out of Dodge and we go live under the laws that we create, right? It's a great system. But when we have an emergence of a major public issue such as data center proliferation around the state, and we're not in session, you can't pass a law, right? Because we're not in session. But what we can do, and I applaud Chairman Harris for conducting this hearing today and the speaker for putting this on the call, is that we can have these discussions and prepare for next session. And unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a few months. But I hear you loud and clear. And I think everybody that's listening here and watching online is hearing you as well. And again, I can't speak for what the legislature will or won't do, but I just want you to know that I appreciate the message that you're delivering today and looking for some limited regulatory authority. And personally, I could support that. So I don't really have a question. I just want you to know that I appreciate y'all being here and for delivering the message that we're hearing back in our respective House districts.
Thank you, sir.
All right, before we go to more questions, let me just point out, we've got a little less than an hour and a half left until the end of the hearing. If we run 7 to 8 people per 15 minutes, that's kind of the pace that we've been keeping. So go ahead and let's finish the questions for these panelists and then get as many public witnesses up here as we can to hear from the public. So, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Nanny, I particularly wanted to ask you if there is any particular type of authority you would put on your wish list as a commissioner.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to know that they were coming. They're blowing in there. People are hitting me up. What about this one going in out here? I don't know about it, which makes me look bad because citizens assume that we know everything that's going on, and we don't. And it makes me feel a little inferior when there's something going on in my precinct, in my county, that I know absolutely nothing about. Something that hasn't been mentioned here is the proposed site in my precinct is right along a major creek that feeds a major reservoir that supplies the city of San Angelo with water. And San Angelo's water supply is depleted anyway. They're piping in water from out of county. What if some of that water gets into that creek that's feeding that reservoir? We need to make sure there's some good regulation on this used water that they'll have. Otherwise we've got a road use agreements we can hit them with at this time, but this particular facility is not even using a county road. It's a state highway. So we can get them on the floodplains and the on-site septic facility. But I would say we need some water studies, which has already been mentioned, and take into consideration this particular one I'm talking about is right across the road from a huge subdivision. And there's homeschool people there. There's a church right across the street. And it's going to impact a lot of people in a negative way at that particular location. I'm not saying to outlaw these things altogether. I wish I could. But anyway, there's a place for everything. And we need to put some consideration into that. There's counties that welcome them, and that's great. This is not a one-size-fits-all across the state. But take into consideration the lives and the families that are being disrupted. We have a boys ranch for wayward boys right across the highway from this facility. Now, if worse come to worse and our water's depleted, I wouldn't like it, but we could up and move our homes. That's an entire compound. He can't just move all of those boys from that compound. So we need to take into consideration where they're located.
And so, to be clear, you would like the county to have some siting authority with these?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Kerwin.
Oklahoma just passed a bill that actually addressed that in requiring any large purchase of acreage for industrial development. They have to pre-notify the county before it's closed.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I just read about that. I just have a quick question. You kept repeating the word drought. And I know these data centers have to run 24/7. Is that correct? So what happens to the farmers and the ranchers and the families when that happens?
That's a good question. You know, like the creek I mentioned, those farmers for generations have irrigated out of it, but they don't always use all of their allotted water. They understand, hey, we're in a bad situation here. If I use all of my water rights, I'm going to make life hell for everybody down the creek from me. So there was a sense of responsibility and a duty to your neighbor. I'm not satisfied that these large industrial type projects will be that way. They're after money, and at what cost to the people that live there?
All right, panelists, thank y'all so much for being here. Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank y'all.
I do want to make a note to witnesses when we hit that 8 o'clock mark that are not able to testify today, your registration will still be recorded and uploaded online as part of this hearing's witness list as registered, but not to testify. So the chair calls Sarah Royer, Joe Royer, Kathy Latham, and Ryan Brassel. All right, Ms. Royer, if you would state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with testimony.
Oh, Lord, my glasses. Okay. All right. Chairman, committee members, my Representative Hicklin, thank you for coming and showing up. I know you didn't have to be here, so thank you. It means a lot to us, honestly. I'm Sarah Royer. I'm representing Temple Stands Together. We're 10,000 plus Texans demanding immediate leadership. It's time to decide what we actually value in this state. Is it a quick buck, or is it our livelihoods and the future of an independent Texas? Let's not mince words. Texas is currently in a water emergency. You've heard that our state faces a staggering $174 billion price tag just to keep the taps on. That's over $5,300 for every man, woman, and child in Texas that we don't have. Here's what's truly terrifying. That math does not include data centers, and it won't until 2032. But guess what, y'all? 2032 is too late. By then, in my county of Bell County, in our county, we'll already be experiencing shortages. My small city of Temple, we have thousands of people already fighting to keep nearly a dozen data centers from coming in. Out of all the data centers in the U.S., Texas has less than 10% of them, and we still have more than the entire country of China. So this is not national security. And if you were asking us to do this for our government, we would gladly. But you're asking us to do this for private companies that have more money than most nations. The real security risk happens in my county. Fort Hood is the largest military, one of the largest military bases in our country, and they will have shortages of water in less than a decade. This is negligence. Our communities face shortages while we roll out the red carpet for tech giants with zero regulation and total secrecy. We asked our city, Meta, and Rowan how much water they were really using in this closed-loop system, and this is what we received. Complete redaction. This is not open conversation. This is not progress. This is a failure of our governance. My Choctaw ancestors taught me that we do not inherit this land from our parents. We borrow it from our children. And Chairman, Texas is defaulting on that loan. We demand an immediate emergency halt moratorium on all these permits, the builds, and total transparency, and strict statewide conservation mandates that you guys can actually implement.
Thank you, Ms. Royer. Time's up.
The eyes of Texas are on you. Do better and make this stop now.
Mr. Royer. The chair advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts from visitors in the audience. I understand that everybody is very passionate about this issue, but decorum is necessary, and we're going to try to move this along as efficiently as possible so that we hear from as many of you as possible. Mr. Royer, if you would state your name and who you represent, and you may proceed with your testimony.
I'm Joe Royer. I live in Temple, Texas, Bell County, and I also represent Temple Stands Together, which is about 10,000 people in Bell County. I want to talk about the need for regulation. That's why we're here today. What regulations do we need around water? And the time that we need to draft that regulation. This is a new emerging market like none we have ever seen before, and it requires meticulous attention. We should not be approving any data center construction, no new permits. We honestly need to halt everything that's currently under construction until we take the time to find this data. This morning we heard a lot of testimony about data that we don't have. We can't make these decisions. We should not be allowing these construction projects to proceed with just flying blind. We have no idea what the impacts of these things are going to be, and yet they continue on. And as you said this morning, Mr. Chairman, government moves very slowly. And that's what they need. They are dependent on the fact that we're not doing it. So failure to act right now, doing nothing, is actually helping them. It's causing harm. You are actively causing harm by not taking immediate action. Given the track record so far for these companies, these hyperscale data centers, and I want to point out that we are focusing on hyperscale. Your opening comments this morning made it appear that you don't know the difference between data centers, types of data centers. We're focusing on hyperscale data centers, on AI, the things that contribute nothing meaningful to our society, right? For example, Amazon, I'm surprised you used them as a good example. One of Rowan's two biggest clients, Rowan's the developer building in Temple, settled for $20 million in Morrow County, Oregon for polluting the water supply. Now, of course, they admitted no wrongdoing. In another example, the recent theft that we heard about in Georgia, 30 million gallons of water stolen by a Blackstone-owned data center, same owner who owns Rowan in Temple, and a $20 million fine. Like, that's not even a slap on the wrist for a $13 billion company. Like, that's a nickel to you or me. Like, these are not meaningful regulations. You've got to have meaningful penalties for violating this. If a private citizen committed a crime of this magnitude, he would be in jail for the rest of his life. So a corporation committing a crime of this magnitude, that corporation needs to be dissolved. There is no reason for a corporation to have the same rights as a living person. So please, immediate stop, not just a moratorium, immediate halt.
Thank you, Mr. Royer. Again, the chair advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts from visitors in the audience. Ms. Latham, please state your name, who you represent, and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Kathy Latham, and I'm the State Director for Humans First. But I come before you today as a resident of McLennan County and as a fifth-generation Texan who loves this state and fears what we are losing. While families in rural Texas haul water in trucks, residents in Marlin, Texas face multiple boil water notices, or farmers watch their wells run dry. Massive data centers owned by some of the world's richest corporations, are quietly consuming tens of billions of gallons of our water every year just to keep servers cool for AI, cloud computing, and social media that serve the entire planet. And it's not just our water that's disappearing. Over 1,000 acres a day are disappearing of Texas land due to development, solar farms, and data centers. How will you explain to your grandchildren that you allowed our water to run out? That our farmers and our ranchers do not have enough water? How are you going to explain to your grandchildren that you reserved our water first for corporate servers instead of for our future? Big tech has choices. Don't be fooled by their testimony today. They lied to you. They are racing to Texas because it's easy and it's cheap for them. I urge this committee to require full transparency on water and energy use. They need to fill out those surveys. I would have failed them in class for an 18% rate. Mandate efficient cooling technologies and make sure these facilities pay the true cost without raising bills for Texas families. And put the water needs of our people and our farms and our ranches and our future first. Texas cannot afford to let its water and its land resources run out.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brassel.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Vernon Purcell. I am I represent myself, and I'm from Parker County. I'm a retired Air Force firefighter, and one thing we did mention at 8 hours and a half was one fire department question. I just want to say that fire extinguishment, NFPA requires a minimum of 45,000 gallons of water. The United States has had 4 major fire explosions of data centers, requiring well over 1 million gallons of water. We talked about cooling is 1 million gallons of water. A fire extinguishment is going to be close to 1 million with these large data centers. Not even talking about the contaminated water that was mentioned earlier. Also, in my limited time, I want to tell you that these comes from the NFPA guidelines, so that's just not making up numbers here. Parker County is 10,000 acre feet short of water due to growth, but now we're talking about cooling, million, water extinguishment, fire extinguishment, another million. When you're 10,000 short acre feet, now you need more water. So if you can't come up with some water, where are you going to get all the water? So I just want to bring that to your attention, since fire extinguishment hasn't been mentioned, and it's near and dear to my heart.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much. Members, any questions for any of these witnesses? Representative Garcia.
Real quick. Mr. Brassell, thank you so much for your service, sir. I'm also a proud Air Force veteran, which leads me to something very critical, and thank you so much for mentioning the fire possibilities, because one thing that we have in the military and our Air Force OFIs, AFIs, different things like that, operating instructions, there is literally a map, a flow chart map, something simple that a child can read for every operation we have in the military, every operation, from every facility to, if you can expand a little bit on that, when we're talking fire mitigation and the water that's being used and the disaster readiness that could go into the data centers.
NFPA 1710 is the minimum standard of manpower, and manpower it takes for a small to medium-sized data center, it's going to take 44 personnel. And now with that, you're going to have 4 command people and 39 firefighters. Of course, as most firefighters know, in about 15, 20 minutes, your air bottle's gone. You need another 39 people. So we're talking a lot of manpower, and the AFIs will tell you all about that, because we strictly go by NFPA code. And so I could go on all day, and I know it's near and dear to my heart, but I know it's a lot of information for you, so.
Thank you for
I'll keep
bringing
it.
it up, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys all for being here today and providing testimony. Appreciate y'all's time.
That's not a commercial for data centers.
The chair calls Marilee Keller, Roger Browning, Elena Voitko, and Chip Jocelyn. All right, Ms. Keller, let's start with you. If you would say your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Yes, my name is Marilee Keller. My husband and I own a legacy ranch in northern Val Verde County that lies in the path of the proposed Howard Solstice transmission line, which is destined to be an energy corridor with large data center connections. I testify today on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Devils River Association, which is one of the largest pristine rivers in the state of Texas with a large watershed. I grew up in rural West Texas during the droughts of the 50s. I remember bathing in less than an inch of water and then having to save that water for my sister to bathe after me. I know what scarce water means. My fellow landowners in the Devils River watershed have many more stories just like this about water scarcity. You have heard how the huge data centers are going to be proliferated across our state. But Texas has no law requiring a data center to obtain overall coordinated state or county approval before it builds, connects to the grid, or draws on Texas water, regardless of size. So the issue is whether Texas has adequate tools to evaluate and manage the cumulative impacts of rapidly expanded data center development on local aquifers, rivers, and municipal water supplies. I'm not going to go through this complete testimony. You've got it in writing. But I would like to point out that the deeper problem is jurisdictional. We need to have changes, and I included a suggestion for a balanced study commission where we would have an 18-member commission that you would establish with 9 community seats and 9 industry, and giving recommendations back on rules and regulations. I urge you to look at the regulatory suggestions and the statute changes that would need to be made, and I would like to commend this committee for its leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Mr. Browning,
Roger Browning.
move the mic in front of you, please, sir.
Roger Browning, Hardeman County, Texas. And I had a speech here. I'm using up 1 minute. I'm not going to read it because I had to change gears. I sat here and watched on TV. I heard Lancium come in here and talk to you about his product and what he was going to do with it, which is a bold-faced lie. And I live in the county there, and the city water is a thing. They're wanting to improve that and take some desalination plants, put them on wells out there, and provide city water. Well, that's all well and good, but it's over the Blaine Aquifer. I share that. I have a Blaine Aquifer on the left side of my property, and on the right I have a Seymour. And the Blaine Aquifer, he said it wasn't being utilized. It's been utilized since 1950. And it's been irrigating 4 different crops, cotton, I won't go through it, barley, anyway, keeping everything going. And every time a well is used, well, as farmers, we know, we can see when we're operating pivots, the well will go down. And we've been protecting that for a lot of years. We don't run them things 24 hours a day. We run a 12-inch casing, maybe just every once in a while as we need it. and they're pulling these stats off of wells that are going to be performance load. And that aquifer can't handle it. It's got 47,000 foot-acre replenish rate on it, on natural rainfall. It's a pothole aquifer. That's 1.5 million gallons per year. They're asking for more than that. They can't take that water out without making the ranchers and farmers out there deplete their resources as far as irrigating their property. Now, I just had a meeting with Lancium out there, and I told him everything I'm telling you to his face. And it rattled him. I'm going to let y'all read my other speech on Facebook because it's going out today. And it's not going to be very pleasurable because I'm asking for a special session from the governor and tell him I'm firing him. I voted him in. I'm conservative, but I don't have any use for that. Anybody that has a plus on these data centers, let me tell you, I'm coming for anybody who is a proponent to data centers, and that's all.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Ms. Voitko?
Yes.
Did I get it right?
Yes, you got it right. Can y'all hear me? Oh, well, first it was good morning, now good afternoon, now it's good evening. Greetings, members of the committee. My name is Elena Voico, and I'm with Temple Stands Together. I live in Bell County, and I do represent over 10,000 citizens who signed a petition to recall our city mayor and council members who have not been honest and accurate about information concerning our our water resources or non-disclosure agreements. I am here to ask for an immediate moratorium on data center projects. I was planning on talking to Brad Buckley, but he's not here. I'm going to just make it work somehow. Brad Buckley and we had an in-person conversation about data centers, and he stated that data centers are fairly new, and y'all are working on legislation. Next year, legislation is too late. A special session is in order. Massive transmission line projects are also fairly new, and Brad Buckley on Facebook, along with 42 other legislators, helped support a delay on one massive power line project. Today, I implore all of you to work alongside other legislators to support a moratorium on data center projects. Data centers carry significant impacts on our health, our land, and overall our sustainability concerning water. We have pleaded with our city government, our county commissioners, and our state representatives with no help whatsoever. We, the people, feel low on the totem pole, overlooked. I think that statement resonates with millions of Texans. Decisions on this scale deserve careful evaluation and public input before development. Please use your influence and authority like you did with the power lines and support an immediate moratorium for data center projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jocelyn.
Yes, sir. I took your advice. I marked off all the things you said if to not be redundant. Thank you so much for letting me speak today, and the committee as well, and my favorite representative, Helen Kerwin. In the blink of an eye, I'm county commissioner for Somerville County, and we in our neighboring counties have been inundated and invaded by data centers and the power plants, and as we've talked about several times today, that a lot of people don't focus on how much water they use. They're the water hogs. There's no answer for them, and we're the second smallest county geographically in the state of Texas, and we're a bedroom community, and we're depend on tourism. And we have the Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant, and we're not afraid of clean energy at all. We love nuclear. Like you, Chairman Harris, not a fan of solar. not a fan of the windmills. And I'm skipping 4 pages. We're on the same page on a lot of things, I think. A couple of things that I rewrote my talking points, but there is a huge secret society and a lack of transparency. Up until we've had multiple meetings with multiple different data centers, and just like some other people talked, we don't know about a lot of them that are coming on, but we want answers, and they won't meet with us. And when I ask them directly, how many gallons of water are you going to use? They say, oh, well, that's stuff that the nerds need to tell you. Well, just like some of the guys here today, we're the nerds. I mean, the guys that were supposed to be the experts for the data centers said, well, we'll get back to you. Well, bring those people to the meeting that can give us the answers. But I just wholeheartly believe that the only AI that we really need right now is actual intelligence. And I just feel like that's something we're missing. And I appreciate what y'all have done today. I've learned a lot, and you've helped me immensely. So thank you very much for your time.
Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Kerwin.
I just want to take a second to thank Commissioner Joslin. Comanche Peak was, of course, the very first AIs just flocked, and we're a small community, and he single-handedly took this on and led the charge. So, Chip, thank you
Thank you.
for coming down today.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all very
Representative.
much for taking the time to come today and provide your testimony to the committees. Chair calls Ronald Fitzgerald, Danae Delaney, Laura Lanford, and Tom Keller. All right, Mr. Fitzgerald, we'll start with you. If you'll state your name, who you represent, and you can proceed with your testimony.
My name is Ronald Fitzgerald. I'm a County Commissioner of Jack County, Precinct 2. And Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ronald Fitzgerald, and I'm Commissioner of Precinct 2 in Jack County. I speak today as a county commissioner and a landowner and a multi-generational rancher who lives in and represents an area without adequate groundwater. We do not have a large aquifer in Jack County, and we are not in a water conservation district. I have constituents who cannot run a load of water and flush their toilets at the same time. Access to water is something that the people in my precinct think about daily. We have to. My precinct is currently the site for significant data center interest. We are not new to residential, commercial, or industrial progress in our area. Data centers are different in their significant use of water and natural resources. As I understand it, one of the data centers interested in my precinct would use 220,000 gallons of water a day. I've repeatedly heard that we must embrace progress, but I've not heard what we are supposed to do when our finite resources like water are completely depleted. I pulled 10 well reports which are available from the State of Texas Department of Licensing Regulations. These reports show that water output in the wells in my area, in my precinct that are being considered for data centers, these wells produce 5 to 10 gallons per minute, barely enough to run a house. What happens to these wells if data centers go in next door and use water at a scale unparalleled to individual usage? What will happen to the people who've made this place their home and make Jack County the best place to live? It's not about if, but it's about when we run out of water if data centers are allowed to deplete our natural resources. I'm submitting my letter along with letters from 2 highly reputable long-term water well drillers in Jack County. I appreciate your immediate attention to these dire needs of rural Texas, and I want to thank you. And I'm not sure what we need to do until legislature meets, but we need help now. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Delaney?
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. Texas is facing a historic moment of growth, data center, and industrial expansion with recurring drought. Growth is not going to stop. High-quality drinking water assets should be protected and reserved for the highest value use, our people. Treated wastewater could be viewed as a reusable resource rather than a disposal problem. Reuse every drop. With impeccable planning, billions of gallons of reused wastewater, it's about on average 2 billion gallons per day, could become millions of gallons of reused water for just data centers. And then we could also we could stop watering grass with tap water. That would be great too. We need purple pipe water reuse infrastructure now, not later. If we wait until later, we're going to keep saying it's cost prohibitive. The data centers, I mean, it is a trade-off, and we do need to decide where these data centers can go with the least effect on humans. So I was taught in the U.S. Forest Service to not complain, have a solution. So I'm going to start thinking of solutions for the lighting. I'm going to start thinking of solutions for the vibration and the hum and the sounds that come from data centers. So I'm going to be working on this on my own, and I just want to be a help and do something positive for the state of Texas. Let's require consistent statewide protection for all watersheds. I do stand up a lot for Canyon Lake, and there are 122 other lakes that are not protected with the Highland Lakes protections, and we could really take this moment and reuse all of the discharge water and put it towards data centers, irrigation, and other industrial uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Keller? Oh, real quick. I think, Ms. Lanford, at the very beginning, you didn't state your name and who you represent. If you will
Oh.
do that for the record real quick.
I'm Danae Delaney from Comal County.
Representing yourself.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Mr. Keller?
I'm hoarse. My name's Tom Keller, and you just heard from my wife. We own a Legacy, West Texas ranch. I'm testifying for myself and the Devils River Association, where I'm chair of the Water Committee. I'm one of the weird ones in this room. I have a PhD in computer science from UT Austin and decades of experience in commercial and scientific computer, power, and cooling efficiency. Most recently, I ran research and development programs in IBM for almost a decade in data center power, cooling, and cloud computer systems, including the design of IBM's cloud computing solution. Before I retired, I was constantly in the guts of the then largest commercial and weapons research data centers in the world, improving their power efficiencies, designing novel cooling technologies, and helping design massive scale-out cloud systems. These are all now dwarfed by the hyperscale AI data centers that we've heard about in this room. I'm a member of other organizations, conservancy groups, and I'll just note that I was on the Meadows Foundation report on the state of the Devils River as part of the groundwater committee, where I helped with the hydrological modeling. So I'm here just to limit my talk very briefly about water usage by the hyperscale AI data centers. I'm out of time. Okay, keep going. So it's refreshing for me to hear the level of knowledge of this committee. I was going to talk about how Watts-In have to be cooled by more electric power and the trade-offs and all that. You guys know that. So I'm not going to waste your time on that. I just want to talk about one thing that I haven't heard mentioned in this room, and that's about the AI bubble that's going to burst. There's a solution that's been talked about that is not a solution, and that's the closed water contained, zero water consuming AI hyperscale data centers. Yeah, they exist. Yes. Of course, they're going to consume water if they're getting power off the grid. And there's numbers out there, and there's some numbers in my report I won't go into. But they still have to be cooled. And my argument is that these hyperscale AI data centers are not sustainable economically because the companies that are building them, not the Amazon AWS folks, but the OpenAI folks, Musk's xAI folks.
Mr. Keller, unfortunately, time is up, but I would
Okay.
like to hear more of that. If you would come to, give me your information to my office, I'd love to hear more. about
I'd
what
love
you
the
have.
opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
I have one question.
Yeah, let me do all of the, oh, that was it. You're right, that was it. Representative Gonzalez,
No, Laura hasn't gone.
Laura Lanford, I'm sorry.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Lanford, you're recognized.
My name is Laura Lanford. I am a resident of Temple, Texas, where we have 11 hyperscale data centers coming to our city of 100,000 people. Before I read anything that I wrote, I'm wondering if you can feel the palpable anger in this room that we, the people, are last, that the data center representatives droned on with no limit on how long they spoke, and we, the people who are suffering the consequences of the data centers in our backyard, get a strict 2-minute limit. Do you know how many people filled the rooms, the overflow rooms, who drove here from Lubbock, from Amarillo, from far away places just to share for 2 minutes, only to turn around and drive back home? Do you know how much money they spend on gas and hotels just for 2 minutes of your time? Why do we get the end of the day? I'm a counselor. I look at your faces. You're exhausted. You're zoned out. I don't blame you. We are too. Why did they get the first fruits? Thank you. What I wrote was, fellow Texans, is there a single Texan who is unaware of our dire straits regarding water? Every day for the past 5 years, long before I heard of data centers, I have caught my dishwater in a tub and carried it outside to water my yard. My elderly parents collect rainwater. We do this because severe drought is the norm in Texas, not the exception. A few years ago, I looked out my window and saw smoke billowing from an uncontrolled wildfire just a few miles away. This is not news. We all share the same testimony here. We do not have a single drop for data centers. I lived, sorry, I'm shaking, I gotta scroll up. I lived in a communist country for 15 years. Fear for national security is a smokescreen for governmental control. I have seen this happen. Understand for a fact that data centers will be used to control American citizens, which will make us no different from China. The data center representatives made some big water positivity and transparency promises. Should we listen to their promises or their track record? Perhaps we should ask the residents of Fayetteville, Georgia, how pleased they are with their glorious closed-loop system. At a recent City of Temple Council meeting, I heard a Rowan spokesperson acknowledge that Rowan has never completed a fully operational closed-loop hyperscale data center, ever. Their talk about closed-loop systems is hypothetical. This means that Temple, Texas is their guinea pig. We are their guinea pig with not 1, but 7 data centers, not to mention the other 4 by other companies. By experimenting with our water, we are also experimenting with wildfire. The mass number of hyperscale data centers being built in Texas at a breakneck speed is an emergency. It's time to call it what it is and halt all data centers immediately in their tracks. Do not wait another day, and do not wait another legislative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lanford. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. First, for Commissioner Fitzgerald, you talked about it was hard for you to get information from the data center that they're building in your county. Is that accurate?
I got most of my data, my information sitting on the front porch, talking to the people in the area. Or from the widow woman down the road that says, "Hon, I'm having to move. If my husband was alive, he would fight this, but I can't." But when they offer $62,000 an acre for their land, it doesn't matter if it's 10 acres or 1,000 acres, they can't turn that down, and I understand. So, no, most of my information, my local judge, my judge shared what he knew, but most of my research has come from sitting on the front porch talking to people.
Well, and I think one of the things we agree on is trying to give the locals as much information. So as we go through that, I hope that you will continue to talk to us. So I appreciate that.
I will.
Laura, I hear your passion, and I want to say thank you. I think there's lots of struggles when trying to handle a state. I want to ease a little bit of people's anxieties. Like, I live in El Paso. I live very far. I have people who came in too. I'm not flying out till tomorrow. I will stay in my office until whenever. So I have coffee and lots of Red Bull, and I'll be there after 8 o'clock to talk to whoever. And so if you don't get to talk to us here, with the chairman's perfect, and I love him, and he's doing a good job. And so, but I'll be here. And so for those of you who don't get to talk, don't feel anxious. I'll still be here. And I'm just Mary Gonzalez, but I'm here. So, okay. And Dr. Keller, I agree with you on the AI burst. So I think that we're not talking about that enough. And what happens when we have facilities that have been created and then it bursts, and then because there's a competition game right now, and then someone's going to win, and then we have these facilities and we didn't think about it. And I'd love to talk to you about that later. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
All right, thank you guys very much. I appreciate your time. The chair calls Lori Combs, Gary Oldham, Luann Duffy, and Carol Phillipson. Lori Combs, Gary Oldham, Luann Duffy, and Carol Phillipson. All right, thank you all for being here. Ms. Combs? All right, we'll start with you. If you would state your name, who you represent, and then you may proceed.
Hello, I'm Lori Combs. I'm from Vernon, Texas. I'm representing Wilbarger County.
You can pull that mic over towards you.
I thought I was loud enough. Okay, in Wilbarger County, we are one county out of 25 that are over the Seymour Aquifer. This aquifer is used 90% by agriculture. We are on a restriction now due to high lead, nitrates levels in our drinking water. There's no restrictions on farmers even during drought times, and that's all the time. This Google Center that was just snuck in by our county judge and commissioners that with the NDA and 100% abatement, we didn't know until just a few months.
Pull it a little bit closer.
You still can't hear me?
They can't
I'm
hear you
usually
in the
loud.
back.
Okay. Our city is now on the hooks for selling potable water at 194,000 gallons a day for a closed-loop system. In their contract, there is a design plan for 18 injection wells for their discharge system. Who's to say what, how bad, how will it affect our environment and/or downstream? Next, we'll be sending water to the 5,000 to 6,000 man camp, plus a water treatment plant that we're going to have to build for them, I guess. Not to mention the influx of RVs, rent houses, and workers for nearby AI centers. This will more than double our now population of 10,000 people. Where will water come from after we deplete our aquifers? Our lakes, rivers, streams, and wells are already drying up. Rainfall and droughts are and have been a big problem for years. Oh, and plus, now our taxes have rose 20% to 1,500% in our Wilbarger County. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and a small-time farmer. I'd love to have the water for them to continue growing their own food. We are being attacked from every avenue of our resources. These monstrosities that we don't want are springing up too fast. There must be a ban or a moratorium. Absolutely no need for one or more every 30 miles. I beg you, please put a ban on these, at least until we can get a third-party study on the effects of our water, our environment, and let's not ruin our world for our children and our grandchildren and our animals. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Combs. Mr. Oldham?
My name is Gary Oldham. I'm a 20-year resident of Round Rock, and I represent thousands of fellow residents as co-founder of the citizen advocacy group Protect Round Rock. In our city of 142,000 people, we have 9 data centers either operational, under active construction, or approved. And I'm changing what I'd planned on talking about from early this morning. I'm also a member of the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the National Fire Protection Association, and I spent a career as a firefighter and chief officer. Just this week, Texas A&M and 2 other reputable universities have released a major study on the immense fire risk presented by data centers. And one of the things we need to use to combat fires is water. In Round Rock alone, we've already had 1 major fire at the Saby Data Center in 2024. It was a greater alarm fire, caused multiple millions of dollars of damage. Well over 40 of our firefighters were exposed to carcinogens and other toxins. Carcinogen-laden smoke and other toxins went into the immediately adjacent neighborhood. Water used to suppress that fire, also carrying those carcinogens and other toxins, entered a tributary to Bresci Creek, source of drinking water. This fire took 14 pieces of fire apparatus and 44 firefighters 5 hours to contain. How many of our rural Texas volunteer fire departments can deal with that? Rural areas don't have a water supply. You can't hook up to a hydrant and have virtually unlimited supplies of water. They're going to shuttle that in with water tenders. They carry maybe 3,000 gallons of water. You heard earlier they can take 1 million gallons of water to suppress a data center fire. That's a lot of trips for 3,000 gallon water tenders. This is an immense problem we haven't addressed. You heard today about the horrible, pathetic response on surveys about water usage. Without good data, you cannot make good decisions, and the only responsible thing to do is a ban, or at the very least a moratorium until you get sufficient data to make good decisions. And I'll close with, you cannot have national security without water security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oldham. Ms. Duffy,
Yes, sir.
and pull that mic in front of you, please, ma'am.
My name is Luann Duffy. I'm from Vernon, Texas, which is Wilbarger County. I'm a retired forensic social worker, so I am very familiar with very serious talks. Here today, though, I lightened up what I did have to say in hopes of making it more digestible. The first thing I was going to let y'all know is I almost wore my COVID-19 vaccine shirt, which says, "Whoa, Nellie, where's the research? Where's the data?" Because we don't have it, and we need it. We don't know who we're going to hurt with these things. We don't know what we're going to destroy with these things. It's kind of sad. I come from a farming family, too, you know, and the reality is no water, no grass, no cattle, no people. And, you know, and the list goes on. Our water in Wilbarger County is in a drought stage presently. It is currently experiencing drought conditions with about 70.3% of the county affected. And this aligns almost perfectly with the whole state of Texas. 70% of Texas is affected by drought conditions. Varying drought conditions, which require voluntary water restrictions, such as boil bans, which indicate boiling water before you use it for anything. That does not make it safe to drink. A letter came in our water bill recently that said, "Do not drink the water, only drink bottled water." But they're not providing any bottled water for us to drink. I'm a single mother, and I'm just going to end with this. That affects my financial situation in my home. We are calling for a ban on all data centers until we get some reliable research and data that can give us the information we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Phillipson?
Hello, my name is Carol Phillipson. I live in Austin, and I'm very concerned about data centers, as everybody is. So when local cities, counties, and unincorporated communities want to slow down techno-plague to learn all the facts, AI developers threaten them with mega lawsuits. As a property owner in Hays County, I was devastated when the Hays County Commissioners tabled a proposal to pause approvals on water-intensive large-scale development for fear of being sued. Governor Abbott's few requirements are not enough. We must make more restrictions and time to study the existing center's effects to humans, wildlife, and our environment. They may drain Texas' natural resources, not to mention generate harmful air, noise, and light pollution, plus create a great heat island. I changed it lots of times, so it's hard to read this. Sorry. Natural gas plants are roughly. Oh, I'm sorry. Additionally, as we've heard, AI developers do not report their secondary use of water from power needed from electricity or gas. From the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, natural gas plants use roughly 2,800 gallons per megawatt hour. A 250 megawatt facility running continuously draws about 2.19 million megawatt hours annually. If powered by natural gas, this adds approximately 6.1 billion gallons of indirect water consumption per year for the power plant. This indirect use is critical factor into planning, since it draws from the same regional water sources, sometimes multiple resources, like the region at El Paso. The aquifer that they're building in El Paso is affecting 66 districts. The AI center is affecting 66 districts, and you probably already know that. So with all the challenges that we face today, I would think you would agree that there needs to be a pause on more expansion before we get all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? All right, thank you all so much for being here today. The chair calls Leanne Sewell, Vernine Finger, Margie Frazier, and Cheryl Gilpin. All right, we only got, there we go, we got 3. Okay.
I'll go ahead and start.
Let me say them one more time in case they were outside and didn't hear. We're missing one. Leanne Sewell, Vernine Finger, Margie Frazier, and Cheryl Gilpin. Leanne's left? Thank you. Nancy Neal. Okay, Ms. Finger,
Hi.
go ahead.
I'm a retired teacher, 30 years, so thank me for my service.
Thank you very much.
Taught math and science. I had a number of questions I wanted to ask you guys, but a lot of them have been answered. From what I can tell, you've all visited a data center. Is that correct?
No.
You've all been to a data center, so you've seen it firsthand. The surveys that they were talking about earlier today, I don't know why we can't make that mandatory, that those surveys be answered and that just be required to be completed. And also the testing that they were talking about. If the data centers are testing for themselves, I'm not sure how reliable those tests are going to be. I think you should have an outside source come in unannounced and test water that they are expelling. So that's just my opinion. I mean, we have people come in outside and test our students. You know, sometimes it's not always just the teachers testing them. So why not have outside sources, reliable sources, that would test all this stuff we're talking about with chemicals and so forth. If you have the authority, it'd be really nice to do some research on health concerns that have increased in areas where data centers already exist. We're talking about doing moratoriums and stuff. We've got enough people out there that live next to these data centers that are experiencing health problems. And we've seen where lakes have dried up and water has been polluted and stuff. So why can't we just use those sources that we already have and just put a halt? And if we're going to run out of water, I don't know about y'all, but I'm old enough to remember those outhouses. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Finger. Would you, for me real quick, state your name and who you represent for the record?
I apologize.
That's okay.
Vernine Finger. I represent myself and everybody else that's concerned.
Okay. Ms. Frazier? Yes, I'm Margie Frazier. Ms. Frazier, if you'll pull that microphone over in front of you so everybody can hear.
Okay. Don't stick it too far. I'm Margie Frazier. I represent myself. I'm from Temple, Texas. I also represent my daughter, Christina Young, because she wrote up. And she wrote, "Good evening, Cody Harris. This was originally for our Bell County reps. Esteemed representatives of the state of Texas, I hope each of you is well and continues to work for your constituents in an honest and forthcoming manner. This evening I received, this was what happened to us, a concerning letter alert from our water supply company, Little Elm Valley Water Supply. The alert is similar to alerts I receive at least 1 to 3 times each year, typically in the late dry summer months for our property in Bell County, East Temple agriculture side. I live there also in that area. I have been asked to move to drought stage 4 water restrictions, not due to drought at this time. That will probably be the August-September timeframe. It doesn't remove the concern I have and brought up at the June 1st Commissioners' Workshop regarding the use of water for agriculture and sharing resources with local industry and, more importantly, data centers that are not held to restrictions taxpaying citizens are. When I pull up our water company's drought contingency plan, there isn't even a stage 4. That in itself indicates how dire the current water level emergency is. Have all citizens and businesses been asked to conserve at this contingency level or just the hard-working taxpayers? Why am I concerned that my agriculture-based community was asked to move to stage 4 drought restrictions this evening? We are not allowed to use our water beyond absolute necessity. I still have dirty dishes to wash. That must wait. My sheets and the covers on my bed need washing. That must wait. I need a shower. That too shall wait. More concerning in agriculture, we are not allowed to provide water to our livestock or other outdoor animals. That is okay at this time due to the high volume of precipitation Friday night. In fact, the fast-moving waters are what caused the issue now with water restrictions. And if y'all know about the Leon River, the log that went through it, that's why we were put on water restrictions. All of Bell County was, but a lot of people just didn't seem to know it. I do have one other item, as Black Swan destroys the data center narrative. That is a company that has already said in 3 to 5 years, data centers of huge capacity, AI ones that are not needed, we will be having data centers the size of the palm of our cell phone now. So you need to look up. Black Swan destroys the data center narrative. Please do that. For all of your constituents, please look that up because you will be surprised at what these people are going to sell you in 5 years. They're going to be just like the malls. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Frazier.
You're welcome. I had a whole lot more, as you can see.
You're welcome. You're welcome to leave a copy with us, and we'll distribute it to the whole.
Copies.
Okay, thank you.
They will go around. They just start with.
All right, Ms. Gilpin.
I'm
Good to
Cheryl
see you
Gilpin.
again. Yeah.
Good to see you. I appreciate all your committee is doing. It seems to me that Texans are united more than anything. If there was any talk about dividing us up, I don't see that happening. Whether you're red, whether your county's red or blue or has a groundwater district or doesn't have groundwater district, whether you like rule of capture or not, we have all agreed that the most important thing is water. And the energy is important too, but without the water, we can't do the energy either. I want to present myself and my husband and my son as resources because we all have spent our lives working in water resources in Texas. I have a master's degree in geoscience from A&M, and I served as a former aquifer director for Comal County. My husband worked for 20 years and retired as assistant director of a research center at Texas State on aquifer research center. And my son served as an historian for a big stakeholder group that lasted 5 years before the coming up of the plan for the stakeholders on how they're going to use our water resources in the Edwards Aquifer region. And so many things have happened for decades now, nearly over a century now, that there's a lot of history. This is not happening in a void. I'm not surprised at all that these predatory, extreme investors in water profiteering are buying up so much land and doing these projects like these AI data centers, and they're just the tip of the iceberg. And so I would like to see this moratorium also, and I also would like to talk to y'all about what we've seen over the decades and things that have gone on way before y'all were on the legislature, and things that have already been tried to fix and didn't stay fixed, and what we need to look at. But I know I just had 2 minutes, but sometime we'd like to come meet with y'all, with all of y'all, when we can get a chance.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ms. Gilpin. I appreciate it.
And I do want to, okay, but I do want to comment about things that were asked about. What about in the construction of these? And these are huge construction projects involving lots of concrete. And what is concrete? It's mostly water. And what is the limestone base of that concrete? Just like with the Interstate Highway Department's projects in the 50s, it's the Edwards Aquifer. So we're digging up our aquifer and we're draining our aquifers. And yeah, if we don't do a moratorium, you know, there's all this talk about do the moratorium, do the slowdown, whether it's a halting or a moratorium or whoa the horses. We have got to, because
Yes, ma'am. Your time's up now.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Neal.
Hello. Thank you for having us at this meeting. My name is Nancy Neal, and I want to talk to you about my family farm, which is in Abbott. It is in Hill County, and there is a data center that is being planned right next to our property, our Blackland Farm, that we have farmed for 100 years. And right now, we do have a water problem, and it takes an hour for us to fill a washing machine so that we can wash our clothes. And there is a second data center that is planned across the road from us. There is a solar farm not far away, and that solar farm has caught fire 3 times. And the lady who manages the volunteer fire department in Abbott has said that they have asked those companies to be reimbursed for putting out the fires, and they have heard nothing. There is no reimbursement for them. And that is a huge issue because we need our volunteer fire department. And if they continue to have fires, and if there is a fire at the data center, when maybe it won't be, but that would be devastating. It would be devastating for our farm. It would be devastating for the city because we are a mile from town, which is also a little over a mile from the school. So I'm begging, please help us and let's do something and have a moratorium, and let's really take a look at this and the water use and the farmland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate your time.
Get to say enough, that's for sure.
The chair calls Jeremiah Sewell, Julie Waters, Tori DeBecca, and Rachel Haynes.
Mr. Sewell has left.
Mr. Sewell is left. Thank you. Mary Jo Bloomquist. Tori DeBecca's gone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
She was from Ross, and basically Ross and Elmont are trying to be incorporated by Lacey Lakeview so that they can get all the benefits of gas.
Thank you very much. Patty Donaldson.
I will not be taking a picture of you. I don't think it matters.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Waters.
My name is Julie Waters. I am an attorney, and I also represent Texans United Against Data Centers. And I would like to thank Representative Gonzalez for asking that this hearing continue so that the remaining Texans that have come and spoken today can be heard. And so I respectfully ask that Chairman Harris consider that. And if not, I am currently live streaming this from my Facebook page, and I will continue the live stream on the Capitol steps on the south side for any Texan who has not been able to be heard today. Because so far, we have only gotten through 1/3 of the 115 people that are here today. So I'm here representing Ford County. That's where I was born, where I was born and raised. Crowell is under stage 4 water restrictions. We are in a drought. Our water comes from Greenbelt Lake, which Lancium was here to talk about today. Greenbelt is at 6.2% capacity out of 100%. 6.2 is awfully close to 0%. So Crowell is having to fight for that last 6.2% of water. Is that water going to go to residents, or is it going to the hyperscale data center that's taking up 1,500 acres 4 miles south of town? Lancium is not building those wells for the people of Crowell or Childress. Lancium is building the wells for itself to run its own data centers. And so if having more water means it comes with data centers, I say no thank you. I want to talk about water during construction. Right now at Frontier, the data center that's being built in Abilene, they require 2.5 million gallons of water per month, as reported to me by an employee that works there. Project Matador in Amarillo by Fermi, they have requested and been approved for 2.5 million gallons per day. Per day. You must take into consideration how much water is going to be used during construction. And these are for closed loop, these are for hybrid centers. That's great, that's all well and great. But what about the water that is going to be used to build 500 data centers in Texas? Is my time not up? Oh, and NDAs, okay. Red River Water Authority, they have signed it, they were created by the state legislature. Their general manager has signed an NDA. I did a FOIA request, I have that NDA. Government employees and elected officials cannot be signing NDAs when it comes to our water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. Ms. Haynes.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Harris and members of this committee. I'm Rachel Haynes. I'm the Policy Director at the Greater Edwards Aquifer Alliance in San Antonio. We represent 59 member groups with thousands of members across the 21-county Hill Country and South Central Texas region. First, I want to say thank you to the members of this committee for focusing so heavily on water last year, this year, and going into the session, and thank you for your leadership on that, Chairman Harris. You all have digital and hard copies of my written testimony, which outlines a lot of the challenges, nuances, and contexts of this conversation, as well as many of our specific recommendations relating to water. That digital copy also has a link to our white paper on this issue, which provides much more detail on this conversation. So I just want to highlight a couple of things that have come up throughout the course of today that I think is important to concentrate on. First, I think we all agree, members of this dais and everyone in this room, that the number one thing we can do is require water use reporting and projection reporting in the state. Without data, as someone else earlier said, we can't really do anything. So our number one thing we need to do is mandate the water source, the water use, and the energy source to cover the direct and indirect water use by data centers. The other couple of things I want to talk about is that it has become apparent that we do need to expand county authority for land use regulations and any actions related to drought. We also need to expand GCD authority funding, fill in those white spaces, and provide them legal protection. So I was delighted to hear you say that, Chairman Harris. And then last couple of things I want to talk about is I know there's some various thoughts in this room on renewable energies, but they are the lowest indirect water use, and indirect water use accounts for upwards of 83% of data center water use. And so we do really need to think about increasing our investment in solar and wind. And finally, I would hesitate to recommend one singular system for cooling, whether that's closed loop or not. We don't know what the best available technology will be 2 months from now, 5 years from now. And so we really need to consider water efficiency and conservation versus mandating specific technologies in the next legislative session. Finally, I think I'm very delighted that this conversation has been about data centers and water use and that we've all had a chance to discuss that. I would like to highlight that so many of the recommendations that we're talking about today and so many of the challenges are not just confined to data centers. They are about cryptocurrency mines, semiconductor fab plants, and so I would recommend that when the legislature is looking at any legislation or regulations, you take into account all of those industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haynes. Ms. Bloomquist.
Good evening. My name is Mary Jo Bloomquist. I represent myself. I live in Pecan Plantation in Hood County. Less than 1 mile from my home and less than 2,000 feet from my neighbor's back door, across the Brazos River, Pacifico Energy plans on building a 500-acre, 432-megawatt power plant and data center with 16 natural gas turbines. Right, oh, I already said that part. Pacifico has applied for well permits with Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, claiming their projected water needs for data center cooling are 25,000 gallons per day, but they included no numbers for construction or power generation. They simply said, if we need more, we'll ask for it later. Yet months ago, when they met with the Municipal Utility District, Pacifico said their actual water needs were 100,000 gallons a day. They admit they don't even know what type of cooling or power generation technology they will ultimately use and say they will truck in water for construction. We're asked to believe these incomplete answers from a developer who previously told us they're just a power company and they weren't sure about their data center tenant needs. Air, water, and development permits should not be issued on half-truths and non-answers. When massive industrial projects sit this close to families, regulators must demand complete, credible water usage data before approving a single permit, not after. The next legislative session is too late. We need a moratorium until proper studies can be done and regulations are written to protect Texas residents. Please, I'm begging you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Donaldson?
My name is Patty Donaldson, and I am representing myself, Hill County, everyone that's not going to get to speak tonight. And also, I happen to be a member of the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature, which y'all got all of the resolutions on data centers, so thank you for reviewing those. I live in Hillsborough, Hill County. Thank you, Representative Orr, for being here, because you did not have to be here, and I thank you. I did live in Lufkin for 13 years and taught at AC, so you look familiar. Good evening, Chairman Harris, committee members, and guest representatives. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to y'all. The development of data centers, both existing and proposed, has innumerable negative effects on the surrounding communities, not the least of which is water usage during construction and operation. 41% of Texas is in drought condition, many areas at levels 3 and 4. And because you've heard data from all these other numbers, I'm just going to give you my 6 requests. Number 1, I ask the state legislature to enact a moratorium, or better yet, a ban on future data center development until studies can be conducted on the impact of hyperscale facilities on our environment and our natural resources. I also request that the draft 2027 state water plan be amended to include language specific to projected water demand by data centers, although I cannot imagine how accurate that will be with projections, with only 17% return of those surveys by data centers. Number 3, I also request that the governor direct the Attorney General to force the data centers to respond to the surveys sent by the Water Development Board pursuant to Section 16.012. Number 4, I request that you give county officials the ability to regulate and inspect development of unincorporated areas designed for hyperscale facilities and associated buildings. And I spoke with our county judge. No, I didn't speak with him. I got an email from him. They would welcome the extra responsibilities. Number 5, require all hyperscale facilities to have their own fire suppression capability and plan and department. And lastly, I request that members of the Texas legislature encourage the governor to call a special session to examine and address these issues as soon as possible to demonstrate a good faith effort to the residents of Texas. There's been egregious lack of transparency during the agreement process between billion-dollar companies and local governments. Texans, your constituents, deserve to have a voice in the decision-making process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for providing testimony this evening. We've got time for one more panel. The chair calls Jenna Madrigal, Daniel Bartetti, Bradley King, and Catherine Warder.
Cody, Chairman. Well, people come up. I mentioned before, I don't have a life. So I'll be in my office, and if anyone wants to, I'll stay there till the last person. So, and I have coffee and snacks. So anybody I know snacks. So anybody wants to come by, we'll be happy to welcome you in my office. It's E1504. It's right upstairs. 504. Other side.
Okay, Ms. Madrigal.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
No, you're okay. Just pull that microphone in front of you whenever you're ready.
Sorry. Okay. My name is Jenna Madrigal. I'm with Caldwell DCAT. We want the legislator to ban data centers, and we ask for a moratorium on the issue because there's clearly not enough data to make this decision. Bloomberg News found that more than 7 in 10 new data center projects are built or proposed since 2022 are in communities already experiencing water stress. At completion between Edge, Prime, Tract, and Powerhouse, there is an estimated 21 million gallons per megawatt hour of water will be used in Caldwell County. This is using the formula cited by the white paper from UT Austin. Let's discuss Colossus 1, a completed facility in South Memphis, Tennessee. According to governing.com, 3 million gallons of water is needed to keep Colossus cool daily. Currently, it uses the city's drinking water and has been since its completion in 2024. However, the stress of pumping the equivalent of 50,000 homes worth of water has caused contamination of the shallow aquifer due to the neighboring underlying ash pit, which will dump more than 300 times the legal amount of arsenic in the city's drinking water. This is a clear lack of planning due to the willingness to bypass safety measures and understanding of the area to beat the competition. Skybox, a data center company with completed centers and incoming centers in Texas, claims to offer waterless cooling systems, making them more eco-friendly. While they do have waterless cooling systems, they work in conjunction with liquid-based cooling systems. Divulging only half the information is the same as withholding the truth. Closed-loop system is the most common buzzword used in defense of water conservation and data center usage. If water used to cool them is untreated, then they must replace it frequently, therefore breaking down the closed-loop benefits. Who cares if it's a closed loop if it's changed daily? If they use treated water, do we know what type? Do those who are in power to approve this know the difference between DI water, synthetic hydrocarbons, mineral oils, all of which can be used for this? Do they know which is poisonous and which is eco-friendly? When the cooling liquid needs to be changed, where and how is it disposed of? When asked this, there is no clear answer. There's a gross lack of transparency with these companies, and in order for the citizens to feel safe, heard, and knowledgeable, we need more transparency, because knowledge is power. On a personal note, we need to protect those who live in the counties just as much as the cities. Building data centers in the practically lawless counties affects the water supplies in the neighboring cities just as much. There are significantly less restrictions and hoops that these companies go through to build in the counties. Some of these companies are buying lands under different names and requesting permits under residential instead of commercial. Everyone wants to live in Texas. Well, that will no longer be true if we have no water, no more large swatches of green, beautiful land. We want to live in our homes, and we cannot live without water. Please protect our homes.
Thank you, Ms. Madrigal. Mr. Bartetti.
My name is Daniel Bertetti. I'm here representing Climate Justice San Antonio. I'd like to thank the board for having this hearing and for intentionally stalling the public for multiple hours. I'll skip the misinfo about closed-loop cooling because we already addressed that. I will say right now San Antonio is placating the water issue by providing data centers with our recycled water, but the city says we only have one hyperscale data center left for our recycled water. So what then? Even the construction for a data center has an impact on the water, like in Morgan County in Georgia, where the water has turned a lovely shade of brown because of the construction nearby of a Meta data center. And then there's pollutants, dust, et cetera, that settle on open freshwater. I have some asks for Texas representatives and affiliates as they decide what to do about data centers. I urge those involved to not take any bribes from corporations. I urge those involved to not sign any NDAs with corporations. I urge those involved to not have any one-on-ones with corporate lobbyists that might present misinfo about closed-loop cooling or conflate things like hamburgers with ChatGPT prompts. I don't think we can eat AI prompts. I urge those involved to not purchase land next to data centers, like Speaker Mike Schultz in Utah, buying 25,000 acres next to the Stratos data center site. I'm sure that's not a conflict of interest at all. That China guy said China is trying to divide us on this issue, but I've canvassed about data centers for weeks now, and I will say it is indeed bipartisan, as the New York Times aptly put it, the most bipartisan issue since beer. I'm 26, and it is insane that what seemed like apocalyptic scenarios growing up have become reality. It is insane that Corpus Christi, 3 hours away, will be out of water in 3 months. It is insane that I'm worrying about whether I will have water to drink before I'm worrying about who I'm going to marry. And we're sitting here talking about China. Think about the younger generations you're going to leave behind.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Dr. Bradley King, representing myself. I serve as the Chief Operating Officer of a Texas-based utility infrastructure contractor, and I've spent nearly 30 years working in the water and wastewater rehab and renewal. And like others, I also operate a cow-calf operation in Brazos County. Over those 3 decades, I've worked on water distribution and transmission mains, wastewater collection systems, and infrastructure renewal projects throughout Texas and across the country. My perspective today comes from someone who spent a career working directly with the infrastructure responsible for delivering and conserving water. I'd encourage focus on 3 areas. First, Texas should encourage water-efficient data center development. Modern facilities have access to technologies such as closed-loop cooling systems, hybrid cooling systems, reclaimed water use, water recycling, and direct-to-chip liquid cooling that significantly reduce potable water consumption. Second, and probably more importantly, we need to recognize one of the largest water conservation opportunities already available in Texas, reducing the 186 billion gallon water loss in Texas annually from aging infrastructure. Every gallon lost through leaking pipelines, deteriorating infrastructure, failing valves, and excessive system pressures has already been sourced, treated, pumped, and paid for. Investments in leak detection, rehab, and replacement can recover significant volumes of water. The annual Texas water loss can serve Austin, Fort Worth, El Paso, Laredo, and Lubbock all combined. Third, water availability varies significantly across our state. Water-stressed regions should be evaluated differently than areas with abundant supplies, reclaimed water availability, or existing infrastructure capacity. Local conditions and long-term planning should remain a consideration when evaluating future development. I'd also note that technology, including AI, which we come and talk a lot about, is increasingly helping utilities detect leaks. We predict infrastructure failures, we optimize pumping operations, and we improve overall system efficiency with AI. After nearly 30 years in this industry, I know Texas can continue supporting economic growth while protecting water resources at the same time. The solution is to encourage efficient technologies, expand water reuse, reduce infrastructure losses through critical and continued investments in water line repairs and systems that deliver water to Texans every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. King. Ms. Warner.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Catherine Warner, and I am here supporting the people who do not want to sing Kumbaya with the data centers. I am a 9th generation Texan. Now go figure that. My forebear was in his late 70s when he came to Texas before the war with Mexico. There is a lot of generations of people who have fought like hell to live in Texas, to hold on to their land, and to try and raise families and raise animals and be farmers and take care of other people. This is a very sad situation that we see these days, that corporate greed would overtrump the spirit of Texas. It is a horrible situation because there is so much money and so many deep pockets, and all of you know exactly who they are because they come to you and make special friendships even stronger. The thing that I'm here to talk about today is, in the case of water in Texas, which we're sitting here talking about, there's people from all around this entire state. There is scarcity, there is a lack, there is a understanding that we are soon reaching a tipping point, and yet people think that it's a great idea to let companies come in here who won't even want to tell you how much water they take. I am a chemical engineer. I have 30 years of experience. I just retired from Dow Chemical, and I will tell you, 400 people just got let go from Dow Chemical because of AI last week. Dow Chemical, the biggest chemical plant in the United States, 400 people last week. When we look at our map from the Texas Water Development Board, we have the aquifers of Texas. This very clearly indicates where the outcrops are. That's the regeneration areas of Texas. Do not allow people to put industries on top of this where we need water to come back into our aquifers to share it with everyone in Texas. Your homework is to go home when you take a shower tonight. Put your foot on top of that drain and stand there for 2 minutes, and you will see exactly what's happening with our aquifer by putting industry and businesses there that should not be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, witnesses, for your testimony tonight. Appreciate you being here. I want to make a note to witnesses who weren't able to testify tonight. Your registration will still be recorded and uploaded online as part of this hearing's witness list as registered but did not testify. There being no further business to address, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.